plan. There we go. Hello, I'm back, towel friends. Apologize for the slight delay there in getting us up and ready today. I knocked my microphone cord, as is tradition. Hello, towel friends over on the YouTube, and hello, towel friends on X. Apologize for that quick 30-second hiccup there as I got the stream up and running. Plan. There we go. Hello, I'm back, towel friends. Apologize for the slight delay there in getting us up and ready today. And if you're wondering, why did that audio come over your screen? I have redundancy built into the towel stream now, so I can check on the status of my own audio to make sure. Yes, Trevor McIntyre, I caught it very quickly. Don't worry, my friend. There was a slight microphone issue with the microphone cord. Sometimes I knock the cord in the morning. All it takes is a slight fix on my back end, and we get it fixed, and I'm talking to you again. My name's GrantSmithEllis, as I mentioned. As you can see on your screen, it's going to be day 7 of today of the Karen Read trial. So good to see all you towel friends over in the towel chat. Feel free to join in via youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Now, as I mentioned, we'll be resuming testimony today with more evidence, including the direct examination of Jen McCabe, which should go on for quite a long time in the morning. Then, folks, we have quite a big day. As you can see, there is a poll up in the towel chat, and it has to do with what are we going to do at 2 p.m., folks? What are we going to do? Today is the day we're going to talk about this ridiculous Turtle Boy hearing involving Kate Peter and an informant who allegedly revealed information that Kate Peter was working in the orbit of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the context of the Aiden Kearney prosecution. Now, listen, folks, listen. If I think some of that stuff in the affidavit's nonsense. We'll talk about it. If I thought that most of that was nonsense, I would be telling you. But I'm quite concerned that today's 2 p.m. hearing in multiple ways could be explosive on both sides of the Aiden Kearney prosecution. Now, you might be wondering, Grant, what are we going to do? How are we going to watch an Aiden Kearney hearing while the Karen Read trial is in session at 2 p.m.? Well, we need to talk about this as towel friends. This is a collaborative towel effort. The towel friends gather together, and we will work through this difficult situation. I think what we will do is do what's called a simulcast. So I will, but there are other options, so we can talk this through. I can either play the Turtle Boy hearing and the Karen Read hearing at the same time with just the Turtle Boy audio on the stream. That's what most of the votes on the poll are asking for, so that's what I think we're going to do. Another option, I can't really do this with the Karen Read trial, but I could pause the Turtle Boy hearing on DVR, let it play out, and then I could wait for a pause in the Karen Read hearing and then let the Turtle Boy hearing play. Now, that would mean we see the Karen Read hearing in real time, but don't get to see the Turtle Boy hearing until probably an hour later. I think that the Turtle Boy hearing is probably going to be so explosive on both sides of that case, which is, of course, as a reminder, Aiden Turtle Boy Kearney is a blogger, Turtle Man hybrid of sorts, who used to be close to Karen Read and her defense team until they had a falling out because Kearney is a bit of an idiot and leaked information to reporter Lindsay Gattani about how Karen Read had a direct relationship to the former U.S. attorney in Boston, Josh Levy, and Josh Levy's now suing the Trump administration on behalf of Harvard, which has set up this situation where the new U.S. attorney, Leah Foley, revealed information to Hank Brennan, whereupon it confirmed that Karen Read and the old DOJ in Boston under Josh Levy and Rachel Rollins and Dustin Chow were basically playing loose and fast with federal protective orders. The federal government was helping ARCA witnesses violate state protective orders. And remember, this is a very, very intense political situation because Josh Levy, the former U.S. attorney, is now suing the Trump administration. And let's just say President Trump doesn't really take kindly to people who sue him in that way. And frankly, I'm sympathetic to his position, mostly because I want to see Josh Levy and Rachel Rollins and Dustin Chow held accountable for what they did as to opening a pretextual federal probe into John O'Keefe's death, which is now confirmed as closed, simply because of political grudges against the Norfolk DA, Michael Morrissey. But yes, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I don't even know how to explain what could happen at 2 p.m. today. There are just intense allegations that in the context of the criminal charges Aiden Kearney picked up are initially brought in Stoughton District Court in October of 2023 and then handed up as an indictment on December 20th. 2023, 16 charges related to conspiracy, picketing a court or juror or witness, and then witness intimidation And then Aiden Kearney, of course, picked up 2 more felonies due to an incident on December 23rd, 2023, whereupon Aiden Kearney's bail was revoked for going over to Lindsay Gattani's house to try to look at messages between Lindsay Gattani and Kate Peter, because Lindsay Gattani had told Aiden Kearney that she got a new subpoena after Aiden Kearney's initial charges were handed up by the grand jury in those 16 indictments. So Aiden thought that there must have been some kind of new grand jury, perhaps into Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney colluding to intimidate such witnesses. So Aiden heard about the subpoena, and after a series of back and forth, initially started asking to go over to Lindsay's house. She didn't want him to come over that day at a certain point, but he kept asking. He eventually was allowed to go over, and then because Lindsay Gattani got subpoenaed related to the grand jury, a new grand jury, which did happen, by the way, and perhaps there's grand jury still going on to Aiden Kearney and Karen Reed. Who knows? Perhaps there was one last year. I don't know. I'm a towel, ladies and gentlemen. But needless to say, today's hearing is about this woman, Kate Peter, and there are allegations. We're going to read through the affidavit in a second. There are allegations that Kate Peter is an agent of the Commonwealth, and there's just a lot of things that could come up. There's an informant who got close to Kate. Now, here's what's shocking, ladies and gentlemen. This informant must have had a falling out with Kate Peter very recently, because there were screenshots shared on social media of Kate Peter talking to Kerry Roberts on the day of Kerry Roberts' testimony last week. And those screenshots of Kate talking to Kerry Roberts were sent to the informant, who then leaked it to Aiden, clearly, or his lawyers. So, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, you can't, that's so intense. The fact that Kate Peter was talking to some random person that she knew about her communications. She was sharing screenshots of messages with Kerry Roberts with this person. That's what the 2 p.m. hearing in the Turtle Boy case is about. But yes, I know a lot of you are probably saying, okay, Grant, we can talk about that at lunch. And yes, we'll talk about it at lunch. We're going to read this affidavit in the morning. But we should at least start with a recap of yesterday, don't you think, ladies and gentlemen? Because I'm a towel, you're all towels, and as much as I think it would be great to dive into that affidavit, it's not going to come up till 2 p.m. Rocket Star, welcome to the channel. I will add you as an honorary towel in a second. Give me just a few minutes as Towel gets everything prepared here, and we begin the day. We had a long day yesterday, Towel friends. We went for 10 hours. Towel's voice was pretty much gone by the end. It has recovered a little bit. Towel's voice has recovered just a little bit, and we're ready to begin the day. Now, we are going to talk this morning a little bit, as I said, about what happened yesterday, okay, in the Karen Reed trial. Then I know I know it's unpleasant. I know it's not exactly something folks want to talk about, but we can't just pretend the 2 p.m. hearing in the Aiden Kearney case about Kate Peter isn't happening. We can't just pretend that it's not a big deal. Jay, towel friends, keep an eye on this Jay character. Jay is not allowed to see Lion. Jay is to be watched very closely. Jay, you are not among the ranks of the honorary towels, which means all of those people and honorary towels shall monitor you closely. We do not permit sea lioning. I heard you sea lion on Kevin's channel. That is not appropriate. No sea lioning. Now, if you want to embrace Operation Towel Lion, I don't know if everyone has heard this plan. We have a plan to bring about a new peaceful world order rooted in preserving, demonstrating, and expanding one's capacity for small acts of service and universal love by peacefully invading northern France. Now, you might say, Towel, why? And, well, listen, it involves this convoluted plan to become a towel industrialist, gain benevolent influence over the government, send Semolina to Latin America to establish sort of economic redevelopment in the form of towel production, facilitate the rise of intercontinental cooperation between the Americas to protect the petrodollar and ward off the rise of the BRICS. And then, as a culmination of the plan, to find our towel homeland, we are going to peacefully walk into northern France, 7 million men, 14 million women, and 148 million Russians with towels. And we're going to say to the population of northern France, we are part of Operation Towel Lion. We come in peace, and we need this land as a space for the towel people. Now, I don't think this is going to go along. Yeah, Dewdrops, remember, all of the towel friends have the ability, because this is your blue wall of justice, to just time these people out or move them along. It's just a random person coming into the chat. They don't mean anything because they have a perspective. If they're sea lioning, they absolutely can be moved along. Our ethos of universal compassion, love, and toleration is buttressed by the rules, which are no discriminatory comments, no derogatory comments, and no sea lioning. Now, we're juxtaposing that to participation in Operation Towel Lion, but I don't think Jay wants to participate in the peaceful invasion of northern France to proclaim a homeland for the towel people. No, Jay, you were sea lioning yesterday, and you're on a very short leash. Now, if you want to participate in Operation Towel Lion, that's different. But sea lioning, absolutely off the table. Absolutely off the table. Hi, Lisa Cox. Good morning. We're going to get caught up on yesterday's coverage. We're just saying hello to the towel friends. And I just don't want to read this affidavit, but we have to talk about it because in the spirit of cogent towel discussion and the informed towel universe, with all the washcloths and flannels and soap dispensers and towelettes and beach towels and hemp towels and paper towels, there's so many people in the towel universe now who are anthropomorphic towels. It's tough to keep track, but we do our best. We have to be informed and cogent members of society, and therefore we must discuss what's going to happen at 2 p.m. I might be trying to avoid that, not because I don't want to talk about it. Obviously, Towel feels a little bit vindicated by the fact that this is all finally happening, because Towel has been raising the alarm, not because I disagree with Miss Peter. Miss Peter and I fundamentally think that Karen Reed, I believe, is guilty for killing John O'Keefe, but more, I think Miss Peter is just kind of like two heads of the same seven-headed dragon when we talk about Aiden Kearney. They used to be colleagues for a reason. So it's not that I want to talk about it. It's just I take no pleasure in the fact that I was right about the fact that Kate Peter is a fucking liability. I cut that off. I did my best. I'm sorry. Oh, thank God we were past the 10-minute mark. Towel has a rule now because we have Towel chats. Towel is not to fully cuss before the 10-minute mark on YouTube. I didn't know about this. Someone told me. Now, I don't cuss that much right now because someone the other day said, Grant, just one random commenter said, Grant, if you're truly a towel of God, well, they said man of God, then they said, I don't know if they were a man or a woman or a towel. They said, if you're truly a man of God, then you will not cuss. And then I said, okay, I'm going to onboard that situation and I'm not going to cuss. But in line with what we're talking about, I take no pleasure. I take no vicarious solace. This is not a Miss Havisham moment for Towel, with Kate Peter being Pip and Turtle Boy being some kind of tormented form of Estella. I don't want to think about that. This is not pleasurable for Towel. I'm not pleased, okay? And I don't want any of you to think that by us talking about this, I am doing some kind of victory lap or anything like that. It is frustrating to Towel. It is a reflection of a systemic breakdown. It is a reflection in some ways of witnesses and a power structure, I think, related to the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case that got cornered by a corrupt DOJ under Josh Levy, Rachel Rollins, and Dustin Chow, a DOJ that was willing to work with Karen Reed and Turtle Boy, and then in return, the Norfolk DA and the state police and some of the witnesses were willing to work with Kate Peter. Why? She used to work with Aiden Kearney until 2019. She deploys similar tactics. She's an internet nerd. She has a weaponized ring of people around her. I think she also catfishes people to catch like dangerous internet predators, which is a very noble pursuit. But the point is, she's just well situated to deploy against a Turtle Boy. And that's what they did, in my opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be an interesting 2 p.m. hearing. I'm a towel. We don't have a choice. What do you want from me? I must be my towel self. I must stay true to what I believe, what I have seen, what I have experienced, and it is entirely possible that two things can be true at the same time. Kate Peter could have been an incredibly insidious force, and Karen Reed can indeed be guilty of killing John O'Keefe. Yes, ladies, gentlemen, and fellow towels, that is my opinion, and I will defend that until my dying day, just as I will defend Lindsay Gattani's honor. And you all, towel friends, please do say a prayer and keep Lindsay Gattani in your mind. She is a witness involved in this case, and at 2 p.m. today, I am certain we will hear a lot more about just what Kate Peters' role was, with perhaps out Lindsay's knowledge at all, in engaging with the state police after the summer or fall of 2023 to go after Aiden Kearney. Was the subpoena issued to Lindsay on December 21st or 22nd, 2023 without Lindsay's knowledge? And for a very real grand jury, that did happen. An effort to bait Mr. Kearney? Who knows, ladies and gentlemen? Why did messages from Kate Peter and Brian Tully, the state police detective involved in Kearney's case, go missing from Lindsay's cell phone extraction while it was in state police custody? Ladies and gentlemen, why did that full 15-year extraction, including intimate moments of Lindsay's family history, Why did that get leaked by hand by Brian Tully to Aiden Kearney's lawyer right before the start of Karen Reed's first trial in a way that gave Kearney and his allies months of material to distract from the witnesses in the Reed trial at Lindsay's expense and her family's expense and her children's expense? Ladies and gentlemen, ask difficult questions. Be willing to never deify anyone, and always look at shades of gray when we talk about these insidious, overlapping, soft power, concentric social circles of influence. There is no loyalty when it comes to the pursuit of truth, fellow Towel friends. We must be loyal only to ourselves, what we believe, those we love, and the pursuit of universal truth. Yes, Towel friends, my values in order are safety, country, God, family, with academics thrown in there somewhere for good measure. Jay, you know what? I want him moved on. I don't want him here. I don't trust him. I don't like him. I don't like his vibe. I just don't like it. It's insidious. It just reeks of an aura that I don't want. So whether it's Def Otter, if Def Otter's here, or whoever, please, I don't like the aura. Thank you, Kim Cordeau. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just didn't like the aura. It wasn't the words Jay was saying, it's just, I got a bad vibe, and that's, it's a towel vibe. What do you want me to say? Yeah, Jay. No, Jay. No. And no. Just no. If you're going to, then fine. Sit quietly and don't say anything. No worries, Def Otter. I like how Def Otter's name got said, and then it was like a hearken call. I shall come to the chat. Good to see you. We're just talking a little bit about what's going to happen at 2 p.m. I'm avoiding reading the affidavit. I know that we have to read the affidavit. We can't just pretend this isn't going to happen. There's going to be a whole hearing about it, okay? But I don't really want to. Not because I care about what it says. I think some of it's just ludicrous. But I think there's some kernels of reality in there, and it's just a sad day. I don't think it's going to affect, per se, the outcomes of all this, but I just think it exposes to a lot of people in the orbit of the Reed and O'Keefe case and whatever that there was some misplaced trust in Miss Peter. And I don't know. It's not like currency when you get something like this right. It's more like I'm crestfallen and I'm sad and I don't like that this happened. The whole reason I was raising the alarm was not because I took pleasure in bringing attention to this. It was because I was trying to warn people. So I don't know, man. I don't know what you want Little Towel to say. Like, this is going to happen today. It's going to be quite a reckoning, and we are going to be here for it. Yes, the morning session will at least allow us to get into the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial and pick up on Jen O'Keefe's direct, but I don't know. Towel's a little bit lost for words. Maybe I need to have more of my, oh no, I did it again. I bought one of the energy drinks with like 2,000 milligrams of carnitine and taurine and 200 milligrams of caffeine. I think it's just hard for me to now be like, okay, well, Kate Peter was screenshotting messages with Kerry Roberts last week and sharing them with this random person who's clearly now leaking it to Turtle Boy and his lawyers. You know, that's like, what? Oh, goodness. All right, Towel friends, let's get caught up on Jen McCabe's testimony from the end of yesterday. How about that? Let's do that first. Why? Because I'm a Towel. My name's GrantSmithEllis. We're about an hour and 10 minutes away from the start of today's John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. We'll get caught up on Jen McCabe. We'll read. Actually, fine. We'll do the affidavit first. Fine. That is what Towel is being called to do. We will do it. Yes, Lisa Cox, I reflect pensively on my status as a Towel and my role in the wider Towel universe. And I shall do honor and do justice to that pursuit of universal truth. And uncomfortable truths, ladies and gentlemen, are sometimes the most important. There are two things in life that are very difficult. Rising above and treating people who even if they have some redeeming qualities, act in very abhorrent ways. Okay, there's no better judge of a person's character by how they act when no one else is looking, and how they act towards those who like do bad things to them or do bad things to others. That breaks the cycle. The other hard thing is to stare at uncomfortable truths, regardless of how we feel. You're from Zimbabwe, MJ Baker. Oh my God, I'm so pleased to have you. God bless you and all the people in Zimbabwe. From Towel to Zimbabwe, I say my hellos. I'm sorry to interrupt my spiel there, but to go back to the soliloquy, uncomfortable truths are a part of participation in the democratic process. We would become nothing but mere blind partisans if we simply, in the service of our friendships, absconded from that sacred duty to understand and process information that's relevant to the world around us and what we're engaging with in terms of trials or otherwise, because it's simply out of the pursuit of comfort or clout or friendship or loyalty. We can't do that. Think about what the former DEA agent said at the Canton Police Department audit. An audit that found no misconduct by the Canton Police, etc., regarding handling of evidence or otherwise. He's still the auditor, the 25-year DEA agent, Matthew Germanowski, I think his name is, stood up there and said, do you know what integrity really means? Integrity means being able to look at oneself or look at someone else and say, hey, you did something wrong here, and we need to work through it. We need to address it, and we need to get past it. That's what integrity means. And I, to my dying day, will stand by that principle, even if it's uncomfortable, Towel friends, for anyone involved. All right, so this is the affidavit that's going to be the center. We are not reading this gratuitously. By the way, folks, you may have remembered, people were asking me to read this Monday, Tuesday, whatever. We didn't read this till today. I said multiple times on the stream, not that anybody's critiquing me, but we're not going to talk about this until the day of the hearing. So Aiden Kearney's hearing is at 2 p.m. today. I don't think he can be there for the first part of the testimony in the morning, if any, because he's excluded for Jen McCabe's testimony. So we're going to read this, okay? Zimbabwe! Yes, we're saying hello to our friend in Zimbabwe. Oh, my word. I simply love the fact that there is a Towel friend in Zimbabwe. We have a Towel friend in South Africa. We have Towel friends in the UK, Holland. We have multiple UK Towel friends, Sheffield and Southampton, and we have friends all over the Towel world. And obviously, Towel does not want to read this affidavit, but we're going to do it. But Towel wants to talk about all the wonderful friends from around the Towel world. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name's GrantSmithEllis. We're coming up on 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Towel has, for the past 23 minutes, managed to do everything in the world but read this affidavit, not because he doesn't want to read the facts, not because this isn't important, not because it's not relevant to the 2 p.m. Turtleboy and Karen Turtleboy hearing related to Kate Peter, but because I don't want to be Miss Havisham. And if have you ever woken up in the morning and thought, should I be Miss Havisham today? Should I actually decide to extol the virtues of vicarious torment? And said no. That is how I feel. That is how I feel. Hold on, let's see. Someone said Turtleboy was saying something last night. Turtleboy was whining last night about that Cosgrove has said something about bringing up what? Bringing up what, Brown-Eyed Girl? Oh my goodness, you've left us on a cliffhanger. Give me a reason. It's a Towel universe. Yes, Brown-Eyed Girl, about what Tully said. Oh, about Tully and his family. Oh my word. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready at 1 p.m. for Howard Cosell Towel? Because I promise you, over the whole lunch hour as we lead up to this 2 p.m. Aiden Kearney hearing, if it could also be about Kearney, okay, should we watch these videos? Do you all want to see what Aiden Kearney said over the weekend about Brian Tully? Now listen, I'm critical of Brian Tully and his relationship with Kate Peter and that weird behavior with Lindsay's phone extraction and the leak of the phone extraction. I'm critical of Brian Tully. I would never say anything like what we're about to watch. Oh my dear goodness, I could not believe what Mr. Aiden Kearney had to say about Brian Tully. Okay, so there you go, folks. I guess we'll get a little reprieve, just a little Towel reprieve from the document, because first we're going to watch what Aiden Kearney had to say. Oh, hi, Towel friends over on X. It's a pleasure to see you. Good morning. We'll be starting off coverage of the Karen Reed trial in just over an hour and 5 minutes or so. It's coming up on 8 a.m. Eastern here. But before we begin, towel friends. No worried, brown-eyed girl. I'm going to add you as an honorary towel friend in a second here. Let me just get the video playing for the other towel friends. That is just an abhorrent reflection of Aiden Kearney. And look at this. If it's going to come up at the hearing today, if we're going to talk about the Kate Peter affidavit or about the affidavit about Kate Peter, we may as well talk about what Aiden Kearney said over the weekend. Shall we, friends? Let's look at the wonderful rhetoric from Mr. Kearney. Now, I want to be clear. I do not condone any of this. I am playing this for commentary purposes because it is a matter of public concern related to my right to petition the government to be more, to have more integrity, and also to insulate the government from words like we're about to hear from Mr. Aiden Kearney. So, ladies and gentlemen, take a listen to this. There is a graphic content warning ahead of this. Please do not have your children or small dogs or Chewbacca's or Stay Puft Marshmallow Mans around. And please do not lock the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in a basement again, Christina. Let the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man be free. He is fluffy. He is a food product. But disclaimer, just do Grant Howard Cosell Smith Ellis. Yes. Do not have your small children around for this video. It's also extremely blasphemous, so I want to apologize ahead of time to Jesus and God that we have to play this, but it is relevant to the public sphere and today's 2 p.m. hearing, so allow us to listen.
Tully is the mastermind of all this shit. Fuck that corrupt piece of shit. It pisses me off that he gets away with this shit. Fuck him. He was rehomed, but he's still involved in my case and tried to have me locked up again last month. He can go get fucked. Him and his stupid wife and his stupid family. I hope they all fucking die in a fire. Fuck them. If I found out tomorrow that Brian Tully was burned alive in the most painful way possible, I would be so happy. Like, I would be awesome. That'd be great. I hope he dies. Like, I hope pain and misery happens to him after what he's done to me, what he's done to Karen Reed, what he's done to my children. Like, I really fucking hope, like, I would get so fucking hard if you told me Brian Tully died in a car accident tomorrow. Brian Tully actually deserves to get hit by a car and die. Like, die. And so I don't give a fuck if he dies. I don't give a fuck who he leaves behind. I hope it's painful. I hope every single waking moment for the rest of his life is miserable, because that's what Jesus would want me to do. Okay, I go to church every Sunday, and that's what Jesus talks to me, and that's what he says: revenge. You can call me Journalism Jesus, and I plan on rising tomorrow from the dead. You guys don't know this. Tomorrow's Easter. Jesus is back with a vengeance. I mean, not to compare myself to Jesus or anything like that, but it's kind of similar. Like, getting nailed to the cross is much worse than losing a Facebook page, but they're both obstacles. You know what I mean? And they thought Jesus was down for the count, and they thought I was down for the count, you know? And what are they doing? What happened with Jesus after that? Oh, rose from the dead, literally started his own religion, one of the biggest religions in the world. There's a million sects of it now, of Christianity, that have been created. And yes, this is, you're right, yo. This is extremely disrespectful. I'm a devout Catholic, but I am extremely disrespectful. So if you want a respectful channel, you have come to the wrong place. It's about to get a million times more offensive than what I just said about comparing myself to Jesus. Okay? Like a million times. So I would just log off. Go watch something else. You'll be better off that way. Your feelings won't get hurt. There's a million ways to consume Karen Reed content. We don't have time for people like that over here. So,
well, folks, you heard it from the turtle's mouth. That was pretty messed up. One of the most offensive things I think I've heard in a long time. Just grotesque. And we're actually going to take a break before we read that affidavit about the Kate Peter situation. Oh, fine. We'll just read it so we can move on to the Aiden McCabe analysis. Oh, God. This is just... It's so ridiculous that it has come to this, ladies and gentlemen. Just ridiculous. Well, I can add brown-eyed girl to the honorary towel. Have you all ever seen towels so resistant? Not because he doesn't want to read a document, but just because he's so frustrated with actually talking about a subject. I love talking about subjects like this. I love analyzing documents. But this one, I take no pleasure in this. And I was right about some of this. I think some of this affidavit is outrageous. But I was right about some of this stuff. And I'm still not pleased with having to read it. Hold on. I have a backup plan to make Brown Eyed Girl a honorary member of the Towel Fold. I don't want to deal with it on my computer. I have done it. Welcome to the honorary Towel Fold. All right, no more excuses, Grant. Please, excuse, please. No, Grant. You are a towel. I shall do it. All right, here we go. You can see how I motivate myself to get things done. No excuses. Yeah, I'm not really sure if Turtle Boy thinks he's Jesus or if the Turtle Riders, like, I think the Turtle Riders are a little perplexed by this. A lot of them are religious. So I'm not, like, none of them are going to be okay with idolatry. And, like, it would be one thing if Aiden were just, like, apotheosizing himself, like, making himself a god. But that's, like, heretical, obviously. But it's way worse when you compare yourself to Jesus and the literally the Lord and Savior of multiple religions. Jesus is the most quoted prophet in the Quran, in fact. A lot of people don't know that. So yeah, it's just not a good it's just not a good look. Not a good look. All right, we're reading. Now comes this is in the Kearney case coming up, the Kearney case involving witness intimidation charges related to the victims Lindsay Gattani and Chris Albert and other named witnesses in the Karen Reed case. And then Lindsay Gattani obviously is in the orbit of that case because Kearney leaked information to Gattani about Karen Reed's direct connection to Josh Levy, the former U.S. attorney who's now suing the Trump administration and could potentially get them all investigated. Towel doesn't know anything about that, though. I don't have any connections anywhere. I don't even know what the government is. I'm a towel. Pay no attention to the man behind the towel. I am simply a towel. Yes, towel friends, I have no connections anywhere, and I am simply a towel. I don't know anything about local, state, or federal government, in fact, and I certainly don't know how to use satire. I'm just a towel. All right. No, I don't know if he's trying to be funny, Ed Jobs. I think he actually has a bit of, like, grandiosity, Turtle Boy. I think he may actually believe he is Jesus. I'm a little bit concerned. Or that Jesus talks to him, which I'm even more concerned about. Now, if you pray and you hear, like, a call from the Lord, I'm not one to, like, to judge that, okay? But the thing is, people who actually hear that kind of spiritual call, like, they don't, like, go out and pronounce it. They're not like, oh, like, the Lord talked to me. No, like, maybe a long time after it happened, someone might say, like, what was a moment in your spiritual journey that was very important? And they'd be like, well, okay, it was kind of private, but for example, I did this the other day. I was talking about back in 2013, I was praying to the Virgin Mary outside Baptist Library, and, you know, I put my hands on the shrine. The Virgin Mary is the patron saint of the Jesuits. So Madonna della Strada, Our Lady of the Way, they call her. So I was praying to the Virgin Mary, and, you know, it was a difficult time in my life. It was before I became disabled due to my surgery, but I was sick at the time with stomach issues, and I just didn't know if I was going to be a philosopher, a librarian, what was I going to do? And I'm praying to the Virgin Mary, and, you know, I'm listening to just the bird. It was late at night, but I was just listening to the sounds of a summer night. And yes, like, as I was praying, I definitely heard the phrase, like, the world is yours to behold if only you can abscond from your temporal inclinations. Okay, first of all, I did not go around proclaiming that I had been imparted some kind of divine guidance, because I was like, oh my dear Lord, I don't know how to take what you just said or what I just heard. I don't know how to process this information. It took like 3-4 months for me to be like, okay, maybe this means I should begin the process of discernment. Like, maybe I should become a Jesuit. I think I could be really good in the Curia. I want to reform some of the canon laws. At the time, Pope Francis hadn't overturned a papal bull from 1962 related to Canon 904, the violations of the Sacrament of Penance. We're not going to get into the details. But the point is, I was like, I can get into the Roman Curia. I could potentially help shape canon law. I really think I can reform this institution. It's kind of been led astray by the word of man. But I was not like proclaiming it as if the Lord had spoken to me. 10 years later, some people started asking, like, why are you so Catholic, whatever, and I talked about it. But and I think priests do something similar, like hearing the call is a very personal, private thing, but they will talk about it to explain to others why it's such a special thing. But anyway, the way Kearney was doing it, I didn't consider it satire. I considered it almost like pompous grandiosity. It was very, very, very interesting. All right. No more excuses, folks. No more excuses. Now comes the undersigned on oath, and hereby state this is going to be the subject of the 2 p.m. Simulcast Aiden Kearney hearing, so we're reading it. Now comes the undersigned and on oath hereby states the following. This is a court document, by the way. To the best of her knowledge, recollection, information, and belief, under the penalties and of perjury, this 21st day of April 2025. Now remember, this was signed April 21st, 2025. Thanks, Ed Jobs. God bless you. My name is blank. I reside in Massachusetts. I am of age and competent to make this affidavit. I have been friendly with Catherine Peter, hereinafter Peter, for close to a year. I have had multiple conversations. We're reading the affidavit. I have had multiple conversations and face-to-face interactions with Peter. Peter volunteered information to me, the affidavit writer, about the Karen Reed case countless times throughout our friendship. All factual representations below are from what Peter told me, the affiant, about her involvement in the Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney cases. During Karen Reed's first trial, Kate Peter was in regular communication with ADA Adam Lally. At one point prior to jury deliberations, Peter met with ADA Adam Lally for lunch. During this meeting, Lally told Peter that he knows the foreperson who is a retired police officer and he, the juror, is guaranteeing a mistrial, which doesn't make sense because if he was a police officer, he'd be guaranteeing, he wouldn't be guaranteeing anything but that he would try to vote guilty. So that part I already am suspicious of. I think this thing is peppered with some truths and some falsities. That's my opinion. This is what was verbally reported to me by Peter. Kate Peter told me she's paying, this is what the affiant says. Kate Peter told me, the affiant, she is paid $1,500 each month via Cashapp for her assistance in the Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney prosecutions. The reason I think this is weird is when I saw Kate Peter get an envelope of cash in a Chick-fil-A parking lot in the late winter, early spring of 2024. She said specifically, and this wasn't from the DA, she got it from a family member of someone involved in the Reed case. She said that this was so there wasn't a record. So I'm a little perplexed why then they would switch to Cash App. I don't know, maybe they were feeling untouchable. But yeah, that part struck me as a little weird. Peter believes that Karen Reed is innocent. That part I don't believe. I think Kate Peter has always believed Karen Reed is guilty. But she has to, quote, play the game. I, the affiant, interpret this to mean Peter's role is to publicly promote and advocate on social media that Miss Reed is guilty. Peter opined to me that if anyone killed John, it was blank, an asshole. We'll just say that was Karen Reed. But here's what's weird about that. I don't think Kate Peter playing the game is independent. I think Kate Peter believes Karen Reed's guilty, and Kate Peter was also playing the game to protect specific witnesses. So this affiant just isn't very, they kind of get it, but they're inserting shit that I think makes Aiden look good and Karen look good to the detriment of what Kate Peter was actually saying. So that's why I'm like as someone who knows this really well, I'm kind of okay, bullshit, partially true, some kernels of truth, but the framing Aiden and Karen, I know this is bullshit. You all are not as smart as you think you are. Kate Peter is, oh, by the way, this woman that we're reading the affidavit from, she had 5 outstanding warrants. They all got cleared up, or most of them in a few days, one of them yesterday morning. And she showed up with a private lawyer, according to the court docket. What's up with that stuff? I wonder who that lawyer's connected to. I bet we can find out. I haven't really looked into it yet. I think I wrote down his name or something. Peter opined to me that if anyone... So Kate Peter is, quote, very close with Hank Brennan. I don't know if I believe that. I think Hank Brennan's smarter than that. And has multiple conversations and meetings with him. Oh, no. Please tell me you didn't. I have personally heard Peter on the phone with Hank Brennan. Oh, dear God. Really? Who is this source? Sorry. During a phone conversation between Peter and, I think Kate said in a post it was her neighbor or something. So what, did Kate like try to brag to this person? Did she like trust her? This is going to be what comes up during the 2 p.m. hearing. Yeah, I heard though that Kate Peter got rid of one of her phones or something, but they might be able to get those records from Cashapp. I don't think Meredith has too much hair. Meredith is Aiden's current girlfriend. She is a mom, and I don't know, outside of like her behavior related to Aiden, I don't think she's that bad of a person. I don't know. She like has been relatively cordial to me, and so I'm relatively cordial back. We definitely don't agree like over Aiden's behavior, but we're not mean to each other. And so that's what I would ask you. I don't care what you say about Turtle Boy in the sense that you can express your opinions, whatever, but like don't degrade Meredith unless you're talking about her actions in the context of stuff that she was like doing on social media related to Turtle Boy. Because I don't think Meredith at her core is a bad person. I think she's just caught up in the hubbub of all this. I think Meredith would be like, actually, if Meredith like just didn't care about Turtle Boy and was more interested in just the case, and was, came to believe Karen was guilty or whatever, I think Meredith would be a beloved voice among the people who support justice for John O'Keefe. So you got to keep that in mind. Like, there's some politics, love, romance aspects to this. It's not all black and white. But yeah, don't mock Meredith, please. There's no reason to do that. And I'm talking about someone who has said mean things to me, about, whatever. Not that I care, but, we're rising above, folks. We're living the principles we talked about earlier. Okay, here we go. What? Okay. We don't need to listen. We don't need to be talking about people being on substances, whatever. We don't need to weaponize our opinions about that. Folks, if we're going to embrace this principle, I said earlier, the two hardest things in the world are showing compassion and grace to people who are cruel either to you or others, and confronting uncomfortable truths. And if we really mean it, if we actually mean that our spirit of compassion, universal love, and toleration is true, and these are principles and not just words on a page for people searching for meaning, then we have to embrace it in our actions at all times. And the test of those values are how we treat the people that have been cruel to others or whatnot, and that's how we break the cycle. So I don't know. I don't want to see any critique all you want, but I think we should uphold the same standards we would expect of any towel friend for even the people who we disagree with that might be vile and cruel. And let us show them the better way through the spirit of service to others, compassion, and toleration, which defines being a towel and a member of the constituent towel universe. Okay, so we're continuing. All right, I know we only have a few pages to go. It's only 4 pages. So, during a phone conversation, this is what the affiant is stating. This is coming up at a 2 p.m. hearing today, by the way. We're going to simulcast it. It's in the same courthouse as the Reed trial. Maybe the Reed trial will end early, actually, but who knows. During a phone conversation between Peter and Hank Brennan that I was present for and personally recognized Hank Brennan's voice, Peter told Brennan that her people leaked it to the media, referring to the federal investigation being over. That doesn't really make sense, though, because U.S. Attorney Leah Foley gave multiple law enforcement agencies authorization to make that confirmation, and the Brian Walsh prosecutors, days before Hank Brennan or the Canton Police Department issued their confirmation, said they had permission from Leah Foley to confirm the end of the federal investigation because Trooper Proctor was also involved in the Walsh case. So, ladies and gentlemen, that part, I mean, just some of this stuff, like I said, there's some stuff I think might have kernels of truth, and then there's some stuff that I just think that it doesn't even align with the factual record, okay? As of it, because Peter doesn't have people who could have leaked anything, because the Walsh prosecutors, days before April, whatever that was, whatever day this is attributed to, days before, had already confirmed the federal investigation was over with Leah Foley's permission. So I think that's just narrative spinning. Let's Let's see. As of April 15, 2025, Peter is not talking directly. So that means that they were at least talking as of April 15th. Peter is not talking directly to Hank Brennan anymore. They're using a third party to communicate now. Now, what's wild is that's a quote. So it makes me wonder if there are screenshots where Peter sent this in writing, which is wild. Peter states that she is untouchable, quote, because of everything she is doing to assist the prosecution, and that no matter what violations I'm charged with, Morrissey is keeping me out of jail. So Kate Peters is charged with multiple open felonies, witness intimidation, violations of court orders, etc. 2 felony witness intimidation maybe cases. I'm not sure which ones are still open. Lemonster, Stoughton, Dedham. She has these cases open, and some of them have special prosecutors in Norfolk so that Kate Peter won't have to deal with the Norfolk DA because of allegations of conflict of interest. Well, guess what? On one of the cases in Norfolk County, on the day Kate Peters' bail was supposed to be revoked, or at least there was supposed to be a bail revocation argument for Kate Peter, the Norfolk DA didn't recuse for that hearing, and Kate Peters' bail magically wasn't revoked. Peter, so that part I kind of believe. Peter asked me to go stalk, what? Peter asked the FI to go stalk Karen Reed in the Seaport with her and stated that Karen stays at the Omni Hotel. Well, everyone knows that. She stated to me that we can take photos to sell to the Daily Mail and that she has done that before. What? Whoa. I'm going to let that hang in the air a little bit there. Peter informed me that Jen McCabe bought her a, quote, brand new sectional as compensation for her assistance. So that part, like Jen McCabe getting stuff for Kate, I absolutely believe. Like whether or not, the thing is, people should have just been transparent. Like, okay, Kate does PR or PI investigations, whatever Kate's doing, public relations or private investigation work, whatever. I think Kate worked for a PI firm run by a guy named Marty Kraft that was potentially in the orbit of this as well. They should have just been transparent with it. But yeah, Peter was told by Jennifer McCabe that Jen McCabe informed Michael Morrissey that she is not testifying unless Turtle Boy is in jail. That was during the first trial. Michael Morrissey informed Jen McCabe that he would then have to subpoena her and Jen McCabe, and then McCabe told Morrissey, then we won't say what you want us to say. But the truth is the truth. So I guess she could say I don't remember, but she's not. Like, the truth is the truth, and Jen McCabe had the primary evidence that Karen Reed confessed to hitting John O'Keefe, and Karen Reed's car was at the scene right around 12:32 a.m., 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022, when Karen Reed was alleged to have backed up her car while drunk with a BAC between 0.13 and 0.29, which is 2 to 4 times the legal limit, at 24.2 miles an hour with her foot 75% depressed on the accelerator into John O'Keefe, thereupon causing John to fall to the ground, strike his head, suffer a catastrophic brain injury, become incapacitated, and then over the next 5 hours, because there was a blizzard going on and Karen left John to die outside in the cold, John's pancreas started to redden, which indicates hypothermia, and then Jen McCabe also confirmed that at the scene, John was basically frozen the next morning when Karen Reed brought Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts back to Fairview Road to, quote, discover John. This whole thing is ridiculous. I cannot believe anyone got involved with Kate Peter. Peter got rid of her phone the day after Aiden Kearney announced on his live show that he was looking to get personal communications of Michael Morrissey. Peter said to me they will never get the communications between, quote, Kate Peter and Morrissey. Yeah, I believe that Kate Peter got rid of her phone. You can still get the records maybe, I don't know, but I believe she got rid of that phone. The day that Peter showed up to protest at the Karen Reed trial, Peter informed me Jen McCabe paid me for her show of support. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know that pardon my language, do you know that Kate Peter didn't even organize those 2 protests at the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial during the summer of 2024? That was Lindsay Gattani and other people. It was not Kate. Kate was invited at the last minute. And then what's really messed up, if Jen McCabe paid Kate for that, if that's true, Kate Peter also on those days made posts on Facebook groups, 2 separate Facebook groups. And those posts, okay, both of them raised money to, quote, pay for lunch and reimburse people for sign-making material for those protests. None of the people at the protest, at least that I've talked to, knew that Kate was raising money for them that day. They all paid for their own lunches. I even have sources who said that Kate's friends who paid for their own lunches were going out in public afterwards and saying that Kate paid for their lunches when Kate didn't. Kate didn't pay people back for sign-making material. So is it possible that Kate Peter both got paid by Jen McCabe to go to those protests that Kate Peter didn't even organize, and Kate Peter raised donations without telling anyone at the protest and pocketed that money? Is it possible? Why was Kate Peter allowed to go on court TV that morning with Lindsay Catani? That should have been Lindsay Catani's interview, and maybe another member of the organizing group, not Kate Peter, not the woman who allegedly then used that opportunity to personally profit. Shameful, shameful. Towel is going to have some words with people in places. Towel assures you, ladies and gentlemen, not in a vindictive way, in a righteous way. I am a righteous Grant, Howard Cosell, Towel, SmithEllis, a righteous person. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue. My name is GrantSmithEllis. This is what's going to be covered at today's explosive 2 p.m. Aiden Kearney hearing, along with the video we just watched of Aiden Kearney calling himself Jesus and then telling him Jesus wants him to seek revenge, apparently by making threats of burning down police officers' homes, which was very concerning. But now we're reading about Kate Peter from an informant who apparently Kate trusted and sent screenshots to of her conversations with Karen Reed trial witnesses who are probably never going to trust Kate Peter again, regardless as to how today's hearing plays out in the Kearney case. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a towel. You're all towels. It's coming up on 8:30 in the morning. It's 8:21 Eastern time. We are waiting for the start of session in today's Karen Reed trial around 9 a.m., and we are reviewing this absurd affidavit, some of which I think might have some kernels of truth to it, some of the paragraphs, some of which is absolutely ludicrous. But my word, 2 p.m. could be a big day, an uncomfortable day, but a big day. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Do I know anything about India? Oh, Ingrid. I was like, wait a minute. Why do you want to? I know a little about India. I could talk to you a little bit about the skirmishes occurring right now in the Kashmir on the border between Pakistan and India. It's a very, very tense situation, ladies and gentlemen. Those are both nuclear-armed powers. But I see your question, dear towel friend, wasn't actually about India. It was about Ingrid. Now, Ingrid, according to reporting that I've seen, I think this Ingrid Burke, maybe, and her husband may have been people who were Karen Reed's friends. Karen may have even talked to Ingrid on January 29, 2022, or January 28, 2022, the day of John O'Keefe's death. There are rumors swirling that Ingrid may be one of the people who lent Karen Reed money via a loan. Is that possible? Who knows? But yes, Ingrid and her husband. Will we find out more about them? Time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, it's Murder by Maestro and Linda O'Gara and so many other towel friends. Murder by Maestro. I don't have any pillows or beanbags for you, my dear towel friend, but I will tell you your prescient prediction about Kate Peter was right. Murder by Maestro, we rose against the forces of subversive, overlapping, concentric social circles of influence, and we spoketh to the world the warning written in stone. Kate Peter is an insidious, dangerous liability, regardless as to her views on Karen Reed's guilt, and the powers that be must hearken the call of the Murder by Maestro in the towel. Hearken the call written in stone as to this danger, and did they listen, Murder by Maestro? No. The insidious forces of clout chasing and placating and friendship seeking and nonsensical money making came together, and they said to Towel and Murder by Maestro, how dare you? How dare you raise your authentic concerns? Some people are beyond being questioned. And no, ladies and gentlemen, the Towel and Murder by Maestro said back, the president's wife must be above reproach. Yes, fellow towels, this was not an unseen catastrophe, but rather a manifestation of a red, blaring warning signal sounding from the towel alarm. And this is the price history pays. To ignore its own syntactical, dialectical, synthetical form at its peril. We knew, says Murder by Maestro, we knew. Oh, the omniscient, prescient force that is Murder by Maestro. The 24-year-old man who speaks in hexadecimal language and only pretends to talk to us in English so that we won't realize he is actually part computer. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Howard Cosell Towel SmithEllis, and we're getting ready for today's 9 a.m. Karen Reed trial hearing. If you're wondering, Grant, you're talking in an intonation that makes this seem like this is some kind of bombastic bombshell horse racing extravaganza. Well, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. I don't really understand how the whole horse racing process works. It oftentimes just involves animals running in a circle, but we love those horses nonetheless, and we'll do our best to honor their sacrifice as they align at the starting gate. Judge Cannoni, the horse racing official, vigilant, watching as she does. Bob Alessi somehow gets confused, gets off his horse, walks into the infield, and starts lecturing the gathered spectators drinking their Coors Light about how Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man are actually responsible for Karen Reed's guilt. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is why we must take on the intonation of Grant Howard Cosell TowelSmithEllis. Yes, that is why we must reflect the true weight of the historical moment. Vico's historical recursive form, as embodied in James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, has nothing, ladies and gentlemen, nothing on the dialectical play upon the world stage that is Towel's coverage of either the horse race or today's Karen Reed and Turtle Boy hearings. We don't know exactly which one I'm talking about. Yes, I'm thrilled. All you towel friends are having a great time. Hi, you're a washcloth. Paul Doherty, all washcloths are welcome in the towel fold. Oh, truly welcome as I continue my Howard Cosell spiel. If you're not familiar with this channel, we watch court hearings, and then for some reason I take on the intonation of Howard Cosell and begin announcing the developments as if some kind of horse race. Yes, this is why you watch this stream, ladies and gentlemen, for erudite lay towel legal analysis in the form of a 1970s horse racing announcer. Could you want anything more from your morning? Truly, truly. Apparently someone was watching a comedy podcast the other day and they were like, you all have to watch. Who is it? Hold on, towel friends. It's very early, which can only mean one thing. Hold on. Oh, wouldn't you all like to know? Wouldn't you all like to know? You're like, what could possibly have happened where Grant, in the middle of his Howard Cosell spiel, could have to take a phone call? Oh, wouldn't you all like to know? Did you see what I did there? Oh, Towel is ingenuitive. Towel is adaptable. Towel is functional, absorbent, insightful, cogent, erudite. We're all towels today, ladies and gentlemen. All right, now we're kind of going nowhere with this. We need to get back to the affidavit. Stop distracting me. Oh, you saw it, but did you hear it? No, you didn't. Because I'm a towel. Oh, you're just going to have to interpret, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to have to just interpret. You'll have to figure it out. Sneaky towel. Towel is sneaky. Towel has just changed his entire mood. I'm not sure what we're going to do. I'm going to have to reset here as we come up in the 8:30 morning, 8:30 hour. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm both Howard Cosell and a towel manifest. We're reading through an affidavit that's going to be the subject of the 2 p.m. Karen Turtle Boy hearing as we await the beginning of testimony in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. JI5, Lisa Cox, Kim Cordeau, Ashley F. It's so wonderful to see you all. Towelettes unite. I can assert that towelettes are indeed going to take over the world with a wave, an absorbent wave of universal unconditional love and small acts of service. Yes, that is the principle of Towel Stream. Okay. Yes, JI5, I'm thrilled to see you here, as always, as I mentioned. I love the blue heart. Hi, Dixie Doodles. I don't know what you're talking about, Linda. I'm a towel. I got a call about, actually, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be honest with you, okay? I'm going to be direct. I'll tell you what the call was about. It was Chewbacca. Chewbacca informed me in very broken language. It was mostly a lot of yelling and words that I didn't understand. Chewbacca informed me that him and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, oh, by the way, I have good news. Chewbacca has changed his name to Chewbarca. Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man informed me that they are halfway to Fiji. They got on a boat somewhere around, I believe it was San Diego, California, and they are now embarking on a westward journey across the international date line to get to Fiji. When I asked them why they were on this journey, they told me that Chewbacca told me he had taken Arca and put them in the trunk. And the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man commandeered him against his will under duress to engage in interstate carjacking and kidnapping and take Arca to Fiji. Now, when I said that this was a violation of court orders, a number of laws, probably some kind of international violation, Chewbacca just got really upset, and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man threatened to become 200 feet tall and take over a small island. So I just let them go, and I know I shouldn't be revealing this because Turtle Boy or Alan Jackson or someone is now going to get in a fighter jet and fly over the Pacific Ocean to try to intercept and interdict and therein quarter and take possession of this ship, such as to prevent Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Arca from getting to Fiji. So there you go. That's what the phone call was about. I hate to have broken the confidentiality there. I don't think Chewbacca's ever going to trust me again with this information. Exactly. JI5, don't give it away. Alan Jackson's going to figure it out. He's going to get a plane. We're not going to see him in court because he's flying to intercept Chewbacca. What have you all done? I just wanted to read this document. Nobody traverses the Pacific. Listen, do not underestimate the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. If they want to get Arca to Fiji, those two are going to pull it off. Chewbacca and the Marshmallow Man. You all, yes, we have an emoji of Chewbacca and the Marshmallow Man. I forgot about that. This is absurd. This is just absolutely ridiculous. All right, listen to me. You are not going to prevent me from reading this document. I don't care how hard you all try. You all have made a valiant effort. You put every single ounce. You even deployed the Chewbacca and Stay Puft Marshmallow Man emoji. You went to the most wonderful, greatest towel lengths you could. But I swear
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial
sorry,
watchers.
hold on.
You know what a lot of the trials we cover
You know what that
the
means?
world.
We're getting ready to come into session. But listen, you have distracted me long enough. Your efforts to prevent Towel from finishing this document will not succeed. You have sent me in the circle, just a conflagrating circle. I'm going to run around so fast there will soon be embers emanating from the earth. They will take over cities. That's how we'll contain the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man as he rampages through Fiji. Enough. We are going back to the document. Stop it. No, Brooke, it's not my fault. They're intentionally trying to prevent me from finishing the document. They don't want me to. They have a plan. They deployed the Chewbacca and Stay Puft Marshmallow Man emojis. That's some kind of towel bat signal. That shows you the length the towel friends are going to help me avoid reading this. They know. They know. Fiji does sound very nice. I'd like to go there someday. Hi, Lucy R. How you doing? We're talking about how Chewbacca called me this morning and told me that him and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man kidnapped Arca, and they are on a boat heading to Fiji. There are rapidly developing. It's rapidly developing. When Christina comes in, hopefully she'll be able to generate us an image of this Chewbacca and Stay Puft Marshmallow Man boat trip. All right, here we go. On March 16, 2025, Kate Peter, told me she went to meet with Michael Morrissey and Jen McCabe at an undisclosed location in Braintree. When Peter returned home, she had a manila envelope in her hands. I mean, you can kind of tell who this person is, like when Peter returned home. So clearly it was her neighbor. Peter, and that makes it plausible that Kate really was telling this person things she shouldn't have, or like bragging. Peter has informed me that she has seen the emails that are subject to a protective order between the Karen Reed prosecution team and Jen McCabe. Peter reported to me that upon request of Hank Brennan, she provided the spreadsheet of all the free Karen Reed Facebook supporters to the Commonwealth for this upcoming trial. That kind of tracks because it would be used for jury selection to screen out people who lied during voir dire. I don't necessarily know if that's, inappropriate, but, I wouldn't be surprised Kate did that. Peter told me that Hank Brennan is providing information to the federal authorities regarding Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney because he wants them in jail for the trial. Yeah, I think the federal authorities are going to investigate Karen and Turtle Boy and the old DOJ, but I don't think it's going to happen before the end of this trial. And also remember, that state police unit that investigated Karen was the same unit that investigated that cleared Matthew Farwell for Sandra Birchmore's murder, only for the feds to arrest Matthew Farwell. So I think Karen Reed, Turtle Boy, Karen Reed's lawyers, Kate Peter, some of the MSP troopers who investigated the Birchmore situation, I think they all did bad things. Not in the Reed case, obviously, but, Karen Reed did bad things in the Reed case, but I think it was more in the orbit of the federal probe and the Sandra Birchmore investigation. Peter told me that Hank Brennan is providing information to the federal authorities regarding Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney because... Oh, I already read that. Peter told me she is going to, quote, start rumors about jurors being afraid to serve because Turtle Boy will go after them. Well, Turtle Boy has already been going after jurors who don't agree with him from the first trial, so I don't think Kate has to start any rumors about that. And, quote, everyone is working overtime to make sure that Turtle Boy can't be in the courtroom for the trial. I mean, you got excluded for a bunch of witnesses anyway, but Hank Brennan definitely called Turtle Boy in an attempt to do that, I think. Peter admitted, Turtle Boy also has valuable probative evidence as to Karen Reed and Turtle Boy colluding, but that's a different matter. I'm back. Hello. Towel has to monitor closely today. Towel has to monitor closely because my microphone is going up and down today, but that's okay. I'm with you all. Look, I'm back. I know I'm going to start seeing comments that say no sound, and then 5 seconds later, you all are going to say you're back. So what I was saying is, think about who is the only person to assert the Fifth Amendment in the Karen Reed and Turtle Boy case. Aiden Kearney. I know. Don't worry. In about 10 seconds. Yes, there you go. I caught it within 5 seconds. Who's the only person to assert the Fifth in the Aiden Kearney and Turtle Boy cases, or Karen Reed cases so far? The Karen Reed case so far, Aiden Kearney, the only witness to assert the Fifth. Then it says, Kate Peter admitted to me that she created, this is the FI, that she created the image of Karen Reed and Alan Jackson embracing that was given to the Daily Mail. Well, this is stupid because even if Kate AI made up that summer 2024 image, I published a winter 2024 image later than that showing Karen Reed very close at a bar in the Seaport. And I promise you that was not edited. That was a I zoomed in, but that was a real photo of Karen Reed now in Jackson. So I don't know. I guess that's the only real one now that doesn't have questionability as to its validity. In early January, Peter and I were discussing, this part I know is wrong, the Lindsay Gattani case against Aiden. I mentioned something about Gattani being pregnant, and Peter interrupted saying Lindsay wasn't. That's wrong. Kate definitely knew Lindsay was pregnant, and Lindsay definitely was pregnant. So that makes me think Aiden had this affiant put in some bullshit with the truth and mixed it all together. I understand that I'm not represented by any attorney connected to Aiden Kearney or the Karen Reed defense. Whoa, that's wrong. That's wrong. Did you mislead the court? Wait a minute. Who did this? I know who you retained as an attorney yesterday. Whoa. Maybe when you filed the affidavit on the 21st, but you had a private lawyer that showed up. That this person who wrote this document had a private lawyer that showed up with them in Brockton District Court yesterday. And I know who that lawyer is. And I was researching as we were talking earlier. I know who that lawyer is. They're connected to Bradel. You are associated with an attorney, maybe not in terms of this filing, but you have an attorney as of Monday, April 29th, person who wrote this affidavit, that is connected to Tim Bradel, who is Aiden Kearney's attorney. Whoa. Hold on, folks. Whoa. Explosive. Attention today. Hold on, towel friends. I'm back. I'm going to have to pay very close attention today. Now, don't worry. Even if the sound mutes when I hit my microphone cord, you will still be able to hear the sound playing from the computer or any of the videos we're going to play. All I was saying is we're transitioning to watch the first part of Jen McCabe's testimony. It was very short yesterday before we broke for the lunch break. At the top of the hour at 9 a.m., we are going to be back with Jen McCabe. So just getting you caught up. You didn't miss anything for that slight mute there, but I have to watch my microphone today because I'm losing sound. What we will talk about, folks, we're back. Don't worry, MJ Baker. It's only about 30 seconds. What we will talk about is the start of Jen McCabe's testimony. And here we're going to listen to Jen talk about how Karen Reed was asking about Ashley's mom, or Bella's mom, a woman John O'Keefe had dated years earlier, for some reason on the morning of 1/29/2022. Do you think Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were perhaps having an argument in the car between 12:24 and 12:31 a.m. that morning? And could it have been because Bella's mom was mentioned on the ride over because Karen and John needed directions, that Karen was angry at John for saying he was going to walk out of Karen's car without Karen? Now, John only went 36 steps, and he never moved from the lawn at Fairview Road after 12:32:16 a.m. when Karen is alleged to have struck John with her car while drunk driving. But ladies and gentlemen, was that the argument? Was that what it was about? Let's listen now. Hello, towel friends. My name is GrantSmithEllis. If you missed day 6 The bombshell testimony in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Ladies and gentlemen, at 4 p.m., the day's testimony ended with a heartbreaking description from John O'Keefe's dear friend, Jen McCabe, who had helped John raise his two, in many ways, raise his two double orphan niece and nephew. The day ended with Jen McCabe describing the scene as Karen Reed and Carrie Roberts and Miss McCabe initially discovered John O'Keefe's body frozen under a layer of snow after 6 a.m. on January 29, 2022, having been there for over 5 hours, according to the state, since Karen, according to evidence that will be presented to the jury, hit John with her car while drunk driving, backing up to 24.2 miles an hour, reducing to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond with a 4.7 degree steering wheel correction at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022, thereupon causing John to hit the ground, suffering a traumatic brain injury, and coupled with the hypothermia as evidenced by the reddening of John's pancreas leading to John's death. The horrifying moments Jen McCabe described to end the day. But earlier, Jen McCabe gave us this clip, ladies and gentlemen, and explained that Karen Reed inexplicably, in the moments before the three women pulled up after 6 a.m. to Fairview Road, was asking and talking about John, quote, cheating on Karen potentially because a woman named Bella's mom, who John had a relationship with many years in the past, happened to live in that neighborhood. Ladies and gentlemen, on the ride over, Jen McCabe testified earlier, where it was brought up, that Karen had also been told that Bella's mom's house was near the area that John and Karen were driving over to before Karen was alleged to have struck John. Ladies and gentlemen, was the fight that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe had in that car between 12:24 and 12:31 a.m. about John O'Keefe going in alone and whether Karen thought John was for some reason going to go cheat on her because the relationship was ending, and Karen herself had just cheated on John in his own home by kissing John's dear friend weeks before, after the January 15, 2022 Patriots game where the Pats got blown out in Buffalo 47-24 or so? Ladies and gentlemen, this clip says it all. It's short, but it goes right to the heart of Jen McCabe's testimony. Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were in an argument, as Karen told the EMTs, and we already heard. And that anger, that possession, that rage in Karen Reed boiled over after a day of fighting. Karen knew the relationship was ending with John, in my opinion, and she got angry. She was drunk. She had 9 drinks. Her blood alcohol level was 2 to 4 times the legal limit. She crashed into John. Why? Because of what Miss McCabe is about to testify to, I believe. And it was because Karen was jealous and possessive. And even the thought of John going into a house in a neighborhood around his ex-girlfriend from years ago was enough to set Karen off. Let's listen.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
Didn't know what the hell she was talking.
Okay, hold on, friends. I'm seeing that we are back for more court. They kicked us out of... Hold on, I'm back. Maybe I should go to CrimeCon. Sorry, it took me a second to get unmuted after the video finished playing. I had to click back over to the stream, but you all got to see the video. And what I was saying is we are now going to look at the devastating conclusion of Jen McCabe's testimony. But before we do, a moment of levity. Ladies and gentlemen, did you all see? This is the call that I got. This is why they called me. I'll admit it, I was with them last night. I was in the car. Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and a towel were driving to San Diego late at night. We were going in some kind of car. Yep, we're back. Don't worry. I fixed the sound quickly. We were driving together to San Diego. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why Chewbacca called me this morning. As you can see, the Stay Puft Marshmallows man said Alan Jackson will rue the day he mentioned his name. I said, Chewbacca, take the wheel. And Chewbacca says, I have no idea what I'm doing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for court to start. We're not ready just yet, but we're getting ready. And you know what that means. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to watch the last minutes of Jen McCabe's testimony before the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, I have one more thing to show us. One more thing indeed. Now, where's the last moment of Jen's testimony? Oh, did I not upload it? I thought I did. No, I guess I didn't. Okay, that's all right. Hold on. I have another plan. I have another plan because we are almost ready to go into session. Ladies and gentlemen, now watch what's going to give it 1 second here. Give it 1 second as Towel prepares to get things ready for you. You are going to, on the Towel stream, be the first people to see us come into session before the rest of the world because we are informed, erudite, and observant towels. I'm glad you all liked my meme with me in the backseat of the car. Chewbacca is a terrible, terrible driver, just like Karen. I was terrified the whole ride out to San Diego. We were in a special car that goes like Mach 6. I couldn't feel my... Oh, no. Folks, we're coming into session. Get ready. Or this could be the audio test. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen. Allow Towel to bring this up on your screen. Give me all of 6 seconds here because I'm a towel. Do you know why they call a towel a towel? Because it's a towel. But yes, we are getting ready to join the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial at just a few minutes at the top of the hour. Court is getting ready to come into session. And the observant towels that we are waiting patiently, observing. Towel will take on his David Attenborough persona. We watch closely for the Karen Reed in her natural habitat. The Hank Brennan, master of his domain, arrives slowly, methodically, with his briefcase. He is Hank Brennan. He is an honorary towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the start of today's hearing. And as we do that, I will keep you all updated. Now, let us do a number of things here, dear towel friends. We are waiting patiently, observantly, being good towels, and court should be starting up just any moment. Now remember, yes, Karen did say she was the husband of a Boston cop for some reason while holding a weed whacker one time and yelling at someone. Karen is certainly a Karen. Oh, there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, you can now see on your screen in real time. I am Grant Howard Cosell, Smith-Ellis towel again. You can see in real time into the courtroom. And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, when we begin today's coverage, you will be the first people in the world. You're going to get about a 30-second overlap, okay? 20 seconds between the real-time feed and what we hear in the courtroom. But that's okay, towel friends, because then we will turn over to the feed. We will not watch the fan. We do not watch the fan on Towel Stream. We watch the light. If the court camera pool operator shows the fan, what do we say? Down with the fan. We shall petition the government for redress of our grievances pursuant to the First Amendment and bring down the fan. We are towels who observe the light of our shared world, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, we're getting ready for Jen McCabe's testimony to resume. We get ready. We are watching closely. We have all the towel streams ready. And you know what I will do, ladies and gentlemen? I'm actually going to get ready to turn this over. I'm going to prepare the Karen cam early. So bear with me. You are going to have to watch the fan for a second. Christina's here. Christina, listen. Earlier in the stream, I got a secret towel call from Chewbacca, who we now call Chewbacca. Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man are on a boat traversing the Pacific Ocean. They have Arca in the trunk, and they are escaping to Fiji. There are reports Alan Jackson has commandeered an F-16 out of Otis, which may be called Joint Base Cape Cod now, and is flying at hypersonic speeds to intercept the vessel. So, Christina, I must tell you that this is the breaking story of the morning, not the Kate Peter, Aiden Kearney hearing at 2 p.m., which it could be bombshell. No, it is Arca and it is Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man escaping to Fiji on a boat, and we may need a picture. Yes, okay, we do hope clips will be played of Hank Brennan. All right, hold on. Towel's going to disappear. I'm still going to be with you to commentate. Towel Attenborough in his natural habitat. Karen has been marshmallowing all her resources, says Murder by Maestro. Karen is not a towel. We have decided. Someone asked yesterday in one of the groups, they were like, why do Grant and all of his towel friends refer to themselves as towels? And then also, why does Grant say Karen is not a towel? All right, towel friends, hold on as we prepare. As of course I mentioned, when court does come into session, you're going to get a slight heads up. You might get a little bit of overlapping audio. Don't worry, because you're going to hear court come into session before anyone else. And then we will see the court feed come into session, and unfortunately you might have to watch the fan for a little bit. There's nothing I can do, ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels. I do my best to insulate you from having to watch the fan. We all know, all the towel fans know, that the fan is just completely unacceptable. Yes, towel friends, we do not support the fan on Towel Stream. We are fans of the light. Notice the irony there, no pun intended. Even using the word fan, I feel like, should be verboten. And there we go, towel fans. The towel fans, oh no! What do? We have a situation where people who are fans of towels are inadvertently being described by the very word that we are protesting. The fan camera from the Karen Reed trial. And ladies and gentlemen, bear with me here as I get your comments up on the screen. There they are. Apparently people really enjoy laughing at Towel Attenborough as we prepare for Karen Reed's arrival at the 7th day of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Towel Attenborough, and I'm here with you monitoring closely. We watched the Karen in her natural environment, without handcuffs, although hopefully those will come one day soon. We watch the Karen. We await the Karen. We are observant students of nature. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are more than just mere towels. We are students of the courtroom ecosystem. And in so doing, we observe the miniature of this interesting and chaotic and tragic case. Who's Chewbacca Marshmallow? Diana and Natalia, you'll have to talk to your towel friends. There's a very highly confidential series of reports going around. Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man are with Arca. They are on a boat heading to Fiji. That's all I can tell you. The rest is confidential and privileged. It's a need to towel no basis. No one is to help Alan Jackson navigate his F-16 into the Pacific Ocean or over the Pacific Ocean to intercept Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. We will get them to Fiji, ladies and gentlemen, if it is the last thing that we do. If you're wondering what's going on, we're waiting for the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial to come into session, and my name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel. Now, I have bad news for you fellow towels. We're going to have to watch the fan for a second here. We're going to have to do it. It is a requirement. We are going to monitor the fan. We are going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to torment. Oh, no, it's the fan. We have been presented with the worst of all possible situations, ladies and gentlemen. The fan. The dreaded fan. But I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Towel will not be deterred. I will provide you coverage. We will continue to watch. I have upgraded the quality of the fan. Well, I still resent having to look at the fan. No, we're not going backwards. What are you doing? How dare you? Time traveling is not allowed on Towel Stream. Well, maybe one day. We have to work on creating some kind of time travel machine. I haven't really thought that fully through yet. It'll be after we get Semolina down to Latin America. You know what I'm saying? Got to prioritize the development of the towel industry before we go about all these other chaotic conflagrations. But yes, towel friends, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and I am not a fan. I am a towel. And I stay with you as we... Ed Jobs has a breaking report that Chewbacca might be on the defense's witness list. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the worst of all scenarios. It means Alan Jackson may have actually managed to fly over the Pacific Ocean in an F-16 with Karen's donation money and somehow intercept and interdict Chewbacca as the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man drove him on a boat over the Pacific Ocean. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very important developing news. It's clearly the most important. Hi, Liz Provo. Great to see you. Allow me to welcome you to the ranks of honorary towels. Give me 1 second. We're still waiting for the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial to come into session. as a David Attenborough's combined with Bob Cosell towel, I am paying close attention to all the developments for you, towel friends. Yes, that is the erudite and cogent analysis you come to this stream for, to hear about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man escaping to Fiji on a boat, with Alan Jackson close behind, driving an F-16 from Joint Base Cape Cod. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I know that is the reason you all tune in to Towel Stream. It's not for the coverage of the case or the primary source documents or my erudite lay towel analysis. It is because I cover important breaking developments like Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man escaping to Fiji with Alan Jackson chasing them in an F-16. Yes, I know that kind of exclusive analysis and commentary is why so many of you turn into Towel Feed. Yes, we've put it all together, Towel friends. We have made it make sense. We have analyzed the full context of why you all are watching Towel Feed, and it is because of the real-time updates about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yes, listen, Chewbacca, listen. Christina, one of the things here is we cannot give away the actual plan to get Chloe to Fiji in a Chewbacca costume. We've planted the false information out there that Aiden Kearney is Chewbacca in a wig, okay? We've perhaps reported not the exact country that Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man are fleeing to. We've dropped a lot of information to keep the Karen Reed defense in their F-16 fighter jet off the trail of Chewbacca. But yes, I don't know if we went away, but we are back. We're waiting for the start of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial hearing. And if you're wondering, my name is Grant Howard Cosell David Attenborough Ellis, and we are keeping Smith Ellis, and I'm a towel. And I have a propensity or a proclivity for some reason for talking about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Now, you may think to yourself, Grant, that is an odd way to wait to help people get prepared for court to start today. And I can't really debate you with that. It is very odd. I think it's obviously not a sardonic commentary on the ridiculous nature of Karen Reed's defense. Obviously not. It is, I'm just a towel. And so, you know, in talking about the, so that's what I was going to say. Christina, listen, I appreciate all of your important work, but part of our work here is we can't let the Karen Reed defense know that Chewbacca is Chloe in a wig. That, like, the whole plan falls apart if you tell the Karen Reed defense that Chewbacca is Chloe in a wig. How are we supposed to get Chloe to Fiji if Alan Jackson realizes that Chewbacca is Chloe in a wig? Do you see what I'm saying here? You must think through your disclosures in some sense, because otherwise we are just completely screwed. We cannot get Chloe to Fiji if Alan Jackson realizes that the Chewbacca entity with a bodyguard in the form of a 200-foot tall Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is actually Chloe. My word, friends, we have to think through some of these things. I'm not trying to be pejorative. Exactly. Thank you, Christina. You just got to think through the disclosures here, or you're going to end up putting Chloe right in the crosshairs of Alan Jackson's F-16. I don't know who gave Alan Jackson an F-16 fighter jet to begin with in this story. That was a terrible idea. My name's GrantSmithEllis, folks. It's 9:05 now. You're not losing it. We are not yet in session in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. How do I know that? Well, because as soon as we come into session, we're going to get a 20-second advance heads up, and you are going to hear that come over your speakers. Because my name is Grant Smith Attenborough Cosell Towel Ellis. That was a lot of middle names there. This is getting a little... Oh, folks, it's the Karen Cam. 20 seconds. We're coming into session. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a towel. Get ready for it. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, we monitor the Karen Cam. The Karen, oh no, what are you doing, Karen? Somebody cover that up. Give her some decency. Oh, goodness, what are you doing? Why are you showing that? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I didn't want to commentate on that. I don't know why the camera had to show that. We are respectful, dignified towels here. The Karen cam is live. The David Yannetti cam is live. Karen goes back to her person on a bench. We wait for court to come into session. Towel is monitoring. Towel Attenborough. It could be a little more than 20 seconds. Seems we have early Karen cam access. That means, all right, hold on. Towel Attenborough here. Observing the Karen in her natural environment. She is in a blue suit today. A sky blue suit. Bill Reed looks off into the distance. Decimated. We see someone walk in front of the camera. Karen holding a laptop. The Karen in her natural courtroom environment. The Karen moves forward. She shouldn't show her laptop screen to the camera. She manages not to. The Karen goes back. She hunches over. She is a hunched figure. She looks like Chewbacca. Well, not really. She spins around in her chair. She sticks her tongue out. The Karen, methodically waiting. We're getting ready, folks. We're getting ready. We are not yet in session. I'm a towel. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Oh, don't forget to support Towel Stream. I forgot to do the 90-minute read. Ladies and gentlemen, you can support Towel Stream by looking at the information in the YouTube link. Towel for the next 24 hours to get to the 1st of next month. Would really appreciate Venmo or Cashapp donations or PayPal. I know Deaf Otter might have the copy paste, but yes, we only do this every 90 minutes. It's a public information service. We're going to come into session any minute here. Wait, folks, about 20 seconds. Hank Brennan will be starting the day. I'm a towel. God bless you all. God bless the O'Keefe family and Hank Brennan. I'm still a towel. The Karen intently focusing on her screen. I've gone from David Attenborough to just a horse racing announcer. Call me Grant Howard Cosell, Towel Smith-Ellis. About 20 seconds now, ladies and gentlemen, even less. Get ready for it. I'm a towel. Oh, thank you, Deaf Otter. God bless you for posting that. I wanted to focus on recentering the screen. We should be coming into session right about now. Towel loves you all. We're waiting. We're waiting.
What?
We're here.
6, 8, 11?
6, 8, 10.
6, 8, 10.
Is now open and seated.
Commonwealth versus Reed. Counsel had asked to see you before the jury came over, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So what is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed clips 12A and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
You have 12 from yesterday? You have 12 from yesterday, 12As in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe, and then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
All right. What do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not cure the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance to his case of what Ms. Reed said and her statements. That's obviously admissible as a admission of the party opponent in the defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. Hearsay is hearsay. If you want to get the clips in to do so, I would vote the objection to that as long as they were in context. And if they pass the relevancy test, but it doesn't cure the hearsay issue.
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said, at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect, if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. and John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right, and I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but
Right.
this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, and then those clips can come in.
Great, fantastic, thank you.
All right, so we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is for it to not be played with Ms. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right, let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay. Why don't? Yes. Yes.
You are.
All right, towel friends, GrantSmithEllis here. You heard it. We're going to see some devastating clips about the fact that Karen Reed was oddly inquiring about whether John O'Keefe was going to cheat on her because they were going to a neighborhood where ex-girlfriend Bella's mom for John did live, even though John hadn't seen that woman in years. Was that what Karen and John argued about in the car over to Fairview? We just heard that Jen McCabe also mentioned Bella's mom in the morning. Or Jen McCabe mentions Bella's mom to help John and Karen get over to the house, the area Bella's mom lived. On the drive over, did Karen and John argue about that? Is that why Karen was mentioning Bella's mom the next morning on the drive back to Fairview with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts after 6 a.m.? When they whereupon the women discovered John in the same place, having never moved from when John was struck allegedly by Karen Reed, who was drunk driving in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour, hit John with her car allegedly, and then left him to die on the lawn at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022? We'll find out. Tune in today, folks. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Sorry, I was making a clip, towel friends, and I'm going to share it now. All right, towel friends, I'm with you for this extended sidebar. We have things to talk about, then the jury's going to get brought over. My name is Grant Towel Attenborough Howard Cosell Smith Ellis, and I will be with you throughout the day. It's great to see so many of the towel friends popping up into the chat. I really appreciate everyone who's liking the video, everyone who's subscribing, everyone who's sending support to Little Towel. I saw someone made a donation. I just want to say thank you. Towel needs, I only need to get through maybe like 24 more hours, but the end of the month is always the hardest for Little Towel. So God bless you. And we are going to do it. We're going to do it, towel friends. We're going to get through the morning recess, which is just for jurors to come over, and then we shall go right into session. And don't forget, there are other ways to support Towel's public information service. There are no sponsors here. There's no ads. Maybe I'll get 7-Eleven to sponsor me one day. But for now, you can like the stream. You can subscribe to the channel. You can do acts of kindness. And we're back into session. Maybe not. Bear with me, towel friends. A few more seconds here. Be kind to your fellow towels. Show the world love is possible. My name's GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel.
Hear ye. All present have any business before the honest Beverly Kearney, before the honest Beverly Superior Court, before the country of York Court. Join me, give your attendance, join me, shall be heard, give your attendance, by St. John, Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
We appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that will be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Good morning. Follow me, please.
Mr. McCabe, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
May I proceed?
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 for the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Is this a Ring camera right here? Looks.
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
Yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? Those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 11. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned earlier in the night you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Objection.
Sustained as to form, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to... Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
With,
45. Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for what emergency.
Yes, I need someone from the third floor, third floor Fairview Road, Vietnam, that they impact out in the snow.
Can't hold on, but can't you connect to know, okay?
Yeah, no, I did that.
He has the time to stay on.
I'm 15 feet, like 50 guys that area, 6 feet, okay?
I'm a transit line,
Okay. I know. Where's the market? I don't keep my concern.
911, what's your emergency?
Someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Camden, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the snow, 34?
Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Camden, Mass, yes.
911 is on your bulletin, where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, what else?
He's gonna get here, okay?
Okay, what's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend. His name is John O'Keefe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to heat and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we already have the fire department going. I just got to know.
Okay. Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
You guys do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
I'm right up front of the car. I know, I'm on the phone with the Andrews. I know, honey, I know. Carrie, you gotta get off of me. Carrie, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He has been out.
They've been out drinking?
Yes, I'm talking hours about maybe, and I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head out?
Yes, possibly. There seems to be bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face? All right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out of the nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if you want CPR, and just give us a call back if you become a response, right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side, but then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister, and she didn't answer. And then I called her as I was walking over to John, and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground, and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, I'm not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT, so the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away, and then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead, is he dead, is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers, I don't remember their names. There were EMTs, I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
You're active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Did children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset, and one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling, and I think they were just trying to, get work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of the, Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser, or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis, so when I am out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up, because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up, because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me, and then I think she took off. Like, she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to, sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us, yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy, and I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustained. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of...
I'll move on.
Oh, okay, I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar for just a minute, please.
Towel friends, my name is GrantSmithEllis. We're watching live as Jen McCabe has just confirmed Karen Reed confessed to hitting John O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022. We zoom out. We see the O'Keefe family and friends sitting. We see Miss O'Keefe. Karen walks over to Sidebar. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Join in, watch the continuing testimony. God bless Miss O'Keefe as the camera zooms in. All the Towel friends express their good wishes and condolences. We'll be back into session any minute now, Towel friends. Join us live, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. All right, Towel friends, coming back into session in about 10 seconds now. And I will turn it over now.
Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door, I went in, and I walked over to the bed, and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me, so much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up, and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go, and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs, yes.
And upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No.
How long was that conversation, do you know?
Not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
Okay. At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57. Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview. Could you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please?
have front problems? Can you run? Can you run? Huh?
Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
And is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video. If we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, let me get the time correctly, 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Okay. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Carrie Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Miss Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I don't want you to guess. Just if you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that Carrie on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in that group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please. Thank you. If you could move ahead to 6:19, please. Is that you, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please? Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Okay. Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please. At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15. Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it, and I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened, and then soon after he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please. Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it, yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described for us you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please? Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it's 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lank spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her, but then Officer Lank said that one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong... I think deep down I knew that John was gone, but you know, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope, maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No.
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
No, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
So just move on.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Okay. And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout, when I was still at Fairview, or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came, to give him a call.
And did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group, or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that was still sleeping, and I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this news to them and comfort them, and I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home, or after?
A quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
Okay. At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Okay. Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after. Approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Okay. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came in?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home, and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then She had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them. A few hours later, I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear. Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text messages from other people? Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and our sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar?
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your two daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, co-workers, loved ones. The car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Kerry and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter? Don't give me a name. Kerry's daughter?
Kerry's daughter, yes.
And was Kerry's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Kerry's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Ms. Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Kerry's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Kerry are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
Okay. When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Kerry was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Okay. Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Kerry and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Kerry.
At some point, did you get together with Ms. Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Kerry to do a timeline, so Kerry came over and we were sitting down talking about it, and so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request, did you ask you to do that? Did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
So I'm going to sustain disregard. There is disregard.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot. Or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Objection.
Ask a different thing.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a piece of paper, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
Do you know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can use this as an exhibit.
Okay. Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it at sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it, moving in and exhibit. I do have objection.
Okay, I'll see you at sidebar.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, towels. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We are at Sidebar. We're watching pensively, closely, observing the Reed family. The light, ladies and gentlemen, it is the light. We have seen the light. We are waiting to come back into session. Will the evidence of Jen McCabe consenting to giving all of her information over to state police come in? 20 seconds, towel friends. 20 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, my name's GrantSmithEllis. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the stream if you like towel feed. Support this public information service. I'm a towel. You're all wonderful towels. Do kind acts of service for each other as well. Thank you for paying attention on this short sidebar break. My name is Grant Howard Cosell, Smith Ellis, David Attenborough towel. Talk to you soon. Wait, I was a little early.
Thank you.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts and you try to memorialize your memory about what had happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time?
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters, I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that? I do.
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to well, what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment,
right,
and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were
truth.
yours.
It's the truth.
Okay. So, for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was, or is, of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss Reed?
Any conversations. Just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about things, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Miss Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together, is this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Would you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things
Sure.
besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We talk many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a
talking
huge
about-
part of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
didn't hear you.
I believe it just, I meant traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Miss Roberts' perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial, yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case, so I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year?
No.
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom at approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
Of course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or Trooper Tully was there at 1. Trooper Buchanan was there at 1. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure, understood.
I apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I would say, again, I didn't write them down. Off the top of my head, I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin perhaps, Mr. Nelson perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was the most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call In regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned, either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call them 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I watched.
Paper transcript or?
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
Do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
I don't. He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform.
Mm-hmm.
How you came across, your demeanor in the last proceeding. Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial to, the last proceeding to this trial, my mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children, and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end? I object.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way, did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting, I think, was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure.
Okay.
But it was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at, 34 Fairview, that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family?
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly,
okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton,
okay.
yes.
All right, obviously it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not 100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated?
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle?
Mm-hmm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by a nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the shortened name for Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deedee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks?
Yes.
There are, I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing?
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole?
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family?
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th?
Yes.
Special events?
Yes.
Spend weekends together?
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together?
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabe's, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times. You didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that. Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, Brian was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there is some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family, is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you, correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay. And Canton Police Department, there's also some connections there as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
You know what? I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
Second. I'm with you. Hello, I'm Towel. We are at Sidebar. What a moment, ladies and gentlemen. What a moment. Alan Jackson has pulled the 6th degree of separation, 6th degree of Chewbacca defense. Alan Jackson asked Jen McCabe a question about Trooper Proctor and got it completely wrong. And Jen McCabe had to correct Alan Jackson, making him look like a fool in front of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, what a moment. We look at Paul O'Keefe, the O'Keefe family. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to that moment that Alan Jackson couldn't even get that right on his cross. Ladies and gentlemen, what a moment. Oh, wait a minute, that's not the right stream. What a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Let's rewind here. Let's listen to Alan Jackson get corrected.
DEE.
Your father lives close by, and you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes.
Members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family, is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Okay, hold on.
Objection.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. We are watching live as Alan Jackson gets completely befuddled on his cross of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe's friend Jen McCabe, who heard Karen Reed confess to saying I hit him on the morning of John O'Keefe's death. We are about to listen to Alan Jackson get confused during his own question and get corrected by Jen McCabe. We are at Sidebar during the morning session.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you, correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay, and Canton Police Department.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it right there. Alan Jackson deployed in real time. In real time, ladies and gentlemen, the 6 degrees of Chewbacca defense for Karen Reed. He asked if Jen McCabe knew someone who was related to Chewbacca, who was related to the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, who was friendly with some kind of 200-foot tall clone of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And then I think he eventually asked if Chewbacca was actually a dog in a wig. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson has gone completely off the rails. We have entered morning recess in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Let me bring myself up on the screen as we continue this clip. Towel friends, feel free to come join the discussion. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. You may join in with the Towel friends. You may participate in chat. You can talk about Alan Jackson's very rare deployment of the 6 degrees of Chewbacca defense. How often do you see a lawyer, not well paid though he may be for this case apparently, deploy the 6 degrees of Chewbacca defense? It is just a never before seen question. You heard it in real time, ladies and gentlemen. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We're waiting for court to come back into session. Yes, you have just seen Alan Jackson deploy a question that was a very rare real-time utilization of the 6 degree of Chewbacca defense. Alan Jackson asked Jen McCabe, who had just confirmed to jurors that Karen Reed had confessed to first respond at the scene of John O'Keefe's death, that Karen Reed had hit John O'Keefe. Karen said, I hit him, Jen McCabe told the jurors. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Jen McCabe confirmed, as Ian Whiffen, this expert from Celebrite, has already testified, that Jen McCabe Googled how long to die in cold at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. on January 29, 2022, at Karen Reed's request. And then Alan Jackson gets up on cross, and what does he ask, ladies and gentlemen? He asks Miss McCabe, is it true that you are friendly with someone who is the sister of Chewbacca's distant cousin, who's actually an Ewok, who knows Chewbacca, who spoke to the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, who one time knew the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man's 200-foot tall clone as it rampaged through New York City? And my word, ladies and gentlemen, no one saw the deployment of the 6 degrees of Chewbacca defense coming. The witness was taken aback. The court itself was taken aback. And that is how we went into morning recess. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, in the heartbreaking case, hearing about John O'Keefe, the testimony that Karen Reed admitted to drunk driving with a BAC, which was further extrapolated according to her own blood alcohol content, to be 0.13 to 0.29 at the moment of impact with John's body when Karen backed up her Lexus allegedly to 24.2 miles an hour, reducing to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond with a 4.7 degree steering wheel correction to the right, whereupon Karen allegedly struck John he went to the ground, made contact with the ground, suffered a traumatic brain injury, and then was left to die in the cold in a blizzard, therefore inducing hypothermia as evidenced in the medical record by reddening of John's pancreas, and in turn leading to John's death. Ladies and gentlemen, it is heartbreaking. The jury heard testimony from Jen McCabe that John O'Keefe was frozen on the lawn when he was discovered after 6 a.m. the next morning. The phone evidence showed that John O'Keefe never moved from the lawn from 12:32 a.m. in 16 seconds, the moment that John had been struck by Karen's car and left to die, allegedly, until after 6 a.m. the next morning when he was discovered, with a steady decrease in the phone temperature, corresponding to perhaps John laying on that phone in blizzard conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on morning recess of day 7 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Tune in, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Join the chats with the Towel Friends. We will go for another 2 hours until 1 p.m., and then there will be a lunch break. I'll discuss with you through the lunch and recess. And then at 2 p.m., we have major potential split-screen action with the Turtle Boy hearing and the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial running simultaneously. What will we hear? Did Turtle Boy threatening or telling his audience that Jesus told him to seek revenge by burning down the homes of police officers? Will it come up at the hearing? Will Kate Peter come up at the hearing? The moments are intense. My name is Grant. David Attenborough, Cosell, Towel, SmithEllis. Please come join with us. Feel free to join the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what happens. How was that, ladies and gentlemen? You may call me horse racing announcer Towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are on our morning recess from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. What a moment. What a moment to see an actual deployment of the 6 degrees of Chewbacca defense. Take notes in your historic journals as you pen your modern Finnegan's wakes. Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow towels and washcloths and towelettes, and hemp towels and paper towels and flannels and soap dispensers and beach towels, and all of the wonderful constituent members of the towel universe. Take notes on this historic deployment of the 6 degrees of Chewbacca defense. Yes, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man has become collateral damage in Alan Jackson's ever-confounding quest to confuse the jury. And yes, it's unfortunate that we got updates earlier that the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca have taken the experts from Arca and are heading on a boat towards Fiji. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not really sure what to tell you about that development. You may be thinking to yourself, Grant, what does this have to do with the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial? And let me just be the first to tell you, fellow towels and ladies and gentlemen, this has nothing to do whatsoever with the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. This is a completely sardonic rhetorical device to point out the ludicrous nature of Alan Jackson's questions. And Alan Jackson may well be standing before the jury and saying, ladies and gentlemen, look at Chewbacca. Yes, I tell you, Chewbacca is actually a dog in a wig. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if Chewbacca is not a dog in a wig and you are utterly confounded and confused, then you must acquit Karen Reed. That is the nature of the defense argument in the Karen Reed trial. And yes, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and I'm a towel, and I'm here to explicate for you with this refined and erudite legal commentary this ludicrous and absurd situation, like no other towel can. Because truly, ladies and gentlemen, what do you want to listen to during the morning recess of a court trial? You want to listen to a man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel, imitating the intonations of Howard Cosell, and thinking this is some kind of strange horse race involving Alan Jackson running in circles and talking about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yes, we all know that that is what the public wants when they're engaging with the court process and the judicial system. Ladies and gentlemen, this stays true to Lord Reith's vision to educate, inform, and entertain the public. Yes, we must use the hook of entertainment to bring about the unwitting engendering of cogent participation in the public sphere through educating and informing the public about the criminal trial process and the judicial system. And yes, if that requires talking about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in a Howard Cosell-like intonation, then I, ladies and gentlemen, your humble towel servant, am here to do just that. We're having a wonderful time in the towel chat, I can see. Towel is doing a wonderful job engaging with the Towel friends. By the way, you all in the Towel chat are like a tesseract. If you're new to this Towel chat, you're engaging with yourselves and being compassionate, friendly towels to each other. You're engaging with the wider viewing audience. There's a lot of people watching on the X. And on the YouTube. You're engaging with me through those comments that I can see. And then that makes you like a tesseract, because no one can actually understand the true 4D manifestation of the Towel discussion community. It is an ethos you must experience. You cannot have it described to you. You cannot see it on the screen. But ladies and gentlemen, you've created a 3D imprint on the world, much like a nested cube somehow helps humans understand what a tesseract might look like. And you have shown people that if they only step into the Towel chat, they too can see all 4 dimensions of the beautiful Towel tesseract discussion community. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you are tesseracts. And I took it as far as I can go. What do you want from me? Yes, we're on break of the morning session, watching Alan Jackson make his 6 degrees of Chewbacca defense argument. All right, we should type this up. I feel like someone is going to watch this and be like, we need to put this man on some type of comedy hour and just let him say things. He will just go up there and say things, and it will just be engaging and entertaining. He might even be able to educate a few people. He'll slip some knowledge in there about the FRE 401 and 403 balancing test now and again. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we found the true purpose of Towel. I am to take stages under the auspices of comedy and inform and enlighten the world population. Yes, that is the true calling of the Towel. I see we're discussing the horse racing situation. Yes, I'm horse racer announcer Towel with you again. Someone said the other day, they were like, Grant, you're a bit of a horse racer announcer when you do your color commentating and get excited. And I was like, all right, I'm leaning into this. I'm going to become Howard Cosell Towel. And there you go. The towel metaphor is very versatile. You can be a Howard Cosell towel. You can be a David Attenborough towel. You can just be a towel. You can be a paper towel. You can just manifest in all type of anthropomorphic towel forms. It's truly a wonderful literary device, and it brings about such confusion in the wider public, and I find it hilarious. They all have started to say, Grant, why are you a towel? And then all the towel friends pop in and go, how can you not understand the motif of the towel universe? We stitched together the fabric of that constituent towel universe in order to engender a more compassionate, caring, and loving world. And then people ask, what the hell are you all talking about? And then when we look back with them with confusion, they think they're the weird ones. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly a wonderful moment to be a towel. I don't know what to say. Other channels just go mute during the break, but with towels, no, we refuse to just have that kind of silence. If anything, we deliver intonations to try to throw off Bob Alessi when he watches these streams, and therefore induce him to say ridiculous things in court that completely don't match in tone with the vibe of the people around him. My word, ladies and gentlemen. What does this have to do with the trial? Absolutely nothing, Mary Adams. It's a commentary on how Reed's defense has completely lost it. It is a commentary. It's actually a moment of levity, which we interject every few hours into these streams, because as important as it is for us to focus on the details, right now Alan Jackson is asking ridiculous questions on cross. We're going to have to listen to a lot more of this, and therefore listening to Towel be Howard Cosell racing announcer Towel, or horse racing announcer Towel, is a nice break. That's basically the explanation, but you know, comedy exists somewhere between what we mean and what we say, and I think defining that non-ethereal space by giving words to the sardonic nature of the insights really doesn't do justice to the beauty of Towel's deployment of his critique of the Karen Reed, Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and Chewbacca defense. Truly, it does not do justice, ladies and gentlemen. It does not. We must let comedy live in the space between what we mean and what we say. It is that unspoken reconstructive art form that induces the laughter which apparently makes so many of you engage with this towel stream. I don't really understand it. I find myself hilarious all the time, but apparently some of you find me hilarious some of the time, which is great because you can't make all the people laugh all of the time. But you can make some of the people laugh all of the time, and you can make all of the people laugh some of the time. And ideally, eventually, perhaps, you can get all of the people to at least want to laugh all of the time. Bob Dylan said that. I'll let you be in my dream if I can be in your dream. I said that. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, we may as well be at a 1960s folk concert. Give me a guitar. I will just start performing for you all. I'm not really sure why any of this is occurring. We have just set Towel off into some kind of rabbit hole based on Stay Puft Marshmallow Mans and Chewbacca's, and I don't know if there's any coming back at this point. Yes, you are all along for the ride as we somehow try to figure out why this man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel is talking about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. What even is my life? You know, what even is my life? May the force be with you, Grant. Thanks, Angela Whittick. If I were Jen McCabe at one point, I would have been like, Mr. Jackson, you know what? I'm going to admit it. My brother-in-law is Chewbacca. And Jackson would have been like, what? She'd be like, well, my brother-in-law, listen, he wore a Chewbacca costume one time, and we started calling him Chewbacca. What do you want from me? Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for supporting Towel Stream. As we wait to come back into session here, by the way, a few reminders. Number one, we are 3 hours and 30 minutes in, which means it's time to do our public information service reminder as we get ourselves calmed down, come out of that comedy segment where Towel was mocking Alan Jackson style on Cross, and get ourselves recentered. Okay, a few things. One, Towel is going to go take an early lunch while you all watch the 11 or so to 1 p.m. segment of today's Karen Reed trial. Towel needs to get calories. Towel needs to get refreshed and rejuvenated, and you all are going to continue listening to trial testimony. And then also, this is a public information service, and if you watch these streams, you know every 90 minutes you get a reminder. There are a number of ways you can support Towel's public information service. You can like the stream. You can subscribe to this channel. We're in the 600s now, close to 700 subscribers, moving right on up there, becoming a strong cohort of Towels in the universe. Otherwise, a few of you asked what can, someone actually said, okay, I actually mentioned earlier in passing and forgot to say it. Towel needs some personal help getting through tomorrow. I have managed my resources somewhat okay this month with all the help I got. I was able to do a number of things that were very important, but we need to get Towel through tomorrow. We need to get Towel some lunch ideally, and I would like to hopefully get not Burger King, but I like Burger King, so don't hate on the Burger King even if it's all sugar. So there are a number of ways you can contribute and support this stream. The best ways though for like a 24-hour short-term thing, take a look up in the channel description. You can find the donation information. For those of you watching on Twitter, someone actually sent me a DM about this. It's a little hard to read on the screen and there's no Twitter chat. So the Cashapp is the money symbol GrantSmithEllis. The Venmo is at Grant-E1. You'll know it's right if you see a picture of an inflatable Elmo doll, which is an homage to my friend Elmo who passed away. I took a picture of that inflatable Elmo one year leading up to Christmas, and I meant to send it to him, and I never got to before he passed away. So Elmo was a service member, an honorable man. God bless his spirit. I have a nice drawing of Elmo right to the left of my broadcast station here. And you can also donate via PayPal, paypal.me/GrantEllis. And I'll drop those links in the chat as well, Towel friends. And yes, when you did, was it by mental telepathy and were there notes? I don't know. Wait, when I did what? Hold on. When you did, was it by mental telepathy and were there notes? What did I do? Angie Whittick, you're going to have to explicate a little bit more as to that. But yes, okay, hold on. We have 5 minutes. Let's do one thing as I answer your questions. Let's help feed Towel. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've already donated through the YouTube, don't feel obligated to donate. You all are sustaining the channel. It's just that won't come in for a little bit because I have to get this PIN number set up. It's a little complicated. But let's do a fundraising drive. If you want to help Little Towel get through the next 2 hours, there's the information. God bless you all. I try not to do these very often, but it's the end of the month. We're doing them once every 90 minutes, which I think is just the same as PBS or any other public information service, fellow towels. So yes, God bless you. Thank you for all your support. It does not go unnoticed. I try to look at my phone during the stream, and I try to say thank you in real time. If I don't, I will either follow up with a direct comment or say God bless you the next opportunity I get. Truly, towel friends, I appreciate being with you. And then also one final reminder, because I feel like this is an important element of that. Oh, God bless you to the person who just sent over a friend request on Venmo. I added you, and you're able to confirm that's me. Truly. I want to add one more thing, because this comes at the end of every donation read. Listen, folks, whether you like the stream, subscribe, send a donation, those are all wonderful ways to help Towel. But the best way you can actually make Towel feel like he's helping this world and we're all doing an act of service for others is actually going out there and doing small acts of kindness for others in whatever way that you can. Something as small as a handshake on the street to a friend or a neighbor, a smile at someone who might otherwise feel unseen in the world, uplifting the voices of others, sharing Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser from the description, or even things that might be personal causes to you, donating to homeless veterans, your favorite charity, doing those acts of service, letting Towel know about them, talking about them with the Towel friends. I will never forget the day Frances Frutrell donated 200 tomato plants to her to a neighbor. We deemed the tomato plants honorary towels, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you, that was one of the moments of human flourishing. The Greeks may call it eudaimonia. Those who speak Latin would say summum bonum. But those moments of human flourishing, asymptotic though they are on the wider grand scale of human perfectibility on its arch towards universal moral truth, are what truly define what makes Towel happy. It makes me feel like I'm living up to my vocation on this earth, to bring about those who care about each other, demonstrating small acts of kindness, and otherwise changing the world for the better. And I appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me to go on my soliloquy there as we await the return of court into session. Oh, God bless you, Towel friends. I truly appreciate every single one of you who's reaching out. Whether you send a DM, whether you say hello to Towel, I assure you that I notice you. I notice every single person, and I try to remember things about you all, because I think your participation in the public sphere is what will salvage this world from a descent into self-interested greed and also in the insidious usurpation of our organs of legitimate representative government like the judicial system or our legislative branches. And let that be our gift to the world. We are going to lift up the standards of public discourse in this country, and let that be the legacy of the Towel friends. Let them say about us in the history books, those towels, anthropomorphic though they were, stood together and said, it's not about us. It's not about any one person. It's about the causes that we believe in, and it is about elevating the standards of discourse and disagreeing without being disagreeable. That is the legacy that those little towels left on the world. And God bless us, little towels. That will make me truly proud of all of you, of myself, of our wider mission in the constituent towel universe. Okay, so thank you very much. All I wanted to do was talk through the break. The break has gone a little bit longer than Towel intended. You're going to have to forgive Little Towel for that. I can't control when court's going to come back into session. But I did my best. And when we return, Alan Jackson will continue his ridiculous Chewbacca-based cross of Jen McCabe. I have no doubt. But yes, Little Towels, Towel really appreciates every single one of you in all of your different parts, the way you chat with each other. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, hold on one second. I thought we were coming back into session, but the Zoom has ended. Let me figure out what's going on. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen.
There's also some connections.
Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel. I'll give you the update. We got to jump forward a little bit. So I don't know why. Oh, hold on. I'm still seeing the camera feed in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. But the Zoom ended. That is very interesting. Stay with Little Towel. I'm not going to make you watch the fan, but Little Towels, I have a plan. I have a plan as always. I'm going to rejoin because I'm a towel. Do you know why they call a towel? As I said earlier, because it's a towel. Why, yes, ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing quite as important as a man who calls himself a towel explaining to people whether we are going to come back into session soon for the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. And you may say to yourself, Grant, that sounds a little bit absurd. Well, yeah, I mean, it is. I'm not denying that. It is absurd. But the absurdity of it all is what keeps us going. But yes, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. I am monitoring the feed from Law and Crime and from other channels. If we go back into session, you will see it on Towel Feed. Yes, we will be watching in real time because we are informed, erudite, and cogent towels. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me continue to monitor the court session here. Let me figure out why the court Karen Cam reset. But don't worry, friendly towels. I will not abandon you. We will sit here. We will figure this out. Because why, ladies and gentlemen? We are towels. We are court-watching towels. And I am with you here, technical developments in real time aside, to monitor the courtroom pool feed. And yes, I look at the fan spinning with its blades as much as I prefer the light, and I will update the towel friends, and we will go right back into session as soon as the morning recess ends. Now, why the court Zoom ended, I cannot explain that to you, little towels. I am just a meager, mere humble towel. And in my humble towelness, I simply attempt to find out for you all what's going on as the rest of us watch the world going by outside our window. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, what more could you ask for while watching a court hearing than getting to listen to this kind of commentary and await the return into session, despite the fact that we're already 20 minutes late and we exactly know what's going on. Yes, that is truly what all of us want to do with our lives. All right, let me enter one verification thing here, and let me see if I can get us an update. What? I'm a towel. How dare you? That's me! Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting for the courtroom cam to come back into session. We're monitoring closely. Towel is staring at a fan, I tell you, ladies and gentlemen. It is a fan. It is a fan that is tormenting Towel, but I'm not making you watch. Instead, I'm monitoring the courtroom cam to figure out what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have the ability, we can all check the various feeds. Well, I'm going to check Katie Benoit's feed and Christina Rex's feed. Let's find out together what is going on in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. Towel still has not been able to go to lunch, but that's okay. I'm here with you. I'm a dedicated, attentive towel in service
Hey
of...
there, Karen Reed trial
no, we don't want
watchers.
that.
You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of? That the world is a...
I don't know. But I do want you to continue talking on mute while we, the Towel faithful, await the return to session of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. All right. I'm going to take a look around, as I mentioned, Towel friends, and I'm going to see what's going on. Oh, a juror wearing bright pink. That's not good. It could just be an outfit choice. Remember, it is spring, and people wear pink after Easter. But it is the thing that can result in a lot of attention, I will tell you that, from the various lawyers if you wear colors for either side. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me find out what is going on here in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Anything? Looks like Christina Rex is not in court today. How about Katie Benoit? All right, what do you got for us, Katie Benoit? No updates, huh? Hold on. Oh, it's just her Twitter thread got a little all over the place. Yeah, no updates yet, Telfriend. I'm not exactly sure. Hold on, bear with me. Oh, Jonathan Hall might know, actually. He's a smart guy. Yeah, I got it. Hold on, let's see. What do you got for us, Jonathan Hall? Normally John Hall updates us. Nope. No updates from anyone, folks. We are waiting to come back into session. We don't know why we lost the Karen cam. We don't know why we're not back into session. If we see any let's see what John DePetro has to say, actually. John DePetro always has something good to say. I like John DePetro. All right, here we go. Anything? Nothing from John DePetro. Nothing yet, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting eagerly to see what's going on. We are waiting. What do we hear? Are we seeing anything? This is a long break indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are keeping a very close eye. No updates as I can see right now. We are keeping very, very close eye to see what's going on. And Little Towel is monitoring. Little Towel is closely monitoring. But yes, keep your eyes out, folks. We are all paying attention together to see what is the cause of this extended break. Why did the court Zoom end? It normally doesn't end until 1 o'clock. What is going on here? We will find out together. But yes, the Towel friends in the chat are monitoring. I am a Towel. I am monitoring. We are all keeping an eye, Towel friends. All keeping a very close eye. Do we have any new updates? We do not, as I can see so far. But, again, this is what real-time court looks like, ladies and gentlemen. This is what real-time court looks like. We are monitoring. I still see the fan, the ungodly fan. I don't see any specific breaks. We were supposed to be back at 11, ladies and gentlemen. We do not know the reason for the delay. I'm a Towel. I think we could be entering a situation where I have to maybe have to become Howard Cosell Towel again. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow Towels? Will we find out? It is a cliffhanger. Why hasn't court come back into session? Where's the Karen cam? Did Chewbacca do it? These questions and more coming up. Towel News at 11. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Thanks again for being with me. We are just waiting. We cannot report any more than has already been reported about this morning's developments in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. We are waiting to come back into session to see Alan Jackson finish his very strange cross, where his big point was that Jen McCabe has family members, but potentially one that is Chewbacca. Now, don't get overwhelmed with the Chewbacca reference, ladies and gentlemen. You may think that is completely irrelevant. Do not blame me for that. Alan Jackson deployed the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in Chewbacca defense, not me. I am a mere Towel. And you might say, Towel, you are not just a mere Towel. You are, in fact, the reason people are talking about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. That's only partially true. Alan Jackson actually brought up the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man during testimony, during a question. So you can't blame me for that. How dare you? Still nothing, folks. Still nothing. What are we hearing, ladies and gentlemen? What are we hearing about when court is coming back into session? We're already 15 minutes late. Do we decide folks are just going to eat? Are we taking a lunch? I don't know. I'm a Towel. I can only answer so many questions. I can continue my research, which is what I'm doing right now, my Towel research. But yes, also, I just, again, want to say, God bless you to the person who sent over $5 for pizza. Know that your kind donation did not go unnoticed, and Towel is going to go get lunch as soon as we come back into session. I'm sorry. Towel has been starving himself. Literally, all I ate today, because it's the last day of the month, was this bag of Cheez-Its. It has 430 calories. I don't think Towels who are 6'2" and 175 pounds can live off that. I do have a Red Bull for later in the afternoon, and I drank an energy drink, which only has 5 calories. Oh no, I'm only at 445 calories for the day, and I do have some water. Towel friends, I don't know if Towel's going to make it. We need to feed Towel's brain more calories. Towel's going to work on it. But yes, Penny is in for Christina. Okay, well, you can tell, folks, like, for some reason, this trial's not attracting the same attention. The media can't follow Karen as she walks out. It is just not the same. Penny, I don't know. I like Penny, but she definitely acts like she's in the cool kids club sometimes. Like she stands on her own, and I don't know. She can be cool. I'm a Towel. I don't give a hell about being cool. I just want to be a Towel. Nope, no update from Penny from inside the court, ladies and gentlemen. No update as of yet. We are waiting. We are watching. We are monitoring. We are paying attention. Oh, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, my update is the courtroom has been cleared and Judge Kearney is speaking with the families and the attorneys. Ladies and gentlemen, the courtroom has been cleared. Judge Kearney is speaking to the attorney and the families. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not know what the cause of this development is. Ladies and gentlemen, this is secondhand reporting. Towel is with you live. We have developments in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. The courtroom is closed, ladies and gentlemen. The courtroom is closed. We do not know the reason. Early reports are that Judge Kearney has cleared the courtroom and only the attorneys and the families are now with Judge Kearney. Nobody knows what is going on. Ladies and gentlemen, this report is breaking as of 11:10. You are listening live to Towel News. Per Towel sources, the courtroom has been cleared. We do not know why. My tone could be potentially not in line with what's actually going on. But ladies and gentlemen, we have something going on in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial courtroom at the end of the 11 a.m. morning recess. We don't know, ladies and gentlemen, we do not know what is going on. These are only secondhand reports. We are being good little towels. What do we do as good little towels? We monitor in real time. Nobody knows, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching in real time. This is what I am hearing, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I am hearing. I am hearing that the courtroom has been cleared except for the attorneys and the families. Families, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not know why. That's all we know so far. We are paying very, very close attention. Something has happened. We do not know what. It could be nothing. It could be something. It could be an invasion by Chewbacca. I don't know. I literally have no further information at this time. My job as a Towel reporter in these moments is to furiously search for information and relay it to you, Towel friends, as is appropriate based on my analysis of the reports. So, Towel friends, in line with that expectation, we must all together work in real time to discern what the hell is happening right now. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, the courtroom is closed except for the attorneys and the families, per Towel sources. If this report gets further confirmed, I will relay that to you. As of now, it is only second-hand sources reporting this, ladies and gentlemen. But I repeat, the courtroom has been closed. It is just the families. It is only the attorneys, the families, and Judge Kearney. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not know what is happening. The rapid developments in the middle of Jen McCabe's testimony, ladies and gentlemen, we do not know what is happening. It can't be scheduling. That would be discussed in public. It involves the families, ladies and gentlemen. That's all we know. Stay tuned. Word is the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Ladies and gentlemen, quorum has been cleared. Watch live now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not really sure here. Stick with me. Hang on the edge of your towel seats. We do not know what is going on. I repeat, we do not know what is going on. Ladies and gentlemen, could this be the moment? Is this the moment everyone has been waiting for? Could this be the end? Is this it? In the middle of Jen McCabe's testimony. Ladies and gentlemen, all I have heard is the courtroom is completely clear, except for Karen Reed and the families. That is the only source Towel has been able to confirm. It is not confirmed. That's the only source Towel has been able to find. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not know what is going on. The courtroom Zoom has been mysteriously ended. We have not come back from the 11 a.m. break. The early reports from the courtroom are that Judge Kearney has cleared the courtroom. Judge Kearney has cleared the courtroom except for Karen Reed, her lawyers, the lawyers for the prosecution, and the families. This is incredibly unusual, Towel friends. I repeat, this is incredibly unusual. I don't know what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. It is extended. We are near 20 minutes past when the break was supposed to end. Are we watching historic moments? I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I do not know. I can only report to you what I am seeing flash across my screen on social media in real time. As the Towel friends gather together for these potentially historic moments, we must ask the question, what is going on? No, this isn't a calm down thing. That doesn't happen with families. Ladies and gentlemen, if the reports are true and the families are in the courtroom, this could be the moment. We don't know. We do not know. It was in the middle of Jen McCabe's cross. We just don't know, ladies and gentlemen. This is an unusual development. The only report we have from inside the courtroom is, quote, ladies and gentlemen, it's not from inside the courtroom. It's a secondary source, but this source has been accurate in the past. The quote is, and this was on social media at 11:10 a.m., just breaking now. The word is the courtroom has been cleared, and Judge Kearney is speaking to the attorneys and the families with an S. Ladies and gentlemen, it is nervous moments. We don't know what exactly it can't be about evidentiary stuff. That would be public. Ladies and gentlemen, extended, prolonged, closed courtroom session. There is no courtroom Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not mean to induce your anxiety. You are experiencing this in real time with me. I thought I was going to get towel lunch. Instead, we have an incredibly interesting situation that has developed. The lunch recess has not ended at 11. There has been a very odd, unexpected development. Towel sources on social media report that the courtroom has been cleared except for the families and the lawyers. We don't know what's going on. We don't know why it's going on, ladies and gentlemen. We are watching in real time together. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, we do not know why the Karen Read and John O'Keefe trial has not come back into session. We do not know why the families have been gathered by Judge Kearney. We do not know what's going on. We are paying very close attention. The world watches with bated breath. Is this the moment? We don't know if it's the moment. Why has this happened? Could this be it? Has it all led up to this? Is Karen Read out of money and out of options? Ladies and gentlemen, we're watching closely. We are all watching. We have another update. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an update from David Bieknik. The court is still in recess. The court clerk has told reporters to leave. They say the judge wants to talk to the lawyers and immediate family only. The courtroom door closes. Ladies and gentlemen, incredibly tense moments. Ladies and gentlemen, incredibly intense moments. I'm bringing the report up on your screen now. It is from David Bieknik of WCVB. Ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Read world and the John O'Keefe world watches with bated breath. You are watching the perfect stream for this kind of moment. Did it all lead up to this? Are you watching Towel Stream at the moment? Is this the moment, ladies and gentlemen? We don't know what is happening. This is the report. It is on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. I'll zoom in on it for you. Hold on. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Towel friends. Is this the moment? Are you looking at this? Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Still in recess. This was at 11:04. Court clerk has told reporters to leave. They say the judge wants to talk to the lawyers for the both sides of the Karen Read and John O'Keefe case and immediate family only. The courtroom door closes. Dramatic moments, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely dramatic moments. This has never happened before. At any point in time in the Karen Read and John O'Keefe trial. Never during the first trial. Never during the retrial. A closed courtroom. The families called in the middle of Jen McCabe's cross after a 20-minute scheduled morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we witnessing? What are we here for? What is going on? Ladies and gentlemen, we are David Bieknik. David Bieknik has absolutely just reported on WCVB. Remember, WCVB, David Bieknik has just reported that the courtroom door has been closed. The courtroom door has been closed. We are watching in real time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a big moment, an absolutely big moment. So, we are watching closely, ladies and gentlemen. Watching very, very, very closely. Here we go. And remember, friends, we have John DePetro. We have David Bieknik. No reporters are allowed in the courtroom. Pay very close attention. No one knows what's going on, Lucy. The reports we have, we are sticking to reports. We have one towel source. We have one report from David Bieknik from WCVB. Ladies and gentlemen, please limit the reports to John DePetro, Penny, and David Bieknik, or Katie Benoit. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not know what's going on. The whole Karen Read trial world is going up in arms. Again, listen, ladies and gentlemen, it could be any number of things, but immediate family, and remember, folks, you wouldn't have a mistrial unless, in my opinion, unless there was an evidentiary argument. You have to make a record on the public court record why you're declaring a mistrial. It is subject to extended motions. You can't have a closed-door private mistrial hearing with the families. Ladies and gentlemen, the Victim's Bill of Rights gives the family the right to be consulted in a plea. I'll tell you that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are watching very, 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 very closely. Ladies and gentlemen, the hallway has been cleared. Oh my goodness, these could be the moments. If you are just tuning in, we do not know what is going on. Every single element of the Karen Read trial world is hanging on their seats. Reporters have been ejected from the courtroom. Judge Kearney closed the door. There is only the families and Karen Read's lawyers. David Bieknik from WCVB reports it. We are hearing all sorts of speculation. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I can't believe it. Has it all built up to this moment? No, we don't. Ladies and gentlemen, listen. There's a lot of speculation going on. As with any situation of this nature, you are free to speculate. Towel is only going to report what I see from the 4 people I mentioned earlier. John DePetro, the Towel source that I reposted on Twitter, which is Hoops, and Penny, and Christina Rex, and Katie Benoit. Okay? We are not going to go overboard, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to focus very, very intently in these moments on being responsible, erudite towels. This was in the middle of cross. We are now 25 minutes past when we were supposed to go back into session. We have no idea why we are not in session. Only the fan is on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? What is happening? The world watches with bated breath. With bated breath. We don't know. We don't know what's going on. And the courtroom is closed. I'm looking at the fan from the courtroom, and that's it. The moments unfold below the fan. Oh, to be the fan. Maybe that's what it was all along. It's not that we hated the fan. We were jealous of the fan. The fan has insights into moments that the world wants to see. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, what is happening? Please continue to monitor the feeds. We have a whole Towel universe of friends. Monitor all of your feeds. The list of people we are monitoring. David Bieknik. We don't know, Wild Roses. Something has happened. The courtroom has been cleared except for the immediate families of John O'Keefe and Karen Read. All the reporters are out. Karen and her lawyers are there. The state is there. And Judge Kearney closed the door. It is moments unlike any other in the Karen Read and John O'Keefe trial. The world watches with bated breath. I literally do not know how to correctly explain, even in light of my sarcastic commentary earlier. We are in a completely different mode now. I do not know how to explain what's going on. We have people in the Towel universe monitoring left and right. It is one of the most suspense moments we have come across this far in the Karen Read and John O'Keefe trial. It has never happened. The courtroom has never been closed for just the family members and the lawyers. The reporters were kicked out. Christina, bombshell moments could be developing. David Bieknik from WCVB reports, still in recess. Court clerk has told the reporters to leave. Judge Kearney has cleared the courtroom except for immediate family members. The door closes. John O'Keefe's family members. Karen Read's. The door closed. The lawyers for each side. Karen Read in the courtroom. The fan only on the screen. The fan looks down on historic moments. We are 30 minutes past when this happened. It's still going, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Grant is very lackadaisical with his commentary. Oh, my word, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to explain this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is just potentially earth-shattering moments. We have no confirmation. We have no independent confirmation other than the reports you're seeing on your screen from David Bieknik of WCVB that the court, all of the journalists were kicked out. All of them. The door was shut. Has it all? What is this? Why is it? It can't just be scheduling. It's been going for 30 minutes. Oh, my word. Who is going to find it first? Who is going to find it first? Ladies and gentlemen, I am told that the reporters and non-immediate family have all been moved to the first floor. This has never happened before, reports Christina Rex. Lawyers are only allowed in the courtroom. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, something is going on. It is not the feds. It is not the feds. Oh, my word. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not know why this is happening. We have all gathered. All of the towel friends are rushing in. The word has spread from the mount. Something is going on. Something has serious... No updates, friends. Christina Rex has just said the reporters were kicked out of the second floor. They were pushed downstairs. Ladies and gentlemen, this is happening in real time. Could this be actually the moment? Were we all gathered together for this purpose? Was this why Towell was in his Howard Cosell mood? 1 second. Oh, no. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe it. I can't believe we're here together. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read you real-time updates. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul, Aaron, and Peggy O'Keefe step off the elevator and into the courtroom. The door closes. Ladies and gentlemen, that was after 11:06. At 11:12 a.m., a court officer told all the reporters on the second floor they need to go to the first floor, except attorneys waiting to go into the other courtroom. Reed's parents exit. Reporters and members of the public are forced downstairs. The courtroom camera shows the spinning fan. The Zoom feed is not active. Ladies and gentlemen, the Zoom feed is back. We don't know if we're coming back into session. What is about to happen? Hold on. I'm bringing us back to the... I'm going to bring this up on our screen. We're going to watch this together. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, stick with Little Towel. We're not back into session yet, but it should happen about now. Ladies and gentlemen, stick with Little Towel. We're watching closely. You're going to hear it first. Oh, it's muted. It's muted. We're not unmuted yet, but the courtroom camera is back. What has just happened? We don't know. Nobody knows. My name is GrantSmithEllis. These are tense moments. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to stick with you for these moments. What if this is it? We don't know. We do not know, but the Zoom is back on. We're going to do a split screen. We're going to do the court cam, and then we're going to do the full Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, is this it? What has happened? Why did we go in a 30-minute session with only the families? We don't know. No one knows. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I was very firm in my reporting. I was not saying what happened. I was only reporting in my guess as to what happened. You all had your speculation. All we know is this is unusual, okay? That's all we know as of now. We don't know what is about to happen. You are going to hear the audio come over your screen on the Zoom first. You'll get 20 or 30 seconds. Then we're going to switch back to the live feed. Do not get confounded or confused. You're going to get audio early. Then we're going to switch back. We're all nervous. Everyone is watching. We're waiting for developments. We have no formal confirmation of anything. Something a bit weird is going on, says Penny Kermit. I would agree, Penny. Something a bit weird is going on. Finally, the person who took pictures of the juror the other day has caused an issue with identifying them. Is that what you're saying this was about? Why wouldn't they just do that? Why would they do that with the family? Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Get ready.
Sure. Counsel, sidebar, please.
Sidebar. Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, the feed is about to return. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel. We are watching closely. We're going to go back into Sidebar. You're going to hear it in a second. You're going to hear it in a second. The courtroom camera doesn't even really know where to go. Ladies and gentlemen, are these the moments? Are these the moments? There's the O'Keefe family. We are at Sidebar. The world that watches, the audio is mute. Don't worry. We're coming back.
Yes, please. Oh, yeah. Oh, these?
Okay. Audio muted. Hold on. Looks like we're going right back into Cross. No updates yet. Stay with us, towel friends. If we go right back to Cross, I'll turn you over. No one knows what just happened. No one knows. Keep an eye, friends. Keep an eye. We're waiting. There's no audio right now. Okay, we're back. Wait, what? Oh, the jury's probably entering. Hold on, towel friends. All right, so we don't know what that was. We don't know what that was. The jury seems to be coming back. I'm going to turn back to the Karen cam. Oh, yeah, I have no idea what just went on, friends, but I'm going to turn us back to the Karen cam screen. Stay with me. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Those were intense moments, unlike any other, watching with bated breath. All right. Stick with us, folks. My name's GrantSmithEllis. We're waiting now for the Karen Reed trial and Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial to return. We do have the Karen cam back, so it looks like we're going back into session. We're just waiting now for the court feed to return, and when it does, I will turn you over. All right, here we go.
Jurors, thank you for your patience. Sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here? Oh. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie?
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister.
Yes.
And obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview, or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that
same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022. As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you about, basically, about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car?
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
correct. They were still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continued to question you, these law enforcement officers continued to question you at some point, you informed them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
Which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told him that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, I'll... It seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognized that as being a report of that interview, just generally, yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
Thank you. If I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, and for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
If you could review those 2 paragraphs, or even to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
yes,
and Carrie Roberts.
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first 2 calls you made, your husband,
right?
Come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home, correct?
And
yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay, yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if you enter our town, she's...
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to explain.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if, in fact, they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted?
Yes.
But if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes, that was correct.
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment, before your interview, was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe, you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything. That's nothing more than that.
So
I'm sorry.
Let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe. You can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you was just the truth, there'd be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her, when, would there? There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when you're when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question.
Not about an ice cream truck.
An argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question.
Thank you. You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Is that yes or no?
It's a no. Okay. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions.
Okay.
After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? Mm-hmm. And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie, no.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others, in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you said no, to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I
Okay,
could
let me ask it a different
explain,
way.
if I could explain,
Let me ask it a
it will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no, yes.
Correct. At that, or any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no, correct?
She was finishing her answer. Finishing her.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first I thought they were selling something, then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest, I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That's,
non-responsive.
so next question, Mr.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else, those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you, in fact, did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I'd better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
May we
Next, yes.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just asking yes or no. You know them?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's office.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them. Correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers. Correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden, you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out, and you're not to go any further, Mr. Jackson.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
my niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well?
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up?
Yes.
And Brian Albert showed up?
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening?
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along?
Yeah. Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together?
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts?
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not
but again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar?
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table, so it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other, I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking, and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another, correct?
I don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys just, I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video, it appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they were punching each other.
Right.
I get that. Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see.
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands for
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really...
Playfully grabbing at each other, play fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed, and I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt?
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point, yeah, in the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're big guys, yeah.
Big boys. A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that, I'm sorry.
Okay. You didn't even see it on the video?
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, you, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night,
yes.
Correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside in the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you?
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together, yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in, and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room, and they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures, so, or maybe the Sun and the Marines, they might have been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, this is your copy. I'll take care of the rest. Can you just take a look at that photograph just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a...
Identification's fine.
Thank you. If I may... What would be the next in order?
Exhibit F for identification.
Thank you. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
What exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolf? 3. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With the court's permission, it's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Can you use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house? Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night?
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room, so they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room?
Yeah, if you like just right there, you know, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you
No.
can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond I just asked, whose Jeep is that?
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox, is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway, is that right?
Yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the drive. I mean, here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony, or?
It is. At any time. Before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband?
Objection.
Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was?
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I do not. I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
right,
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%, sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there, Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case, correct?
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come, yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house, yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right, yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said, yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words, no.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins.
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there, yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it, I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, you know, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, you know, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during that conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family. My sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And
questions like that, and I absolutely told them. But it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody. Well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not, no.
You're not a trained investigator.
No.
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
No.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, okay? I'm asking you whether or not, factually, anybody was separated in that house. Or was everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. Let me try this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family, who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement?
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are. I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Were you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then he promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No.
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview?
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when.
Well,
he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
But he followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was in the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes.
You remember testifying at the grand jury?
Yes, the one back in
April.
Yes.
2022.
Yes.
That sounds
Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah.
You remember being there in an ante room with some other folks?
What's an ante room?
An ante room, a waiting room.
Oh yeah.
Waiting for your testimony?
Yes.
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same ante room?
Yes.
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
So, in answer to my question, you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe.
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog.
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was
No.
a full-size German
It's
Shepherd.
a full size, yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so, you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When you went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running, and chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 34 Fairview.
Yes.
Where first responders were responding, correct?
Yes.
And you said my client was screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
Yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts screaming back at her?
Yes.
Shut up, or shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that right?
Yes.
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
Yes.
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up or something we can talk about? You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection.
Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No.
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
No.
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
No.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mm-hmm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. It doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, you didn't. No dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No.
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the dog.
Have you ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert, anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Objection.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
That's our next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house at 34 Fairview on the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is opened and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, just move your arm.
Mm-hmm.
Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 with the court's permission?
Okay.
Thank you. And can you enhance that just a little bit, please? Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Go.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time, sorry.
The first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and saw, or looked out the door and saw the SUV, what time? 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23?
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry, lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, may I? Can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left,
yes,
is
straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
Okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do, yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message?
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house.
Yes.
She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34 Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together
You
the
knew
time.
all this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened outside
I didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second, when you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night?
That's, what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m.? 12:23 a.m. sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm sure I did. May I, Your Honor?
Okay.
Take a look at that transcript, that column. Can you read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to
I'd
yourself?
like to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to counsel? Why don't you counsel come to start?
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. We are at Sidebar in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. We're about to go to lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching, and thank you all for being such wonderful towels to each other. It's a wall of towels. If you are a member of the Honorable Towel Fold, you have the ability to send a wall of towels. And as we wait for the Sidebar to return, we get a look at the light, ladies and gentlemen. It is the light. Alan Jackson was blaming the dog and his cross. He was blaming the Marshmallow Man. He even brought up the puffy jacket. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson has again deployed the very rare, very, very exclusive, only for his most beloved clients, no pun intended, the Marshmallow Man defense. Alan Jackson has stood up there and said twice that there were puffy coats, implying that the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man is the real third-party culprit. No one saw this coming, ladies and gentlemen. It came out of nowhere. It hit the ground running like a Chewbacca and a giant marshmallow on a boat headed to Fiji. And Alan Jackson then closed with his stereotypical rhetorical flourish. And Alan Jackson mentioned the dog. There is no dog DNA in the case. And Alan Jackson started mentioning the dog. Ladies and gentlemen, we've put the defense's theory together. The Towel Friends, we did it. Ladies and gentlemen, It was the dog dressed as Chewbacca, partnered with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in the kitchen with the candlestick holder. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, after all the debates, after all the discussions, it has come down to the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca, but it wasn't actually Chewbacca. It was a dog in a Chewbacca costume who jumped sideways and left no dog DNA. It wasn't Karen drunkenly backing her car into John O'Keefe with a blood alcohol level 2 to 4 times the legal limit. No, Alan Jackson says to the jurors, it was a dog in a puffy coat that may have resembled the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and also Chewbacca. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as Alan Jackson has put forth his cross of Jen McCabe, we now see the strategy from Alan Jackson. Go nowhere, blame everyone but Karen Reed, and pray that the jury just gets so confused and bored that they say, I want this man to stop talking. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to return from Sidebar. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and I have presented to you in full Alan Jackson's ingenuitive Chewbacca Marshmallow Man dog defense strategy. I'll see you shortly for our lunchtime break. I'm a towel. Thank you, towel friends, for watching. God bless you.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we've been discussing.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
Okay, so it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
That's what you
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the time.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but in my memory...
That's not my question. I have to do it this way, Ms.
Okay,
McCabe.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I don't... Sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
What's wrong?
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's
yeah,
here.
Something similar.
It was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside?
When she walked out and then came back inside?
Soon after she went out, she talked to her brother, she came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been...
not what I'm asking.
Not according to the...
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be... I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but...
Okay.
It's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this, as you're looking out that storm door window, going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car, and then I went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep, a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here.
Okay.
I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Ryan Nagel's truck, we've already established that. What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck, or SUV rather. So just behind that is left, as you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV, correct?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it. I mean, it's a 5,000-pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay. And I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked and you saw Ryan Nagel's truck. Then you saw Higgins' Jeep. Then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV,
behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights, and then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel. If you missed it, that was the conclusion of the early morning. Congratulations on being subscriber number 100. Gasoline hits different. You have won a special towel prize. You are now an honorary towel. God bless you, Gasoline hits different. You have indeed been promoted to the role of honorary towel. And I'm thrilled that Towel was recommended. I think this is because Towel's a YouTube partner now. Towel has made great strides. We all, as the Towel universe, are making great strides. Towel even got some Burger King for lunch. I got a free 4-piece mozzarella fry. I became a very well-fed Towel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and I'm a Towel. And I'm pleased to be with you here and reporting. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. Aiden Turtle Boy Kearney will not be in the courtroom for next week's Karen Reed trial. Ladies and gentlemen, let me get up on the screen for you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, although Towel will still be in finals until I think the middle of the month, so I actually work on my my papers as I sit here and watch trial with you all. Ladies and gentlemen, GrantSmithEllis here, and we must get this news out. We must get this news out immediately. This is incredibly important news. Breaking news. How do we call this? Blogger, turtle, hybrid, Aiden Kearney will not be in the courtroom all of next week for the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels, it is a glorious day as we head into lunch for day 7 of the retrial. Join me for Kearney's explosive 2 p.m. hearing after Kearney said Jesus told him to seek revenge and apparently threaten or wish death by conflagration on police officers, and coverage of the afternoon session of the Reed retrial, live with the Towel Friends. And then I'm going to post this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is explosive breaking news, exclusive to Towel Feed, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, let me make this recording. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be in the recording, now is the time to do it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. We have breaking news heading into the lunch hour of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial, where the jury just heard more devastating testimony from John O'Keefe's dear friend Jen McCabe, not only about how Karen Reed was play fighting with Jen's husband in a bar prior to the moments where Karen, who self-admitted she was drunk driving in the moments before 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on January 29, 2022, where Karen Reed allegedly crashed into John with her car and then left John to die on the lawn from hypothermia and a traumatic brain injury over the next 5 or 6 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, Aiden Kearney has been banned from the court, not selected to be in the courtroom for next week's Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. So from Monday, May 4th through Friday, whatever it may be, May 8th or those dates, Aiden Kearney will not be in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. He is not an alternate. He will not be coming to court those days. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm in finals for a few more weeks. I'll continue with my live coverage for you on youtube.com/GrantSmithEllis. I apparently have become Grant, Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Towel, SmithEllis, and please come join us with the Towel Friends as we continue to report on these breaking developments. Yes, exclusive breaking news on the Towel feed as we wait the 2 o'clock return into session for a momentous simulcast. Aiden Kearney on one screen. Jesus told him apparently to seek revenge and threatened to burn down or wish that the houses of police officers would burn down in conflagrations over the weekend. His 2 p.m. hearing in Norfolk Superior Court on one side of the screen. The afternoon session of Karen Reed's retrial for the death of John O'Keefe on the other. Join us, friends, less than an hour from now, and let's talk about how Aiden Kearney has no chance, zero, of being in the courtroom for next week's Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Towels. Trevor McIntyre Towel Sources report that indeed, hold on, is this, no, that's not up on the screen. Indeed, Towel Sources report that there was an argument between Karen's family and John's family. Towel does not know the specific details. Towel is able to report that that is what led to the 30-minute closed-door session before at the end of the morning recess between 11 and 11:30 this morning. It was just Judge Kearney, Karen Reed, lawyers for both sides, and Karen's immediate family and John's immediate family. Ladies and gentlemen, it was quite a morning, and the morning only gets more intense. We now have breaking news. Aiden Kearney confirmed, banned from the Karen Reed trial courtroom next week because he was not selected for the media lottery. Kearney was not selected for either the media list or the alternate list for next week. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, alternate list for next week. There we go. Kearney is also banned from the courtroom for a number of witnesses because of Aiden's outstanding felony charges related to witness intimidation and wiretapping as to Lindsay Gattani, Chris Albert, as to various victims in the orbit of the Reed case, including Lindsay Gattani, who confirmed the direct relationship between Karen Reed and former U.S. Attorney Josh Levy in the fall of 2023 due to leaks from Aiden. Chris Albert, Colin Albert, and others. All right, ladies and gentlemen. And then I also have to say, Aiden Kearney last week also became the only witness in the Reed trial to take the Fifth Amendment in shocking moments seen around the world. Ladies, it is truly a glorious day. We shall locate the finest towels, washcloths, flannels, towelettes, beach towels, paper towels, and hemp towels in all of the land. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day to be a towel. It is a glorious day to be a flannel, and we await what could be a very interesting simulcast 2 p.m. hearing with your friendly towel. Along with you for the ride, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm thrilled to have you with us on this adventure as we go through the lunch hour of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, you could watch other streams with erudite legal analysis, or you could hear Towel take on his anthropomorphic Towel persona with a Howard Cosell intonation, with maybe just a little bit of hint of a modern Walter Cronkite's tone, explaining to you all of these fascinating developments, while also, for some reason, talking about Chewbacca. And truly, ladies and gentlemen, if you cannot listen to a man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel talk about Chewbacca in the context of case coverage, are you really living? Are you really living? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, everyone wants to be a towel. Who wouldn't want to be a towel? You can adapt all sorts of towel identities. You can be a towel who is a washcloth. You can be a towel who is a flannel. You can even be a towel who is a soap dispenser, which isn't technically a towel, but perhaps someday could function as a towel if made out of the right material. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is an inclusive, welcoming, and love-based towel community. Truly, we have formed a wonderful bond with each other. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are in lunch hour. Just about 50 minutes left until the massive dual-screen explosive event. It's like WrestleMania 3 in the Silver Dome. Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant, except this time it's Turtle Boy on one side and Karen Reed on the other. And Karen Reed's about 4'10", 90 pounds. Turtle Boy's about 5'2", 101 pounds on a good day, soaking wet. And ladies and gentlemen, what a day. What a day. And I have to specify the dates. Aiden Kearney will not be in the courtroom 5/5 to 5/9, 5/5 through 5/9 of 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, I just can't tell you how much this is going to mean. It's going to mean to the witnesses, to the family. Aiden Kearney, nowhere able to enter the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. And I, your humble little towel, am here to relay this information to you. And then I'm also here to talk to you about what we will see after lunch. The very rare dual split screen hearing. Never before seen on Towel Stream, but we have the capacity to do it, Towel friends. We have trained for this moment. We are ready. We are ready for what this moment demands of us. We shall raise to the level of towels. I swear that the towels can do it. We can cover 2 hearings at once. We will cover the Turtle Boy hearing. We will do everything we can to be informed and erudite members of the towel universe and the wider public community. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, wave your towels. We will not impose on the territory of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Don't worry, the terrible towels can continue to thrive. Our homeland is northern France, ladies and gentlemen. A peaceful takeover through diplomatic means of northern France is in order. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, yes, we have a request to look at Jen McCabe's cross from the first trial, and although that's not directly related to invading northern France peacefully with towels, I will accept your request. No, Mona Lisa, we have someone who is identified as a moist towelette. That means that they know the reference to the testimony in the trial. That is automatic promotion to becoming a honorary towel. Welcome, honorary towelette. We are thrilled to welcome you into the ranks of the towel fold. Now, I've had a request to play Jen McCabe's cross from the first trial. I will do that. Ange Whittick says they are enjoying a burrito. I, too, have had my lunch. It was a Whopper from Burger King. It was 50% off. You cannot complain about a deal that saves you $3 on a Whopper. I calculate down to every cent the amount I spend on my meals, towel friends, and I try to make every meal less than $8 because that's what it costs me to cook a plate of chicken, rice, and bread and cheese at home. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a beach towel with us, Debbie Miller. It's so wonderful to see you. We will rename Normandy. What are we renaming Normandy? Norman Towel. Yes, Deaf Otter. Yes, you are on board with the mission. Ladies and gentlemen, Deaf Otter has been appointed commander of the TEF, the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe. We shall position him at Bletchley Park, or they, Deaf Otter, we shall put you in Bletchley Park. We're going to give you some kind of Enigma machine, and then you shall facilitate the peaceful invasion of northern France, or as it is now named, Norman Towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as I pull up the cross of Jen McCabe from the first trial, Deaf Otter has renamed the homeland of the towel Norman Towel. Operation Towel Lion is a go. Pasta Calice will become Pasta Towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the true calling of the towel people is to reclaim their rightful homeland in northern France. Why northern France? We haven't really put all of that together yet, but by God, towel friends, we are on the peaceful march. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on the peaceful march to reclaim our towel homeland. Deaf Otter says they are in place with, there are towel scouts and bastions. Okay, scout the towel bastions, ladies and gentlemen. Macy, how are you doing? The morning situation was due to a reported argument per towel sources between the Reed family and the O'Keefe family. That is the latest update I have. Apparently, Tanya wrote in is learning new words from Grant. Claro que sí, también puedo hablar español y creo que español es un idioma muy importante por toda la gente en el mundo. Y estoy una toalla. I am not temporarily a towel. I am permanently a towel, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yes, we have had all sorts of fun. Ladies and gentlemen, I am in Howard Cosell towel mode. And once we get this intonation, apparently people think Towel has a very interesting accent when he speaks this way. I think I'm suited to go on TV and commentate horse races. Yes, we will describe the horses running around in circles like David Yannetti, Alan Jackson, and Bob Alessi trying to cross witnesses while talking about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Towel has found his vocation. Yes, Bradle is at the courthouse because there is a 2 p.m. split screen hearing involving Aiden Kearney, Kate Peter, Cashapp, some strange allegations from a woman who has warrants that got a lawyer that knows Tim Bradle yesterday in Brockton. And then the Karen hearing will resume. Also, apparently, Aiden did something about telling over the weekend his viewers that Jesus told him to seek revenge by wishing that police officers' homes would burn down in conflagrations. And I'm not exaggerating or being sardonic. That's actually what happened. It is a very strange series of events. We do not know what the argument was about, Towel friends. We do not know. What we are going to do, though, because I promised to bring this up, is we are going to find Jen McCabe testimony first, Karen Reed trial. 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, we've asked to look at Jen McCabe. We've been asked to look at Jen McCabe's demeanor and the difference between her first testimony and her second on cross. Ladies and gentlemen, I will bring that up for you. I am a towel who will honor the requests. A towel auctioneer. Apparently I speak very quickly. Someone said earlier, don't watch Grant on 2x speed. It's hilarious. I think doing hilarious things is worth it. Oh, goodness. Goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I have a great voice, apparently. I don't exactly know what it sounds like, but apparently its rhythmic flows and intonations facilitate wonderful viewer engagement and keeps people laughing, and I'm thrilled with that. I somewhat think I sound a little bit breathless as I talk to you all, but ladies and gentlemen, oh, you're from Slovenia. I've always wanted to be to go to Slovenia. I think that's somewhere near Croatia. I've always wanted to specifically go to the town of Split in Croatia. I hear it's very nice. I shouldn't be allowed anywhere near other countries, though. On the whole, we should keep Towel in countries that are friendly to the United States. Sending Towel into the Balkans, not really the best idea. We should not send Towel to Russia. Towel has spent a lot of time going after Russian oligarchs and Putin's influence over them. We should not send Towel to Russia. Towel won't make it very long. I'll end up in some kind of prison. Don't send me to Russia, please, ladies and gentlemen. We should not send Towel to Saudi Arabia either. That would not be good. We should keep Towel right in the United States. No one will ever get to Towel on U.S. soil, and by God, help anyone who does. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, we're apparently doing a $5 Cash App donation challenge in the comments. Oh, you're so kind, Mona Lisa, Arizona. Towel actually does need the help directly, although the YouTube, all the support on YouTube is wonderful too. So if we're going to do a challenge over the lunch hour while Towel plays for us Jen McCabe's cross from the first trial, I'm going to share the donation information. This goes directly to Towel and will allow Towel to not be nervous until he makes it through the next few days. Towel has a final tomorrow as well. Serbian Towel. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Serbia is a wonderful country. Serbia is wonderful. I'm sorry about the whole NATO thing. I'm not sure I would have gone about it the same way. yeah, just apologies from the Western world for that. But needless to say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so thrilled to have so many towel friends around the world here, and I am thrilled that you all love Towel's new intonation. I can speak like this for hours. I'm not really sure how it happens, but whatever voice this is that I've taken on, people seem to truly enjoy it. And if you all are oh, God bless you, Mona Lisa, Arizona, and enjoy your pizza. I promise you, although it won't be until after 4:30 today, this little towel is going to enjoy 2 slices of 7-Eleven pizza. I wasn't able to get it for lunch because I had to go to Burger King because I had a free 50% off coupon for a Whopper. But I'm going to go to 7-Eleven for dinner, I assure you. Does talking about 7-Eleven pizza warrant this tone? Probably not. But at this point, I'm stuck. You're stuck. And we're all going to live with it, little towels. Oh, truly, God bless so many of you. We got another donation. We got a donation for pizza with a donation challenge has been matched. Mona Lisa, Arizona, you'll be thrilled to know that there was one person, at least, I can't see them all coming in real time, who matched your pizza donation, $7. I now will have pizza tomorrow too, towel friends. And yes, the 7-Eleven pizza for a anthropomorphic towel, a humble anthropomorphic towel like myself. I cannot put into words how pleased I am that something exists out there that costs $1.50 for 1 slice and feeds little towel. If that can just continue to exist, oh, God bless you, Drew Drops, our most prescient, long time, most loyal, dedicated towel, adding to the super sticker contribution. But ladies and gentlemen, I have been asked to find Jen McCabe's testimony from the first trial as you go all on your towel pizza donation challenge during lunch, which should end over the next 39 minutes at 2 p.m. in a crescendo to a major dual screen moment. Aiden Kearney in one hearing, Karen Reed in the other. Aiden Kearney telling him Jesus wanted to seek revenge and apparently wished that police officers' homes burned down in fires. And then Kate Peter and Cashapp and all these other not crazy situations. And then Karen Reed on the other screen. Towel friends, I think what we're going to do is we're going to take the audio from the Turtle Boy hearing, which is expected to be shorter than the afternoon of the Karen Reed hearing. We'll watch that Turtle Boy hearing with full audio, the explosive moments, the bombshells. We'll monitor the Karen Reed hearing on a dual channel, and I will turn that audio up as moments play out. And then what we'll do, towel friends, we'll watch the rest of the afternoon of the Karen Reed testimony with Jen McCabe, and then when that day ends, we'll go back. We will go back to the DVR'd footage on the other channels from the pool feed of the testimony that occurred in the Reed trial while Turtle Boy was having his hearing. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will have thus created a recursive historical record, much like Joyce embodying Vico's sublime recursive form. And in that way, we will have a full record of the day, even though you can only technically listen to one audio channel at once. That is the sad limitations of towel ears and the human ears that correspond with them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us find this 2024 testimony of Jen McCabe. It would be helpful if towel friends could tell me roughly when she... I found it. I think I found it. Hold on. I think I found it. It looks like it was 5/22/24. So Karen Reed trial. Look at little towel. Karen Reed trial 5/22/24. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel. I'm thrilled to be with you. We are looking for a very specific day, please. It was 2024, thank you, not 2025. First of all, May 22nd, 2025 hasn't even happened yet. And then the other thing is, I have to figure out, so we got a request, by the way, to look at a just short comparison between Jen McCabe's testimony and her demeanor on cross this time versus last time. She does look, Jen McCabe, a lot more collected, calm, cool. But allow little towel to hunt down and locate this cross for you. I'm getting a little frustrated right now. Why can't I search? Why can't I filter this? Oh, I see. Custom range. All right, so let's go back to May of 2024 because you're a towel. I'm a towel. We're all little towels. Let's go. We're looking specifically for Jen McCabe's testimony. All right, here we go. I got it, ladies and gentlemen. I think I got it. But I want it from an actual reputable channel. I got it, ladies and gentlemen. I got Jen McCabe's cross. It took me a while, my word. Day 16, it looks like, was the Jen McCabe cross. Stay with me, little towels. Stay with little towel. Here we go. All right, let's watch it together. I'm a little towel. And I will bring this up on your screen right now as it loads up. Appreciate you sticking with me. Here we go. There is no court tomorrow. Is that what we're hearing, Jew Drops? Do we know why? It would be nice if there's no court tomorrow. Do you know why? Because Little Towel has a final. So a day off would be wonderful, because otherwise I have to leave you all for a few hours, go take my final, and come back, which is what I'm going to do, because I'm a dedicated towel. And I would never let the towel friends down. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and we have had a request to look at cross from Alan Jackson of Jen McCabe. I have it for you. Little towels, I have it. I have it right here. All right. Jew Drops, are you hearing? Those of you taking part in the donation challenge, God bless you. And I do want to say, Mona Lisa, Arizona, I appreciate you so much. Not everyone will maybe announce it, because some people donate anonymously for their own reasons. Some people just like to do that. But know that I will try to tell you every single one who meets every person who meets your wonderfully kind lunchtime towel pizza challenge. There are at least 2 people on Cashapp. So we have 1 person on Venmo, 2 people on Cashapp, and Jew Drops. That's 4 in total. God bless you, towel friends. Mona Lisa, Arizona has started a moment. Thank you, Alana, for the good wishes on my final tomorrow. I will do you little towels proud, I promise. It is my 4th of 7 finals, and as we press ahead over the next 2 weeks, Towel will keep fighting to get through all of this in your honor. Although I have some family things going on, so I have to may delay a few of my credits for a little bit longer. But that's okay, towel friends, family, friends, towels, the public, our country, God. Those are the things that come first. And Little Towel's going to stick with you through thick and thin. All right, so let's bring up Jen McCabe's cross from the last trial. Oh, Charlene, I don't know what confirmation it's asking for. If it's like a phone number confirmation, but with Cashapp, if you're using Venmo, you can confirm, because my profile picture is an inflatable Elmo. Oh, Charlene, that is me. God bless you. You're the 5th person to have met Mona Lisa, Arizona's challenge. I appreciate all of you towel friends, and you can know that it is my Venmo. Why? Because it's a picture of an inflatable Elmo in honor of my dear departed friend. That was his nickname. I took a picture of that Elmo statue just months before he passed, and unfortunately I never got to send it to him. He was an Army veteran, ladies and gentlemen. He was an Army veteran, and he passed away, and therefore my Venmo picture is forevermore a picture of an inflatable Elmo. All right, I have Jen McCabe's cross. Let us get back to that. Did I see Murder by Maestro in the chat? Oh no, that's the wrong window. Don't worry, towel friends. I won't get rid of your comments. I'm a towel. Is this what you wanted to see, friends? Jen McCabe's cross from the first trial. Shall we listen together? Let's see if there's a difference in the demeanor. You all tell me. This is the first trial, by the way.
You recall testifying at another hearing.
Oh, pardon me, friends. Let me get to the cross. That was the direct. Ladies and gentlemen. Nope, sorry, that was Kerry Roberts. Where's the cross? It must have been a little bit earlier.
You indicated that you Google searched something about ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
What was so important about ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home, I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that the basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else on your mind in that early morning hour time frame?
Don't believe so.
Ms. McCabe, if you wanted to know, in general, how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures, right? If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question. If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we? Because you actually Googled searched it.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct. I was...
After 2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
There's so many lies and misconceptions on social media.
No question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming. My hands were shaking, and she was saying, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally don't remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
How about?
And I picked up my phone and I started Googling.
And you literally, to this day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her...
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
That morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been everywhere.
Why does that sound so familiar?
Because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world happens to know it...
Wait a minute. Alan Jackson does have a Twitter. It's Alan J. Jackson or something. I don't know if he's since deleted it. He does have a social media. Anyway, I'm a towel.
That's not on me, is it?
We're watching Jen McCabe's
I guess not.
I guess not. Hoss long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were seeking, at some point, to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed Hoss long to die in cold, correct?
If you could show me it, I'd appreciate it.
You later Google searched. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
While she looks at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're back.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Take a look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second?
Yes.
Did you see the actual search phrase?
Yes.
Does that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Jim?
Yeah. May I?
Yes. Is that, Madam Court Reporter? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked as Exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Bixby. You see this column?
Yes.
Third column from the, actually it's the fourth column from the left. One, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated
All right,
that you
so what do you think, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to watch a little bit more of this. We're going to see what Alan Jackson hasn't asked about. Obviously, the 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Google search has already been confirmed from the first trial, from the second trial, but now we're looking at Alan Jackson's cross of Jen McCabe, and Alan Jackson in the second trial has not yet crossed Jen McCabe about this Google search. Obviously, the Google search by multiple experts is confirmed as having occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. at Karen Reed's request, while at the scene of John O'Keefe's death. Now, my name is GrantSmithEllis. We are waiting for court to come back into session. We have a number of things to do here, Towel Friends. One, we're monitoring the Karen cam because that will tell us when Karen Reed is back in session. Then I have the Turtle Boy 2 p.m. hearing. I have it queued up. Ladies and gentlemen, I am on top of this. Towel, Cosell, Attenborough, Smith-Ellis is with you, reporting in real time. There has been a challenge initiated by Modalese, Arizona. I'm thrilled to announce we had another donation as part of the Towel Lunchtime Challenge. We are all being wonderful towels. Towel is going to have less anxiety until he gets through tomorrow and the next day. And by God, that means so much to me because I will continue providing you coverage. Towel is hearing reports about court tomorrow. We don't know what the deal is. I'm trying to get confirmation. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been an interesting series of events. Now, let Towel also take some time to bring up for you, if I can, the Turtle Boy hearing up in the corner. All right? It's supposed to start at 2 o'clock, the Turtle Boy hearing. And I'm going to bring it up for you in the corner because I think I have found someone who's going to cover it. The only person who's going to cover it, not the Karen Reed trial, other than this little towel, looks like it's going to be the Glera. But the Glera might have a court feed, and then us little towels are going to borrow that court feed because it's the pool feed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all watching closely. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Thank you. So, listen, Alan Jackson can wear whatever clothes he wants. He cannot hate towels. It is absolutely in violation of the towel creed to hate towels, ladies and gentlemen. There is no room for towel hatred in a world defined by universal compassion and love. We must rise above Alan Jackson's hatred of towels. We shall not be brought down by a man who blames marshmallows in a criminal trial. I swear to you, towel friends, we shall be vindicated regardless of whether Mr. Alan Jackson likes or hates towels. It is the towels who will be vindicated in the end. I, of course, am GrantSmithEllis, and I'm posting updates about Turtle Boy not being selected to be in the courtroom for next week's Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. So please allow me to embody my anthropomorphic towel Howard Cosell, David Attenborough self, as I convey to you this information that is of the utmost importance. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the erudite legal analysis you come to this stream for, watching at a moment's notice cross of Jen McCabe from last year, and then listening to Towell make posts about how Aiden Kearney is not going to be in the courtroom for next week's Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day. We shall eat the finest muffins and bagels and 7-Eleven pizza in all of the land. We shall prevail. The Towel people shall peacefully obtain their homeland in northern France, and we shall rename Normandy Norman Towel. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will pay due homage to the spirit of freedom and love which defines that sacred space of earth, because we will not invade in a malicious manner. We will invade with 7 million men, 14 million women, 148 million Russians, all waving non-lethal towels. Towels shall prevail. The world order will not know what's coming. All right, shall we continue back to this cross of Jen McCabe, or do you want to talk more about the invasion of Norman Towel? You can return home to walk dogs if needed. Yes, of course. We will have ancillary towels doing civil towel service production. We'll have a war towel production board, but we're going to have to change the name from a war towel production board to a peaceful invasion towel production board. We have to be very careful with our rhetorical framing. This isn't actually an invasion. It is a peaceful conquest of people who demand to be taken over by the towels. The towel people will reclaim their rightful soil in northern France out of love, ladies and gentlemen, out of love. All right, back to the cross.
Did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long T-I die in C-I-K-D, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Google hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die. I'm sorry, she said something like, how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled them. How long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
So Hoslong to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Miss McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time. Let me scroll up, please. According to the Celebrate data, you see this first search that says hostile to dying cold?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
You realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was hostile to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
Well, you see the search right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning in 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one at 6:24 says hostile to dying cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. My eyes aren't that great. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant, yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is, your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched a 2:27. That is not reality.
But the 6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27, correct?
I'm sure Celebrate will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then, of those three searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
Take a look at the Celebrate report, top search, and the column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
Let me take this down. Ms. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made
There you go.
that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But
oh my word, what an answer. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news in the Turtle Boy hearing. Turtle Boy may be going to jail, ladies and gentlemen, depending on what the judge rules. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pilgrim Shadow was right. We do not, of course, make reference to people who are, in terms of the source he cited, but that's okay, Pilgrim Shadow. That is okay, dear friend. You found the document. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news in just 10 minutes in real time. Aiden Kearney might face a bail revocation and could be going to jail. It was over the very videos we talked about earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the document. I have the document on towel screen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about this now. I'm going to zoom in. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. You're going to be in the clip. Hold on, it's going to be in a second from now. Give me a second. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. In just 10 minutes' time, it looks like Aiden Turtleboy Kearney will be facing a potential bail revocation at a 2 p.m. hearing in Norfolk Superior Court. You will be able to watch live towel coverage on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Here's what the motion says. It cites the bail revocation statute that says if the judge finds that there is problems on March 6, 2024, there was a condition of bail imposed on Aiden Kearney by Judge Dunlin. The Karen Cam's coming back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all happening so fast. Stay with Little Towel. On March 6, 2024, after hearing a justice of this court, Jay Dunlin, imposed conditions of release on the defendant, Aiden Kearney, and bail warnings were duly read by the clerk. Those conditions of release included an order that the defendant was not to contact either directly or indirectly any witnesses in his case. Lieutenant Brian Tully is a witness in Kearney's case. He's an affiant for the search warrant on Kearney's home, and he's a witness who has testified pursuant to the indictment subsequently issued by the grand jury. On April 26, 2025, Kearney did a live video on YouTube during which he declared as follows. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to play the clip for you right now. You can see it. It's absolutely horrifying. We played it earlier today on Towel Stream. We're going to watch it right now. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel as Towel prepares this for you all. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot going on just 10 minutes from now. I'm going to bring this up for you, Little Towels. Stay with me. My name is GrantSmithEllis. That was not what I wanted to get rid of. Stay with me, Little Towels. Towel has a plan. Towel is the man with the plan. Is this it, ladies and gentlemen? Is this it? All right, stay with me, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with me. I'm going to bring up the video that could result in Aiden Kearney's bail being revoked in just 10 minutes' time. Will this happen? Will the justice system finally hold Aiden Kearney accountable? Well, let's watch the video. What will the judge decide? I have it for you. I have the archive of the video that is at issue in this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a big moment here. It was more than just Aiden Kearney saying that Jesus talks to him. It was that Aiden Kearney wished for the police officer's house in his case to burn down by way of a fire. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is happening, and it's unfolding before your eyes. We are having moment after moment after moment of intensity. I'm locating this clip for you. It was right after Easter. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a clip of Aiden Kearney. So it was before the Karen Reed trial. We have a lot of documents to go through here, but don't worry. I have this. It will be a picture of Aiden Kearney just up on the screen for some odd reason, and then you will see the video play that is at issue in the bail revocation motion. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is the video at issue. Towel found it. Let's listen. I'll have to unmute the site. But this is the primary source. This is what could result in Aiden Kearney's bail being revoked.
Tully is the mastermind of all this shit. Fuck that corrupt piece of shit. It pisses me off that he gets away with this shit. Fuck him. He was rehomed, but he's still involved in my case and tried to have me locked up again last month. He can go get fucked. Him and his stupid wife and his stupid family. I hope they all fucking die in a fire. Fuck them. If I found out tomorrow that Brian Tully was burned alive in the most painful way possible, I would be so happy. Like, I would be awesome. That'd be great. I hope he dies. Like, I hope pain and misery happens to him after what he's done to me, what he's done to Karen Reed, what he's done to my children. Like, I really fucking hope, like, I would get so fucking hard if you told me Brian Tully died in a car accident tomorrow. Brian Tully actually deserves to get hit by a car and die. Like, die. And so I don't give a fuck if he dies. I don't give a fuck who he leaves behind. I hope it's painful. I hope every single waking moment for the rest of his life is miserable, because that's what Jesus would want me to do. Okay. I go to church every Sunday, and that's what Jesus talks to me. And that's what he says. Revenge. You can call me Journalism Jesus. And I plan on rising tomorrow from the dead. You guys don't know this. Tomorrow's Easter. Jesus is back with a vengeance. I mean, it's kind of, not to compare myself to Jesus or anything like that, but it's kind of similar. Like, getting nailed to the cross is much worse than losing a Facebook page, but they're both obstacles. You know what I mean? And they thought Jesus was down for the count, and they thought I was down for the count. You know, and what are they doing? What happened with Jesus after that? Oh, rose from the dead, literally started his own religion, one of the biggest religions in the world. There's a million sects of it now, of Christianity, that have been created. And yes, this is, you're right, yo, this is extremely disrespectful. I'm a devout Catholic, but I am extremely disrespectful. So if you want a respectful channel, you have come to the wrong place. It's about to get a million times more offensive than what I just said about comparing myself to Jesus. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aiden Kearney, because of the first clip in that series, is about to face a bail revocation hearing 5 minutes from now, 2 p.m. Eastern. I'm recording this clip. You may tune in, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. The Towel Friends are already here. We're ready and we're waiting. All right, Towel Friends, stay with me. Stay with me, Towel Friends. Okay, Towel Friends, we now need to find out what just happened with the Karen Reed hearing, because I'm now seeing that it is not in session anymore. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay with me. Stay with Little Towel. Aiden Kearney facing a potential bail revocation. We're going to find out what's going on with the Karen Reed trial. Stay with Little Towel. For all the breaking updates, we have the 2 p.m. Aiden Kearney hearing ready to go. Stay with me, Little Towels, ladies and gentlemen. We are all Little Towels. We will see this through together, and we'll find out what has just happened in the Karen Reed hearing. Stay with me, Little Towels. Stay with me, Little Towels. No, we're not back in session. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with Little Towel. We're going to find out what's going on and why this has been updated. Hold on, stay with Little Towel. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the Turtle Boy hearing up on the screen for you, all right, Little Towels? So we're going to be able to watch that at the very least. We're going to wait to see if Glare goes live with his coverage. So stay with me. We are waiting. Little Towels, we are not going to miss a thing. I know I'm saying stay with me a lot. Okay, we're about to go live in the Turtle Boy hearing. Stay with Little Towel. We are about to go live. I see it on the Glare stream. I'm not going to actually put it up on the stream until it's live, but we are here. We're waiting. Is Aiden Kearney's bail about to be revoked? Now, let me just go ahead and get rid of this. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see it up on your screen. Well, we're not actually going to watch that for now. We're going to wait. We're going to wait till the hearing goes live, but we're waiting for the Aiden Kearney hearing, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, but ladies and gentlemen, you wait very, very quickly. Wait for me because I am here. We are here. It might not be dueling hearings. I am not seeing anything, ladies and gentlemen, right now from the Karen Reed trial. I saw that we actually got kicked out of the Zoom, which sometimes means it might not come back into session. However, we are dual monitoring. And if the Karen Reed trial does come back into session, I will let Towel Friends know. It would be very... Okay, this isn't live, is it? No, that's not it. No, so we don't have Karen Reed trial coverage right now. We are checking in on both. There's the... I'm looking at the Glare. He has not brought up the Turtle Boy hearing, but when it goes live, we will go over to coverage, Towel Friends. Little Towel is here. There are rapidly developing situations. Now, stay with me, Little Towels, because I must type something up. Breaking news. Aiden Turtle Boy Kearney to face 2 p.m. Eastern bail revocation motion after telling his social media audience Jesus told Kearney to seek revenge and wish for the home of a police officer, a named witness in Kearney's case whom Kearney cannot contact per court order, and to burn it down in a conflagration consuming the man's family. Tune in live to watch it all unfold now. Ladies and gentlemen, it is one of those moments, fellow towels. We thought earlier might have been a big moment. Now we have an even bigger moment, and Towel is here with you. Reporter Towel at the ready. We await the hearing to start. Now stick with little Towel. We don't have it.
You're fucking up.
We don't have anything yet. But we're waiting, little towels. As soon as the Turtle Boy hearing goes live, I will have it for you. I will be here, Reporter Towel at the ready. Always at a moment's notice, here to provide live coverage for you as a little towel. Telling his social media, thank you. Okay, and then is that worthy of an alarm emoji? I would say that's worthy of an alarm emoji, little towels. I'd say that's 2 alarm emojis worthy. This man faces bail revocation hearings more often than Towel eats 7-Eleven pizza. Ladies and gentlemen, what a series of events. What a series of events indeed. We are watching, we are patiently waiting, little towels. We are being good observers of the judicial process. Now, we have one more thing to do, little towels. We are going to convert the wonderful image we just made we brought up and showed the towel friends of the order, the bail revocation order for Aiden Kearney, and we are going to bring this over here. I hope we have more than just audio. Hold on. I'm monitoring, little towels. No court audio yet. All right, stick with me, little towels.
Nope, not that.
Nothing yet. No court audio yet. Oh, these are tense moments, ladies and gentlemen. These are tense moments, and you are here. We are here together, little towels, watching in real time. It is one of those moments. We don't know how it could play out. Aiden Kearney seems to escape bail revocations time and time again. Will this be the one that finally catches him? We don't know. As towels, we can only sit and watch. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, what a moment. What a moment for the world. What a moment for little towels. It is simply a moment. It is a moment to be here. It is a moment to behold. It is a moment to be a towel. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We do not yet have the hearing. I'm watching. Stay with me, little towels. Stay with me. As soon as the hearing is live, I will do my best to bring you coverage. If you see the Turtle Boy hearing go up on any channel, let me know, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know. Let me know. I'll post it as soon as possible. Little Towel is also preparing the PDF of the Aiden Kearney bail revocation for the towel friends. So stick with Little Towel. We shall not be deterred. GSC Aiden Turtle Boy Kearney bail revocation. Jesus said, seek revenge and wish for a fire to burn police officers' homes. Apparently 4/30/25. I mean, I don't even know how to explain that other than that's what the motion said. So that's what I'm writing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the hearing. Stay with me.
TB's bond has not been revoked.
Not yet. We just heard the glare said it has not been revoked yet. They are moving to revoke. Ladies and gentlemen, the hearing is not in session, but when it is in session, we will report it. Keep an eye on Little Towel. Now, if you all, as I said, if you all come across this stream and I'm missing it in the chat, please let me know. Well, I wouldn't be able to see it anyway, but I have to get this copy of the motion to revoke bail uploaded, which I've done. I've rendered it as a PDF. You're all listening in real time. I'm a one-man operation, Little Towels. I don't have anyone to help me. There's no newsroom yet. Well, we have an editor, but he's a volunteer. Okay. Read the motion to revoke Kearney's bail in full here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all happening so fast. But you, the towel friends, the loyal towel friends, were here. You were ready. We were at the moment. Now we have to allow this to upload. I'm going to switch back over to see if any of the channels have started covering the Turtle Boy hearing, but I'm not seeing it yet. If the hearing does come up, please let Little Towel know. I'm also going to check on the Karen Reed hearing. No way we're back in session. Nope, we are not back in session. I don't even know if there's going to be more hearing today. Towel friends, what are you seeing? Towel needs your eyes and ears in terms of whether we're going to come back into session in the Karen Reed trial. Let me check with some of the reporters. This is going to be a lot. This is going to push the entire press corps to their very limit. But we're going to do it, towel friends. We have an army. We have a towel army. We're going to get things done. What do we got here? What do we got? All right. What are we having reported? I'll let you know right now, towel friends. We're still on lunch break. No updates from the Karen Reed side of things. We're waiting for the Turtle Boy hearing. We're waiting. We're watching, pensively waiting. If the coverage happens, we'll be here. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Just dead air. I'm watching. I'm watching closely. I'm a towel. As soon as the Turtle Boy hearing happens related to his potential bail revocation, you know we will go right over to that, towel friends. Yeah, I don't see, so we're waiting. If you see Turtle Boy's hearing pop up anywhere, let me know. I haven't seen it yet. I'm watching the Glares channel. I have the Karen Reed hearing on a backup feed. If either of them go back into session, I will immediately come over and let you know. I'm not seeing the Karen Reed trial in session, just highlights right now, and I'm also not seeing the Turtle Boy hearing up. So I'm relying on all the towel friends to be good towels, be friendly towels, amicable towels as towel multitask. I have managed to get the TB bail revocation post up. What I am doing now, though, with all the towel friends is we are keeping an eye close. Brian Tully is the police officer who is a witness in Kearney's case. He's subject. Brian Tully is part of the order. Aiden Kearney has a no contact order with any of the witnesses in his case, and Aiden Kearney that video was about Brian Tully over the weekend. That's the subject of the bail revocation motion. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still waiting. Hold tight. Nothing yet. We're keeping a very close eye on this, though, and we're also seeing if the Karen Reed trial. Hold on, let me see if this is live.
Well, they're
Nope, no Karen Reed trial yet either. Hey, New Hampshire Canada patient, my dear friend, it is so good to see you. Allow me to welcome you to the Wall of Towels. Towel friends, this is an old friend of Towels, and Towel appreciates saying hello to Towel friends from all over. Whether you follow Towel's cannabis coverage or otherwise, Towel appreciates you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the Turtle Boy hearing to come into session. We don't see it yet. As soon as we get information, you know, we will be ready, and we will move forward quickly to coverage of the hearing. Hold on.
Yeah, I just
nothing yet, folks. Nothing yet. We are monitoring, and as soon as we, as I mentioned, as soon as we have coverage of the hearing, you all will be the first to know. I wish the hearing would start. So, okay, so apparently the hearing is on. Hold on, towel friends. Are you actually seeing the Turtle Boy hearing? I have it. Hold on. I know that the glare is going to bring it up, so give me 1 second. I have, all right, fine. If we absolutely must get we're just getting the pool feed, towel friends. Hold on, we're just getting the pool feed. Let's see if we have it. I think we have it, friends. Is it live? I'll be able to tell you in 1 second if the Kearney hearing is live. It's live, friends. It's live. Here we go. We're going to start from the beginning. We have it, towel friends. Stick with Little Towel. We have to go back a little bit. We're going to start from the beginning of the Kearney hearing. All right, we got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Aiden Turtle Boy Kearney bail hearing. Give me 1 second. Here we go. All right, give me 1 second, little towels. We don't support anyone who issues threats of violence against little towels, which that man has done. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Aiden Turtleboy Kearney bail revocation hearing. Here we go. Let's get to watching. Oh, I don't think anyone was expecting it to be a bail revocation hearing. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Little towel on the monitor. Oh no. We're only a minute behind, towel friends. Don't worry. No, that was a very bad time. That's the perils of not having a microphone stand. My microphone fell. Here it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. Let's begin. Let's begin now. All right. Is Turtleboy's bail going to be revoked? Is he going to avoid it again?
00053 charging you as follows. Offense 1, charging motor vehicle homicide while operating under the influence. Offenses 2 and 3, each charging operating under the influence causing serious bodily injury. Do you wish to waive the formal reading of these indictments?
Yes.
How do you wish to plead to each of these indictments?
Not guilty.
Thank you. Is there a question of bail?
Yes, Your Honor.
Might be a different case.
Go ahead. Your Honor, there was a $5,000 cash bail set in the district court. About 9 days later, she was pronounced deceased. Throughout the 5-second intervals prior to the
respect to the protective order, is there any objection to that without prejudice?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I'll allow without prejudice. And have there been any violations, before I get back to Mr. Green, of the pretrial release conditions from the Quincy District Court?
No. He's had basically 2 jobs since that.
This is a different case,
folks. To make sure that Mr. Gorman will read. He hasn't defaulted.
Must be muted.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a different case, but we're still monitoring. And then we also have the Karen Reed case, if that goes back into session. Oh, looks like it's coming back. Hold on. We're going to do live stream until the Kearney case is back. So the Karen Reed case is back into session, folks, but little towels, we need to do double duty right now, so we're going to wait for the Aiden Kearney case to come into session, and as we're doing that, we're going to watch the Karen Reed case. We're going to do both, so give little towel 1 second. All right, we're going to do both, little towels. Stay with me. This is the Turtle Boy bail revocation, if you're wondering.
Did you all discuss the next date?
Should be
Not
happening
specific
next.
dates, but I think we're looking into July.
Could be the next case.
16? Yeah. 16th works.
That's great. So, Mr. Gorman, your matter is continued to July 16th at 2 p.m. for a pretrial conference. And the court orders you to recognize in the sum of $5,000 cash and further orders the bail you posted in district court be transferred. And you are subject to the following conditions: that you remain the SCRAM monitoring, you are not to operate a motor vehicle, you are to stay away, have no contact, direct or indirect, with the victims, their families, and the witnesses in this case. You are to surrender your driver's license, you are to remain in the Commonwealth, and you are to sign a waiver of extradition before you leave today. Do you assent to those conditions, sir?
Yes.
And you are hereby notified if you're charged with a crime during the period of your release, your bail in this matter may be revoked in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 276, Section 58. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like me to send him
Thank
across
you.
the street? You can sign the waiver with probation. They're across the street on the second floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. And then I'll wait. Give me, like, when you come back, I'll do this.
Okay. Thank you.
Next, before the court numbers 8 and 10.
Sorry about the delay, Jerry.
Aiden Kearney, 23 CR 313, 24
Here we
CR
go.
0043. Mr. Kearney is present and represented by Attorney Timothy Bradel, and I believe Attorney Betterow is on Zoom. The Commonwealth is represented by a Special Assistant District Attorney, Robert Cosgrove, and I believe Attorney Mello is on Zoom. And the matter is on for a motion hearing. If the parties could please identify themselves for the record.
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Robert Cosgrove for the Commonwealth.
Good afternoon. Hello, Your Honor. Timothy Bradel on behalf of Aiden Kearney. Good to be with you. To my left is my client, Aiden Kearney.
And Your Honor, Mark Betterow, I'm on Zoom out of state on behalf of Mr. Kearney.
Sure. And there's another attorney on Zoom as well?
Attorney Mello's name is here? It doesn't look like he has a camera or...
Yes,
right,
good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Mello, Attorney Kenneth Mello. I'm the Assistant District Attorney, Special Assistant District Attorney, also assigned to this matter.
Okay, good afternoon. So there are a couple of motions that have been filed and other matters. Before we get into any of those, can I see counsel at sidebar?
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one felled swoop as you look at this document? So I don't have to go back and forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Would it help you to remember?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you bring it to Ms. McCabe?
Thank you.
Thank you. This is just my sake. This one is. Yeah, I just think it's so much. Sure. I might try to do that. Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tabs, not that whole document, it's too dense. Take a look at the tabs and go in reverse chronological order and see if that refreshes your recollection about the time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those early that early morning of January 29th.
Okay. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm not going to have to remember the exact times of all five, am I?
I'll help.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at 12:14, I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.?
I don't know exactly. I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute?
GrantSmithEllis here, tell friends, the very rare double sidebar. The very rare double sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. We have two sidebars going simultaneously. It is absolutely intense. It is just scenes unfolding right now, ladies and gentlemen. Simply scenes unfolding in every sense of the term. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We have one hearing going, the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. Then on the other screen, we have the video of Aiden Kearney's hearing. That's at sidebar. I stopped the beeping for you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, these are just absolutely scenes. Do I see Bill in the chat? Oh, my word, what a day to welcome Bill into the chat. We have feed of the Aiden Kearney hearing that's on sidebar. We have feed of the Karen Reed hearing that's on sidebar. Jen McCabe's being crossed. Aiden Kearney faces a bail revocation. Towel has a Red Bull. Here we go, we're back.
Ms. McCabe, we're going to make it a little easier for you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hold on. Now we gotta go back to the Kearney hearing. Oh, no!
Next for the court, number 5, Commonwealth versus Dylan Santos, 23 CR 106. Ms. Santos, do we have Mr. Spades? He was here. I stepped out, I think, but...
12:20. All these are on January 29th, 2022 at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here.
Smith-Ellis, I'm a towel. Here's what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, my name's GrantSmithEllis. Here's what's going on. I'm a towel. The John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial is ongoing. The Aiden Kearney matter has not been called. It's on to another matter. Hold on.
No, Peter Spacey for Mr. Santos.
Okay, so they're delaying the Kearney matter for now. We're going back to the Karen Reed retrial. You're with Little Towel, the only person who could somehow stream both of these things at once because I'm a towel.
Number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move, ever?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Miss Reed's SUV, was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times. You are correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times, if those were associated with one another. You walked up, open up the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me.
I'm not.
Where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this. Every time you went to the door, you texted something?
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did, sorry.
Do you remember a year ago testifying that every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct, that you testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted
Sure.
portion and just read that to yourself. Let me know when you're finished.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down, yes.
Okay. Did you testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that,
Okay.
yes.
So if you if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory. It was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door.
And
What I
certainly-
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight ahead. I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I cannot say with certainty, with my memory today, that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
And then, and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw, that was a year ago, correct? A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory? Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a little with time?
Well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of it and what I experienced and went through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those two texts.
Do you want to come to Sidebar again?
I apologize if I misstated. I went up more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts and and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's one.
When I texted here, yes.
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Was that the flagpole? Yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to, hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted, pull behind me.
When you went the second time, and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello.
Third call on Mr. Kearney. Okay, we do have some.
Which is fine. Let's just keep it there.
Okay. Okay. Let me start from the top. Next, before the court, number 4, Cromwell versus Steve.
It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole, and then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole?
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, hello. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You've indicated that was, you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago, that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John?
That's a summary of maybe the...
Did you testify to that a year ago?
To what? That when I went to the door? Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
Right. And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45, is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you've testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
At some point, did you note that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
Yes.
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. The highlighted portion,
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay.
I never gave a time.
All right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well,
time?
that's the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about that. That's been stipulated to. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone, had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe.
Pre-trial.
Then you saw
And I
it in
expect to be ready
position
for
2.
trial
You went back to
and
the door
motion
and
limiting
noted
on
that
the
SUV had
pre-trial
moved.
date, Your Honor. All right. What is the trial date currently? June 24th. I'm sorry, June 24th, Your Honor.
All right. Any chance to resolve the case prior to trial?
We've had discussions, Your Honor. There are mandatory sentences here, so it precludes, the Commonwealth is willing to do something, but it requires incarceration, Your Honor.
Is it worth putting it on for a lobby conference? You tell me, Mr. Gaffney.
Door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there, yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early. Early in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me, yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth through the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
No.
Moaning, groaning, as if someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at the SUV the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street, correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said?
Yeah, across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay, and that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes, over to the left, yes.
And you detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, like this, yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left, if I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second for perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside, when you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground, that's where you saw the tire track?
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave, yeah. I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced out. It was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been in that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat, yeah.
Can we take a look? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Can you take a look at that photograph for a quick second and tell me if you recognize it?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that as being?
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that be marked as identification.
Okay.
Permission to publish?
Not for identification, no.
I'm happy to read it as.
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay. All right.
It's a chalk at this point.
Okay.
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you.
Exhibit H for identification.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. Mr. Wall, can you make that? There you go. Thank you. What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure. Right there.
Okay. The one with the brick steps leading up to it?
Yes.
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
Sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges?
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
Or that one. Sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather?
Right.
The shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down, Mr. Wall.
So what was that marked as, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
No, I want to object.
Okay.
46.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV?
No.
He was not standing or sitting?
Not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of...
Right. But just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking for tire tracks, when you saw the SUV standing or sitting right in front of you, you saw that through your peripheral vision, you know, the tire track.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV was very dark.
I didn't ask you about lighting yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
You
sorry.
looked at tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Something that stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out. There they are.
Yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV?
No.
He wasn't sitting down?
No.
He wasn't lying down?
No.
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole?
No.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct? Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole at the vehicle, yes.
Right. And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning.
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
Correct. The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not, no.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle?
No.
And he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Ms. McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so, The last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you direction. Not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't see that search card. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.?
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out, yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct, yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No.
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
No.
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
No. No, I did not.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
Seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon.
Four-door,
yeah,
extended seating?
Yes.
When the SUV pulled out of the driveway, it was in the driveway?
Yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a three-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night?
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated?
Yes.
Did your husband, Matt, did he turn on the brights? Or did he leave the beams on low? Or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on, yes.
You did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary on that lawn as you drove by in that SUV?
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly did not see John O'Keefe dressed in dark clothing laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a conversation having to do with bread and maybe peanut butter or something.
Yes.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
And according to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out, yes.
You certainly never heard anybody say anything like, what was that, or anything close to that?
No, I didn't.
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side?
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, jumped out of the car, and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Miss Roberts ran over to assist Miss Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
You indicated that well, let me ask a different question. Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad, yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Miss Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Miss Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but...
Well, you just testified to it yesterday. You remember saying, I did get very close to them.
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that,
Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony, I'm sorry. Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Ms. Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview. Is that, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up his shirt, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and said started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, RT 114, lines 14 to bottom, onto 115, line 4. Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Object.
Is that how you testified last year?
I'm not sure. I know.
Next question.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a copy of your testimony from last year?
I don't think looking at it would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom line is I got out of the car, went behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Ms. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year on your own, sitting on that witness stand? I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see your transcript from last year?
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know, and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question. I'm not asking what you remember now. I'm asking how you testified a year ago now.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car, we were there.
Words matter. They matter a lot.
Okay, so remember, Mr. Jackson, no comments. Ms. McCabe, can I answer his question?
Okay.
Do you remember exactly how it is that you testified last year?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that. Did you indicate last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Ms. Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt up and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
I object. And
Why don't I see it sidebar? Why don't you bring it to Mr. Jackson's face?
Ladies and gentlemen, I might be back with you soon. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. My name is GrantSmithEllis. The Aiden Turtleboy Kearney case has been skipped on first call and second call. We are waiting, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting to determine what's going to happen. There's been a bail revocation motion in the Aiden Kearney case. The Karen Reed case is about to come back into session. My name's GrantSmithEllis. I'm trying to give you double coverage. We're back on the Karen multicam view until Aiden Kearney's case is called. He could see his bail revocation motion argued. Will it happen? Stay with TowelCam, towel.com, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Maybe one day we'll get towel.com.
All right, now you can go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, is it true that you had the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt. And then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Ms. Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions, you could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get, quote unquote, very close to him before you could see anything, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. It's the first word that's problematic, Mr. Johnson.
Yesterday, you testified that it was whiteout conditions. You had to leave the car, walk all the way over and get, quote unquote, very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year, you testified that you were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You can see that clearly, all the way from the car, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe, that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you trying to suggest or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen a body there as you drove up?
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Ms. McCabe.
McCabe.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Not sure. I'll give it a shot.
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to improve your testimony this year over last year to suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car?
I'm not trying to improve my testimony, no.
You claimed on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Ms. Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
And that's an incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Something you would not easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
As a matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You're not answering my question. Would you overlook that?
No.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I see it.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
This is over 227 pages.
Take your time.
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
227?
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
You reviewed it before, haven't you?
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
You read the whole thing cover to cover, didn't you?
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions, and I'm telling the jurors what I know.
Was it important to you, before testifying today, that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him, yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you, before you testified, to tell these jurors, under oath, that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a juror, as a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of fact, in your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony no fewer than a dozen times, 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34 Fairview that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were asked multiple times what my client's words were
that you heard her say going to and at the scene, correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
For court and counsel lines 10 and 11.
Which lines? I'm sorry.
10 and 11.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You recounted what Ms. Reed said to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She didn't say it. She asked it, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Did you testify that what Ms. Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
May I?
Oh, sure.
Just wanted to verify a page number, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. Why don't you tell Mr. Brennan the page number?
I will, with each one. If you turn to page 192. Line 4. What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Foundation.
What are we talking about?
I'll ask it a different way. Did you answer a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
I'd object.
So I don't want to have to see it sidebar. We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jackson. I have no idea what that said.
Your Honor, everyone, I can make an offer of proof at sidebar if you wish.
Okay, why don't you come to sidebar?
Sure.
Ladies and
bring
gentlemen,
them.
GrantSmithEllis, I'm here. I'm with you, ladies and gentlemen. The Aiden Kearney bail revocation hearing has not yet started. We are watching closely, ladies and gentlemen. We are towels. We are attentive towels. We watch closely. We monitor. Ladies and gentlemen, we watch. We wait. The Karen Reed trial is at sidebar. The world wants to know what is going to happen with Aiden Kearney's bail revocation. That hearing has not yet started. It's been delayed twice. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, SmithEllis, and I'm with you for each and every moment. So much going on, so many developments, so many things to cover. We will go to the Aiden Kearney hearing. The Karen Reed hearing should be coming back into session in about 25 seconds. I'm a towel. Continue to be good towels to each other. I'll see you at the next break. I'm a towel. God bless all the towel friends. Be well until we see each other next in a few minutes. I'm a towel. We will go to coverage of the Aiden Kearney bail hearing very shortly. Stick with me, towel friends. Don't tune out. You won't want to miss the historic moments. Come on now. Come on back into session. Little towel knows you can do it. You can do it. Here we go.
May I approach the witness?
Yes. Do you have an extra copy for yourself, Mr.
I have notes.
Jackson?
I have
Okay,
notes.
thank you.
I think my notes will suffice. On page 192, line 4, for context, were you talking about a statement that was made in Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line 4.
Yes, that was a comment she made in the car.
And she said the phrase, you recounted that she said the phrase, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193, line 1 through 2. This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Robert Cosgrove for the Commonwealth.
Hi, good afternoon. In the context of being in John's driveway at One Meadows?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Kearney. Hi, Mr. Bradle.
Hello, Your Honor.
All right. What's the first order of business, Mr. Cosgrove? I'll start with you. I see counsel from New York is on as well.
Yes, Mark.
Hi,
Beddoe
Mr.
from
Beddoe. Good
How are
afternoon.
you? Nice to see you.
Good. Okay. What's the first order of business, Mr. Cosgrove?
Your Honor, I think the first order of business, I would at least like to take up the issue that has been hanging for quite a while regarding the search of the seized devices and the memorandum that I filed response to your Honor's order last time in opposition to what I understand to be the defendant's motion to screen other things besides attorney-client privilege, specifically reporter privilege.
Okay.
And I'm, as I was leaving for court this morning, I received a text from Mr. Kearney indicating that he intended to rely for his filing on something previously filed. I unfortunately do not have that with me and have not been able to look at it, but as far as the argument itself goes, I'm more than willing to rest on my filing for the most part, particularly if Mr. Kearney is as well. And I'm sure I reviewed that other document at some point, although it's not fresh in my mind now.
Okay. So what you're referring to is that there is a taint team that's in place.
There is a taint team in place.
That's Judge Macy, right?
That's Judge Macy is the evaluator, so to speak, of privileged material, what should be turned over and what should not. And Mr. Verino is the electronics expert that would actually do the search. And my problem, Your Honor, is that they fulfilled their part as far as they could by returning within, I think, a week of Judge Krupp issuing the order, their acceptance of the order and the responsibility to undertake that. And as far as I know, the court has not forwarded to them the appropriate search terms. I don't know what search terms Mr. Bradle supplied or what they...
Let me just ask Mr. Bradle. Mr. Bradle, did you supply search terms?
I did, Your Honor. Document 67, I believe.
Number 67. Okay. Have you seen that, Mr. Cosgrove, or is that something that's outside your view?
Well, Mr. Bradel had permission to file them ex parte, so to speak, if he believed that they might disclose something inappropriate to the Commonwealth.
So you want me to forward that to Judge Macy and to Mr. Verano?
Well, I don't know that I do, Your Honor, because I want you to make an evaluation first of the appropriateness of those terms, which the court is supposed to do under Judge Krupp's order.
Okay. I'll take that. I'll do that myself.
All right. I appreciate that, and I would say if the court wishes to hear further argument at this point, I would say just forward it all to Mr. Verano, tell him there may be further instructions coming from the court.
Okay.
Because it's been, 4 months now?
Okay. I'll do that. I'll forward it. Okay, I'll take a look at what Mr. Bradel has requested. If it's appropriate, I'll do as you request, okay?
All right, thank you.
Mr. Bradel, anything you want to say on that?
Yes, thank you very much. So, Judge, in document 67, it was just the original filing on this very issue where I asked for this hearing. And so in that case, Judge, there's a 1985 case, which I would kind of call it, kind of long, convoluted name. I would just call it the Petition for Protection of Confidential News Sources from 1985.
Yeah.
And it's still good law. And it addresses the situation that there's no statutory journalist privilege in Massachusetts. And it says that courts should deal with it on a case-by-case basis, as we are here, of course, and address issues as they come up. And just a quick quote from the case, Judge, is that this court should consider alternative remedies for compelled disclosure of journalist source material. And my client has informed me, and he has previously sworn in an affidavit in this case, that his phones contain journalist source material. All this wide swath of electronics that the government has seized in this case, that there are areas where there are journalist sources. And most alarming, most eyebrow-raising, Your Honor, is that there are some instances where there are sources giving information on these very same state police actors in this case that we have been criticizing and pointing out errors and alleged corruption on. These people are the ones that are going to get this information. Not even like the FBI or a third party. This is source material on the people that Mr. Kearney has been criticizing in the Karen Reed case. So I can't think of a more important case where a court ought to craft an alternative remedy for compelled disclosure than this. We have these conflicted officers who have, we contend, perverted the witness intimidation statute for their own goals, and now they possess my client's electronics, and they're going to go through them for source material on their own wrongdoing, their own misdeeds. It's unbelievable. It's like a John Grisham novel, Your Honor. So this court is in a position to say, time out, under the Petition for Protection of Confidential Sources, I can craft a remedy here. In fact, I think it's the court's duty under the First Amendment in Article 16 to craft a remedy and say, time out, the taint team is going to be sworn in under oath. They're going to provide information relative to the search warrant, relative to the court orders, but they may not provide any journalist source material in this case to the Commonwealth. And if there is an issue with any such material, it will be isolated off to the side, the court can look at it in camera along with the defense, sort of like a Lumen Martin type situation, Your Honor, and we can take it from there. That would be my request on that. And I think under that case, that would be the appropriate remedy for the court to address here.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
No, I get it. All right.
Can I?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
First of all, I heard Mr. Bradel say that Mr. Kearney has produced an affidavit claiming that journalist sources are contained within these electronic devices. I don't claim to never miss something, Your Honor, but I don't think I've seen it. So I would ask for some specification of where
Yeah,
that...
Mr. Bradel, is that part of in-camera Exhibit A?
Judge, I can't tell you off the top of my head. I want to say it's probably 30 or 40 documents ago, but I'm happy to get it to everyone when I can get to my files.
Okay, that's fine. Why don't you do that? Why don't you send a copy to Mr. Cosgrove and send a copy to Attorney Sano?
The second thing I would say, Your Honor, is that, and I'm not necessarily opposed on principle to making new law, but I think I'm correct in saying that if the court rules that the taint team screens for anything other than attorney-client privilege, it would be the first case I am aware of in the United States that has ever had that holding. And I think it would also be the first case where the so-called qualified journalist privilege has not yielded to the demands of and the interests of the government in terms of vindicating search warrants and criminal law. And finally, if I could, Your Honor, a
no,
question.
Go right ahead.
Judge Krepp's order also set a time, I believe, for Mr. Kearney to provide the Commonwealth with the passwords to these electronic devices. And I don't know whether there's been a formal answer on the record to that.
Let me ask Mr. Bradel. Do you have a response to that? About Judge Krepp's order?
About passwords, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Do you know what paper that was, Mr. Cosgrove?
I'm afraid I don't off the top of my head, Your Honor.
All right. So what you're saying is that there's an order from Judge Krepp that orders Mr. Kearney to provide the password to the device?
Yes, it's set out in the procedure of Judge Krepp's order.
All right.
And you know, I don't know if well, let's put it this way: if Mr. Kearney has already provided that to the court, we need it, or rather, Mr. Verino needs it in order to feasibly open the devices. If Mr. Kearney is contending that he's forgotten the passwords, you know, we need to know that so that we can, Mr. Verino can proceed under what measures he can to crack the devices without the password. Or if Mr. Kearney is maintaining that he has a Fifth Amendment privilege against disclosing the password, then I think still I would tell Mr. Verino, or ask the court to tell Mr. Verino, that he may proceed while proceedings are underway here. But I would then file a motion to have the court adjudicate whether he in fact has such a Fifth Amendment privilege.
Okay. Mr. Bradel?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So at this time, we're not pressing any Fifth Amendment issue. My remembrance of the case law on that is not, it's not particularly solicitous.
No, I agree. Yeah, I think that there's a case on point from the SJC.
Right. But, Your Honor, some of those devices are pretty old, and some of them are old and not Mr. Kearney's. So there's some issues there. What I would suggest on that is that if there is, I happen to know that the state police do have at least one, if not two, of the passwords of the devices that I think they're primarily interested in. And my thought is that they can report back if they have any issues, and we can take it from there. Okay, is that all right?
That's not the order. The order is that he's to turn over the passwords.
Right. Mr. Bradel, have you responded to that in any way? Have the passwords been turned over? Is there?
Judge, I think that
I mean, if I don't, obviously, as you both know, I've come into this afternoon after one of my colleagues has been recused. So I'm trying to just kind of narrow the issue here a little bit.
Sure, Judge, we're not opposed to doing that. My thought was that we were resolving this stuff, and then once the court was given the green light to the taint team, we'd be happy to do whatever the order say.
All right. Okay, I get it.
I just was sort of chronologically looking at it as this was the next thing, and then and we'll be happy to comply with whatever the order is.
Well, you already got an order from Judge Krupp, so what I would suggest is I'll give you 10 days to comply with that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next thing, Mr.
And
Cosgrove.
I am agnostic, Your Honor, as to whether I will yield to Mr. Bradel's preference as to whether he wants to go forward on my bail revocation motion or whether he wishes to press his discovery motion at this time.
Okay.
Judge, I'd like to be heard on the motion to compel, if I may.
Okay. The motion to compel. Go right ahead, Mr. Bradel.
Thank you, Judge. I'm not going to belabor it. I'm not going to just repeat the written filing, Judge. But, it's been a long time. There's been many discovery orders in the case. One comes to mind May 8th from Judge Cahalane of last year. And still here we are. And there's also, if I may, Judge, there's some qualitative issues that we have as well. We've gotten screenshots of text messages, very important text messages, and that is just not an adequate measure of compliance with providing text messages, Your Honor, because we don't have the whole string, we don't have the metadata, and something that just occurred in the Karen Reed case the other day, excuse me, was that a witness named Kerry Roberts took screenshots of her text messages that were provided to the defense as screenshots, here, same exact situation as we are here, and did not, in my opinion, give good faith answers to foundational questions about whether they were her text messages. And these text messages were not admitted. So here we are. And that's a perfect example of why screenshots of text messages, are not something that ought to be satisfactory. So we need the digital copies of these items. They're ordered, they're supposed to be given, and these sort of piecemeal pieces of paper with no foundational support, no assurance that it's the entire string, and they're really not the entire string. These really need to be given to the defense as a matter of due process, Your Honor. And I can say the cases, but you know them.
Okay, let me hear from Mr. Cosgrove on that.
Before I get to that, Your Honor,
go ahead.
I would like to address a few things. Specifically, I would like to start with the affidavit that has been submitted in support of the motion.
Okay.
Has Your Honor had an opportunity to review that?
Which paper is it? There you go. Let me see. Yeah.
Well, let me see if I have an extra copy.
Okay, I'm familiar with that.
Thank you. All right. I know Your Honor looked at it and entered a preliminary order allowing the motion for impoundment pending today's proceedings. And I want to place the court on notice that I object largely to the order of impoundment. I don't object the impoundment of the name of the witness in item number 8, who is allegedly described with an obscenity, although that is the least of the characterizations of his behavior, allegedly described that way by Ms. Peter. But I do object to the affidavit being supported by what in effect, for the record, would be an anonymous affiant. I particularly object to that because before the ink was dry, Mr. Kearney essentially outed the name of the affiant on his own YouTube presentation, and her identity was discerned by Ms. Peter the same day and was the subject of an extensive post on YouTube. So there is no purpose at this point, Your Honor, to allowing her to pretend to hide behind an impoundment order.
I get it.
All right. Moving on to that, Your Honor, I object to the affidavit. I think that Mr. Kearney should produce the affiant, or that the affidavit should be stricken. This affidavit largely recounts purported hearsay by Ms. Peter, and I'm not going to go through them all one by one, but I will say, for example, that the assertions set forward in the affidavit are so preposterous and outlandish on their face that I really, I don't mean to be overly critical of brother counsel, but I really question the judgment of counsel for Mr. Kearney in going forward and filing it. For example, if Your Honor will look at item 6, supposedly Ms. Peter said, and the affiant repeats it as gospel, that at one point in the jury deliberations, Ms. Peter met with a prosecutor for lunch, and that during the lunch meeting, doesn't say where, doesn't say when, during the lunch meeting, the prosecutor was indiscreet enough to tell Ms. Peter that he knows the foreperson, who is a retired police officer, and he, the juror, is guaranteeing a mistrial. Now, does that make sense to you, Your Honor, that an experienced prosecutor, and I don't know if the name prosecutor has appeared in front of you or not, or has an impression of you have an impression of his ethical qualities, but he would have to be both unethical and stupid to both engage in this kind of jury tampering, and there's nothing else you can call it, and essentially contacting a juror to fix the outcome of a jury trial, and then turn that information over to a woman who is a known YouTube blogger. That's one. In item 7, she indicates that she, Ms. Peter, is paid $1,500 each month via Cashapp for her assistance in the Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney prosecutions. Well, I'm tempted to make light of this, Your Honor, and say that if the district attorney is paying Ms. Peter that money, he's not getting his money's worth, because I haven't heard from Ms. Peter in the entire time that I've been representing the Commonwealth in this case. But put that aside, Cashapp has records, as I understand it. It has records from what bank account, To what bank account? I don't know what Mr. Bradle did to verify this, but I don't see any records from Cashapp, and I would like to examine this Colantonio, excuse me, so far it's still impounded, but I guess I've been about the 9 millionth person to let the name out of the cat out of the bag.
Object, and I move that it be stricken.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Cosgrove.
I would like to examine the affiant as to that information and what, if anything, that she did to verify. The affiant then says that she personally has heard Ms. Peter on the phone with Hank Brennan, that she personally recognized Hank Brennan's voice, that Peter told him that her people leaked it to the media, referring to the federal investigation being over. Well, I think the people who, putting aside the fact that I think the person who leaked it to the media effectively was the U.S. attorney on a radio interview who responded to the question of whether she had communicated with the Commonwealth and the police department as to the progress of that investigation by saying that she couldn't verify whether a grand jury investigation was over, but that it would not be uncommon for her office to communicate with law enforcement, et cetera, et cetera. Anyone who had any sophistication knew what she was saying, and about a week later, the district attorney's office verified in open court that that was the case. So I don't know why we needed Ms. Peter to leak that to the media when we were announcing it in open court, but at any rate, it's in there. I would like to examine the affiant as to how she knows Mr. Brennan's voice, how she knows about these multiple conversations, when they took place. And finally, I'll skip over the rest of them for the most part, but I come to items 14 and 15, in which Ms. Peter informs her that Jennifer McCabe bought her a brand new sectional, I assume she's referring to a sofa, as compensation for her assistance. Not quite sure how Ms. Peter has assisted witness Jennifer McCabe, but maybe it's revealed in the next section where Section 17, where Peter informs her that Jennifer McCabe paid her for her show of support. Well, subsequently know that apparently the affiant lives in the same apartment building of Ms. Peter, who has not denied in her own posting that she knows this particular witness, and presumably she knew that Ms. Peter had a brand new sectional. I suggest that the information that Jennifer McCabe brought her a brand new sectional is made up out of whole cloth. And I'm not going to go through it all because I'm hoping the court will give me an opportunity to examine this witness on the witness stand. But I think the court could ask itself why this particular affidavit is being submitted now in support of what I would suggest would otherwise be a fairly routine thing that comes before judges, motions to compel discovery.
Okay. Let me hear from Mr.
And
oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off.
And I suggest that the reason is this, and the court can make its own judgment. And my assessment is that the purpose of the motion is to dirty Jennifer McCabe. I don't think it's an accident that Jennifer McCabe was testifying today in the other courtroom. and yesterday in the other courtroom. And I suggest that the purpose of this motion, which has been loudly trumpeted by Mr. Kearney on his YouTube show, was to accomplish his oft-stated purpose of prejudicing the jury in that trial.
Let me just talk to the attorneys at Sidebar for a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing wild scenes unfold. Absolutely incredible scenes I have never seen in a courtroom unfold. Special Prosecutor Bob Cosgrove simultaneously calling Kate Peter a blogger, while at the same time demanding a public revelation of the name of the woman, apparently a woman who leaked information about Peter, talking to witnesses and authorities in the orbit of the Reed and Kearney prosecution. Cosgrove wants this woman's identity revealed. Kearney and Peter have apparently leaked it, or Peter leaked it, and then Kearney talked about it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Bob Cosgrove spends his argument laying out why he wants to cross-examine this person on the stand. A woman on social media who has multiple warrants, a woman who went to Brockton District Court yesterday and was represented by an attorney with connections to Tim Bradel, Aiden Kearney's lawyer. Ladies and gentlemen, these scenes are absolutely fascinating. My name's GrantSmithEllis. If you've never been on Towel Stream before, it is a very unique experience. We're monitoring the Karen Reed trial. We are simultaneously monitoring the Turtle Boy trial, and we are back in session. Give me 1 second, Towel friends. I'm going to make sure we don't miss a single moment. So let me get us back to when we came back from Sidebar.
All right. Mr. Cosgrove, the floor is yours.
I will stop at this point unless Your Honor has questions.
That's fine. All right. Mr. Bradel.
Thank you, Judge. So, Judge, a lot to respond to. First of all,
why was that affidavit attached to the motion to compel?
Because, Your Honor, that's the basis to show that this information exists. The Commonwealth has not provided any of those things related to Kate Peter. And my colleague, Mr. Betterow, who I know is watching here from New York, he wrote a letter to counsel for the Commonwealth in, I want to say, October of 24. That was the first of his 3 letters that he wrote, pointing out all kinds of these things. Ms. Peter has been under oath at other hearings, my client's restraining order hearings against her, where she has said under oath that she's cooperating with the Commonwealth. She has said it many times online that she's cooperating with the Commonwealth. To this day, our third motion to compel, discovery orders, the discovery was due a year ago, Judge, and we still have nothing. And so this woman came to us, Judge, April 21, Patriots Day, came to us Monday, April 21, and we did what a lawyer needs to do in that situation, which is we memorialized it, she signed an affidavit, and we submitted it as further proof upon Mr. Betterow's letter that this information exists. And now we have it from the horse's mouth, Your Honor. So that's the answer to your question. This woman is saying to the affiant that she is working with the Commonwealth, giving all these details about making money, about meeting with these people, about receiving funds. A lot of this has been corroborated by other people on the internet as well, Your Honor, which we're in the process of gathering up. But this affidavit, Judge, was submitted for Mr. Kearney. It's got nothing to do with the Reed case. It has information in it that's important to the Reed case. We are not the Reed case. I am here today defending Mr. Kearney from these scandalous allegations that just absolutely seek to destroy the First Amendment in Article 16.
Okay, so what's the discovery that you want compelled?
So, Judge, I want all the information from this affidavit and from our motion to compel about Kate Peter. She's a government agent If this is all true, Your Honor, the DA's office is paying a third-party witness to intimidate witnesses in the Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney case.
So what? Maybe we should hold a hearing on that. Okay. So I'll take this under advisement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll come up with an order as to how we should proceed on that.
Thank you.
Now, as to Mr. Cosgrove, are there any other issues that you see? Any of the other motions that you want to bring to my attention? I know that I received a thumb drive earlier today that I've had a chance to review, and I'm sure Mr. Bradel has a copy of that.
Yes, I provided Mr. Bradel with a copy when I saw him earlier this morning. I don't know that he's seen it. I would like to play it for the court if I could.
Yeah, no, you can play it. So, Mr. Bradel, this is Mr. Cosgrove's motion to have your client's bail revoked, I guess.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
If I may, Judge?
Well, I'm going to start with Mr. Cosgrove, and I'll go over to you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
As Your Honor may know, I'm pretty much a computer illiterate, but fortunately, advocate has stepped into the breach and helped me out here.
Mr. Bradel, you want to come up? Sure. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, Your Honor may or may not be aware that Nicholas Marino is another trooper in another...
Yeah, I was on... who is that? Tell me who Garino is.
He's a trooper in the Karen Reed case, and he's an electronics expert that's... did the analysis of the two devices of Mr. Kearney's that were already searched and that aren't really the subject of this whole tainting thing, and also did the analysis in the other case that he mentioned and has been defamed as supposedly missing all kinds of communications, which is not true. He was, as is alluded to, in an unfortunate car accident that you hear Mr. Kearney taking pleasure in. So let me start with a couple of things, Your Honor, if I could just have a moment.
Yep, take your time.
having had to put this together at the last minute because the presentation just came to my attention the other day, I didn't have directly in front of me the orders that Your Honor entered, although I think I summarized them correctly in my memorandum. But as I understand it, according to the docket on March 5th of this year, after I initially brought this to Your Honor's attention, the docket entry records that the court orders defendant to have no contact, direct or indirect, through third parties with any of the witnesses or victims in this case, and 2, stay 100 yards away from any victim's residence or place of work. Defendant assents, bail warning read. Now, as I recall, that was sort of a provisional order, and at that time, even more so than today, I had just got the information of relative to Mr. Kearney's antics outside D&E Pizza in Canton. Mr. Bradle hadn't really had time to absorb it. I didn't have police reports to give him. So Your Honor may remember that you put it over to the following day for hearing. After hearing that day, the docket reads as follows: additional conditions of release. 1, stay away, no contact, direct or indirect, with the named witnesses in his Superior Court cases. 2, stay 100 yards away from D&E Pizza in Canton, Mass. 3, behave in appropriate manner while in any courthouse or within 300 feet of the building. Defendant assents, bail warning read. So with that clarification, Your Honor, I'd like to begin. We indicted Mr. Kearney because, in our view, he was engaged in a campaign of intimidating the witnesses. After we indicted him, one of those methods he essentially ceased, and that was leading parades of automobiles outside witnesses' homes and places of business. But he did not otherwise decease. So what we have here, Your Honor, is the most extreme recent example of Mr. Kearney's behavior. And if I wanted to bring these to the court's attention, I could probably do it about 4 times a week. But just to give you some other examples, if I might, of Mr. Kearney's latest hits.
Go right ahead.
Within a week or 2 of the last time I brought his behavior to your attention, he was on a live broadcast mocking Elizabeth Proctor, a witness in the Reed case, for thinking she was blue, unquote, or a member of a blue family, because family members were police officers, and because she gave oral sex to her husband, who was a police officer. And he went on in the oral sex vein for some time. One can imagine the effect that that has on a witness, knowing that she's being humiliated in front of hundreds, perhaps thousands of people.
Objection, Your Honor. This has been dealt with by the court.
Yeah, he's given me some history, so it's overruled. I'll listen to your recitation.
I informed the court the last time, and the court viewed it, of his show up and antics before the Albert's Pizza Shop. I have personally routinely heard him refer to the presiding justice online of the Reed trial as a cunt. He engages in constant defamation, for example, of Jennifer McCabe as a murderer, and he has described the others as murderers. And in general, he is aware and has remarked, I think this is another thing I brought to Your Honor's attention the last time, has remarked with satisfaction that the results of his broadcasts have made it difficult for these people to go out in public without being harassed and without being mocked. I would suggest that Mr. Kearney wanted this communication to be conveyed to Lieutenant Tully, knew to almost a certainty that Lieutenant Tully would see it, wishing death in the most horrible fashion to him and his wife, and knew that that would excite others of Mr. Kearney's followers to pile on, so to speak. I'd like to introduce an exhibit, Your Honor. I provided a copy to Mr. Bradel. I'll give him an opportunity to object, but I would suggest it could be marked for identification.
Yeah, we'll mark it for identification.
And
if you could just give it to Soraya.
Mr. Bradel wants to.
Okay.
I do object, Judge, based on relevance, materiality, foundation.
Why don't you give it to Soraya? Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
And just so we're clear, Judge, I don't even think the Commonwealth is suggesting this has anything to do with Mr. Kearney sending that. Which, of course, he did not.
Well, I'm happy to agree with what Mr. Bradel.
We'll mark it for ID, Soraya.
With what Mr. Bradel just said, Your Honor.
Okay.
But it is always Mr. Kearney's response that when these witnesses are deluged with harassment immediately following his broadcast and thereafter that, oh, of course, he had nothing to do with it. He didn't send it. But he knows what happens. And I would suggest to you, Your Honor, that this is relevant, not because Mr. Kearney sent it, but one, because the court could conclude that it was a logical outcome of the kind of scorn and hatred poured out upon Lieutenant Tully and his family. And two, that Mr. Tully, Lieutenant Tully, who is well familiar with these reactions, upon reading or listening to or being informed of Mr. Kearney's broadcast, could reasonably fear reactions from these sort of nuts directed at his wife and family. And I suggest that his reasonable fear is evidence of intimidation of a witness. And on that basis, Your Honor, I would ask that it be marked as an exhibit.
Yeah, we'll mark the disc as the next exhibit.
And I would further ask that it be impounded, because I don't want the comments made in that out there to give any other people.
Yeah, I'll impound it.
Encouragement.
Margaret, is the disc? Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't want to belabor this, Your Honor.
Can I just go back with you, Attorney Cosgrove?
Yes.
As to Exhibit A, could you explain that to me a little bit more?
One you just marked?
This one right here.
Yes. At about whatever time is indicated on the top of the email, I received that email from Lieutenant Tully indicating that he had received that communication from this person, who, so far as I know, is unknown to all of us, whether his identification is genuine or pseudonymous. I have no knowledge, and that he received it through LinkedIn. And that's about all the background that I can give Your Honor.
To your knowledge, though, this says, well, strike that. What's the relation?
To my knowledge, I do not allege that Mr. Kearney personally sent it.
Okay. I guess that's what I'm
I
asking.
allege, number one, that it may well be, one could infer reasonably that it is the result of Mr. Kearney's broadcast.
Okay,
He provoked
I get
it.
you. All right.
And two, I infer that one could infer that Lieutenant Tully reasonably anticipated these kinds of responses. You know, I don't know if this nut is going to be motivated to go out and try to assist in a car accident or in burning things down. And, you know, when somebody when somebody says to an audience that Jesus told him, Jesus wants revenge, how does that play in revenge in the form of somebody being burnt up in the most painful way? Mr. Kearney expresses concern that I gather what Lieutenant Tully is supposed to have done to his children is arrest Mr. Kearney on one occasion pursuant to a warrant at the bus stop after Mr. Kearney dropped his children off. If Mr. Bradel had looked at the discovery that the Commonwealth turned over of the body cameras of the arrest, he would observe the officers carefully waited for the children to get on the bus and be on their way before their father was arrested. But yet, this is continually held out as a crime, while at the same time, Mr. Kearney has no compunction about wishing death on Lieutenant Tully's children and wife. So, Your Honor, I make those two arguments. One, that this was posted with a sure and certain knowledge and intent that it comes to Lieutenant Tully's attention, which in fact has happened. And two, I make the point that a no contact order means no contact. The content, before Your Honor hears the First Amendment argument, the content of the contact is irrelevant as far as whether there was a violation of the order. And I'd just like to call Your Honor's attention, if I can do it, to a case that I cited in my memorandum to Your Honor. I believe I cited it for another purpose, but it's O'Brien versus Borowski at 461 Mass 14. In the course of that case, the court refers to the Cho case on page 424 of the opinion, and it summarizes that case as follows. The defendant produced flyers with the word missing printed in large type across the top, between which was a photograph of a former girlfriend who had broken up with him and offensive sexual remarks about her, and he then hung the flyers in several places in her high school. He was convicted under a statute which criminally punishes persons with offensive and disorderly acts of language accost or annoy persons of the opposite sex. We, that's the appeals court, concluded that the defendant's criminal conviction for this communication did not violate the First Amendment because it was a true threat that had no expressive purpose, but was instead intended to get back at the victim by placing her in fear that she might suffer some sexual harm or wind up among the missing. Your Honor can look a long time, I think, at the language of Mr. Kearney's message in an attempt to distinguish it from the Cho case in terms of the language having no expressive purpose, but instead being intended to get back at Lieutenant Tully by placing him in fear that he or his family might suffer some harm. In fact, what other meaning are we to draw from revenge? But apart from that, Your Honor, even if there's some far-fetched First Amendment phrase somewhere lurking in this message, the other material is not protective, and the violation of the order does not consist of the language, but simply the context. Now, the other string in my bow, Your Honor, is the argument that this is again a violation of the intimidation of the witness statute. Mr. Kearney and I have gone back and forth on that statute and how it should be construed and how it should not be construed. Your Honor currently has it under advisement. You see my arguments in my memorandum here with respect to this case. I won't belabor them in oral argument. So I will rest at that point.
Okay.
Mr.
Bredel, tell me about that word revenge and how am I supposed to interpret that?
Judge, this is not a threat. This is not contact. This is satire. This is all protected. I am so sick of having to come before a court because of Norfolk County and talk about speech that Norfolk County doesn't like.
Not to anybody else. Just tell me about that word revenge.
Revenge. Excuse me 1 second.
Yep, no, take your time. You can confer with your client.
Judge, my client is allowed to have hopes and desires and wishes that you or me or Mr. Cosgrove don't agree with their own life or are repelled by. You know, why do we keep having to come back here? I don't know what it must be like to wake up on the wrong side of the First Amendment every day. This is protected speech, Your Honor, over and over again. The Supreme Court has spoken for decades and decades. Brandenburg, Watts, Chaplinsky, O'Brien v. Borowski, Welch. Judge, this is a waste of this court's time. This is intentional infliction of emotional distress on my client. The Commonwealth has been rebuffed over and over and over on this exact scenario. He is not contacting a witness. He is not threatening a witness. He is talking about someone who has destroyed his life, Your Honor. He is allowed to lash out back. And the First Amendment grants every declarant this room to talk without fear, without the kind of fear that this county has inflicted on Mr. Kearney over and over and over again. And it has to stop, Your Honor. This is First Amendment protected speech. I don't care if we don't like it. I don't care. It doesn't matter. He is not threatening Tully. He is not contacting Tully. He is a reporter with his own style of satire that is addressing a large audience, and he is doing a major service pointing out over and over and over again corruption in this county, perversion of the First Amendment, abuse of the witness intimidation statute, Your Honor. This has got to stop. I don't want to come in here anymore and pretend like, gee whiz, this is a close call. It's not, Your Honor. This is First Amendment protected activity that the court, I have every confidence that this court is going to vindicate. This cannot happen over and over again. I get a motion to destroy my client's liberty 3 hours before every single time they want to do this. I get communications, oh, we're not going to try to revoke his bail. Then I go to Stoughton, they want to revoke his bail. What are they doing? They're corroborating the affidavit we talked about 5 minutes ago, where Jennifer McCabe said, I'm not going to
I'm not interested in that. I'm interested about the word revenge.
Judge, he can say revenge. He hopes it's revenge on a bad guy that's been destroying him. We cannot engage in this kind of content-based viewpoint discrimination. We don't have to like the viewpoint, but like Voltaire's biographer said, we have to defend to the death his right to say it. And that's all this is, Your Honor, over and over again with this. Excuse me 1 second, please, Your Honor.
Yep, no, take your time.
And Judge, in this context, to address your question, in this context, Judge, revenge means karma. He's not saying, I'm going to go get revenge on you. He's saying that karma's a bitch, is what he's saying, Your Honor. And he's allowed to say that. And this isn't something that is intended to be played on a judge's bench in the formality of the courtroom. This is something that he is talking to his viewers online. and he's allowed to do that, Your Honor. So we have got to stop this charade that this is somehow, gee whiz, we got to lock him up because he's talking and satirizing, engaging in political hyperbole, protected by Watts, Brandenburg. The only thing he can't say are true threats and fighting words. We all know that 100 times over. Why are we here, Your Honor? I ask that you deny the motion and just please issue a ruling that settles this issue once and for all, that this has a chilling effect, Your Honor. Every time we're here, how many journalists do we have in this room?
Okay, I'm up here. Director remarks to me, not to anybody else.
No, I'm just looking to see if there's...
No, I'm up here.
There's journalists cover this case. They are experiencing a chilling effect. Am I next? Is the Commonwealth going to go after me next? How far can I go? Can I show up at someone's door and knock on the door? Oh, did I intimidate somebody? Is Norfolk County going to go after me? We don't know. We don't know what they're capable of. And, Your Honor, you're the bulwark here. This is the First Amendment we're talking about. We're kicking this around like it's some city ordinance.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to take it under advisement. Mr. Kearney, please stand up. You're walking on kind of thin ice. I'm going to review everything, and I'll come out with an order. But I take what Mr. Cosgrove has presented very seriously. I also take into account that there are certain First Amendment rights here as well. And then the issue is always how far does the First Amendment take you and when does it become intimidation of a witness? The word revenge, some of those other words that are on that tape are getting very, very close. So I'll take it all under advisement. Let me just see the lawyers at Sidebar.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. You heard it right there. We are still in session in the Aiden Turtleboy Kearney case. The motion to revoke bail was not denied. Ladies and gentlemen, the motion to revoke bail in the Aiden Turtleboy Kearney case was not denied. This is the first time we have seen this. We've seen motions to revoke bail granted. We have seen motions to revoke bail denied. We've never seen it taken under advisement. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the judge to come back into session after Sidebar. We are going to watch closely. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Follow along. We're going to watch the end of the Karen Reed trial that ended earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, it was not denied. It was not denied, ladies and gentlemen. It was not denied. My name is GrantSmithEllis, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Join in, chat with the Towel Friends. We may have broken a towel record, friends. We may have hit actually 10,000 people watching over on the X, coupled with all the hundreds of friends on the Towel Friends on the YouTube. We are close to 10,000 indeed, Towel Friends. We may very well. We made it! Towel Friends, we have reached 10,000 people. It is a moment. You were here for the moment that the Towel Stream on X reached 10,000 people. God bless you, Towel Friends. We truly are here for a unique moment. By God, I want to take this opportunity to say a few things. One, this is a public information service, and God bless you all for supporting it. Number two, small acts of kindness, living in the service of others, shifting the soft power political order from one that is defined by expanding, preserving, and demonstrating one's power, and instead bringing about a world order based on expanding, demonstrating, and preserving one's ability to express universal love through small acts of service and kindness to others. Whether you're a towel, a washcloth, a towelette, or a paper towel, or a beach towel, or a flannel, or a soap dispenser, or otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have reached this milestone with you in real time. We don't have a decision on the Aiden Kearney bail revocation, but know that my name is GrantSmithEllis. It means so much to have so many of you with Towel in this moment. As you saw, Aiden Kearney, the judge in the case earlier, recused himself. A new judge came in. Will this bail get revoked based on the word revenge and some of the other language? The First Amendment has a limit, said Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, we have broken YouTube records. We have, for Towel Stream, we have easily blown away the Twitter record, or the X record. Let's listen to what the judge has to say about the next date.
Judge, how far out were you contemplating?
Give me a date, maybe in about 5 weeks.
10 to 14 days.
Could I suggest June 18th or June 20th?
Is the 20th available?
That work for you, Mr. Cosgrove?
I'm looking here, Your Honor.
20th, okay.
June 20th, that's a Friday.
I'm here. Yeah, that's the Friday.
Yes, I think Mr. Bradel and I are supposed to be trying the district court case relative to Mr. Kearney on the 9th of June, but it should be concluded by
Yeah, I would think
the
so.
20th.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's fine. 2 o'clock or?
Okay, the 20th is.
Yeah. And
Thank you.
I'll see you all then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I try your patience with one
Can try
further
my
comment
patience.
on the last
I'll
issue
sit
we
right
argued,
down. Go right ahead.
which is that, like Mr. Bradel, I am very tired of coming back here with these motions.
I'm sure you take your.
I honestly think that if the court does not act to protect the witnesses,
Are we still?
we're going to be back in front of you very soon because he doesn't stop.
Okay. Mr. Brado, I'll give you a short response. I'll give you 30 seconds.
Judge, it's protected activity. That's all there is to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
June 20th, ladies and gentlemen, 2 p.m. Aiden Kearney's bail motion revocation was not denied. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We're heading towards 11,000 people over on the Extreme now. We're breaking all sorts of towel records. It's such an honor to be with you. Please, as I close this clip to upload and continue to, we're now going to watch the testimony we missed in the Karen Reed trial while monitoring. We might not get a decision on this bail revocation. Maybe we will. Will Aiden Kearney be a free man, and for how long? He now has a bail revocation motion pending in front of a judge that didn't get decided in court. My name's GrantSmithEllis. If you enjoyed this coverage, follow along for more during the entire Karen Reed trial, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. And please, if you benefited from this double stream, whether you support on the YouTube or otherwise, you can support this public information service. I don't know who will post it, but there's a Cashapp, which is $GrantSmithEllis. There's a Venmo, which is @Grant-E1. You'll notice it's an inflatable Elmo statue. And then paypal.me/GrantEllis. God bless you, towel friends. So many of you who have been kind enough to watch along, to chat, to support the stream, to be here as that moment happened. Hold on, towel friends. Hold on, towel friends. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, all 11,000 of you, that things happen. Sometimes Towel has to take calls. It's part of Towel Stream. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hit the 11,000 mark. We're going to do a few things. One, we're going to finish this clip. Ladies and gentlemen, I was saying thank you for watching Towel Stream, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. There are a number of ways to support. And also, please, help each other. Be kind. Reflect the ethos of camaraderie, compassion, and service and love you see in the Towel chat. We can change this world not through 6 degrees of Chewbacca, but through 6 degrees of authentic inspiration and small acts of kindness. It's as little as saying hello to someone on the street, shaking someone's hand, a smile, a donation to homeless veterans, an act of prayer, visiting a family member. One step at a time, ladies and gentlemen, we will make this world a better place. And my name's GrantSmithEllis. Join me again. We're not going anywhere on the stream, though. I'm just ending this clip. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a few things to get done. So first of all, if you're new to Towel Stream, we do a few things on Towel Stream. One, we need to go into this Towel Stream, and we need to now make a post updating people with what has happened. Just in, Aiden Turtle Boy Kearney's bail revocation hearing ended with a shocking moment of suspense. Kearney's the state's motion to revoke bail was not denied or was taken under advisement, with the judge leaning very strongly towards potential revocation. Kearney's next date is June 20th, 6/20. Next date 6/20/22. Next date 6/20. It was June, right? 25. Ladies and gentlemen. Wow. What a moment. What a moment. You were here on Towel Stream. Now we have a few things to do. Okay, we have a few things to do together. If you've never watched Towel Stream before, we have some processes, we have some procedures, we have some things we have to get done. First of all, you and I together are going to write up what just happened at the end of that hearing, because that was some crazy stuff. The judge's warning was extremely firm, extremely intense to Aiden Kearney, and that the fact that the bail motion was not denied is very rare. It does not normally happen. Ladies and gentlemen, that was quite a moment. So I'm going to make a quote, we're going to make a post, we're going to write this up together. Let's see how we do it. All right. So, breaking. A motion to revoke Aiden Turtleboy Kearney's bail was taken under advisement on Wednesday after shocking scenes in which a judge listened to video of Kearney saying that Jesus told Aiden to seek revenge and then wish for police officers, including one in Kearney's case, to die along with their families in a fire. Mr. Kearney, said the judge, Mr. Kearney, you're walking on thin ice. I'm going to take what was presented here very seriously, but I also take into account the First Amendment. But the issue here is the word revenge and the limits of the First Amendment. I'll take it under advisement and issue an order, said the judge. Earlier, another judge in the case recused himself, leading to a highly contentious hearing wherein Kearney's lawyer, Tim Bradel, started screaming about how talking about Jesus in that way and wishing people die in a fire was the core essence of protected First Amendment activity. I, along with a number of towel friends, were very perplexed by this argument from Bradel. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I have one more quote to grab. What else did Bradel say? There was something, Bradel said just absolutely ridiculous things during that hearing, and I want to quote some of them. My word, friends, I can't even describe half of what just went down, and we still have to get caught up on the Karen Reed trial together. Oh my goodness, so many things. We did a simultaneous coverage, and then I'm going to actually quote from Bradel in my write-up here while I deliver this clip. Here's what Bradel said. I don't care if you don't like Aiden, this is paraphrasing. I don't care if you don't like Aiden Turtleboy Kearney saying Jesus wants him to seek revenge and wish death by fire on police officers. Back to quoting. This is protected by the First Amendment. This is First Amendment protected activity. This bail revocation cannot happen, screamed Bradel at the judge. Bradel multiple times had to be reminded to address the court and not the public gallery or other lawyers by a very frustrated Drudge. My word, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe we just saw all of that happen at real time. And we're about to hit 12,000 people. Next date for Kearney. Next date, 6/20/25 for Kearney's felony cases in Superior Court at 2 p.m. Eastern. Ladies and gentlemen, that was absolutely wild. And you know what we must do? We must add an alarm emoji, because this is one of those posts that is worthy of an alarm emoji. When are we going to get an order from the judge in the Kearney case? We don't know, ladies and gentlemen. We do not know, but we certainly are going to find out as quickly as possible. We're going to watch back. Don't worry, we're not going to miss the end of the Karen Reed hearing. We are going to watch back all of Jen McCabe's testimony. We will have the Karen cam as well, because Law and Crime was kind enough to record it from the pool. So we are going to have the Karen cam. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Part of Towel Stream is we must get news out to the towel world. We must do it, and we are doing it now. That news is going to get uploaded, and we towel friends, you know what's great? We are going to pick up from the very moment, towel friends, that we left in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. So if you're just tuning in, Aiden Kearney didn't walk. He did not get the outcome he normally gets, which is the bail revocation motion denied. The judge took it under advisement, and the judge leaned heavily into a potential for Kearney to have his bail revoked. Now, my name is GrantSmithEllis, folks. If you missed the last few moments of that Aiden Turtle Boy Kearney bail revocation hearing, we'll watch it after we get caught up on the Karen Reed trial. But I'm going to guess the Jen McCabe cross from Alan Jackson is going to be even more intense. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, GrantSmithEllis here. Thank you all so much. I'm sorry I couldn't keep track of all the towel comments as I was writing my stories. We hit 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 on the X, and every single one of your towel comments is being broadcast in real time over to those towel friends on X. So continue to provide your erudite and informed participation, towel friends. You are truly what makes this towel universe wonderful. And then I think I should also add that at the end. On a personal note, Towel Stream also broke a new record on X with over 11,000 people watching and hundreds of friends on the Towel YouTube. Truly a historic day for all towels, towelettes, washcloths, paper towels, beach towels, and otherwise. There you go. You all got a mention. A lot of you got mentions. I'm sorry. I might have forgot the flannel. We'll add the flannel, and we can't forget the Sheffield flannel. I'm pretty sure some people get very confused when they start asking, why is a flannel a towel? But ladies and gentlemen, we do not have time to explain to people why flannels are towels. That is a debate for another day. We are here to upload information about Aiden Turtleboy Kearney's bail revocation. For all towels, towelettes, flannels get a place of honor. Flannels, washcloths, paper towels. Is that how you spell flannels? No, it's not. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the post has been uploaded written. We're now just waiting for that post to get out, and that means we are going to get caught up on the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. So give me all of 2 seconds. Yes, ladies, Lucy, I don't know if you saw this. I was saying to the towel friends and all the ladies and gentlemen and otherwise, we have broken all sorts of records today on the Towel Stream. I think it was thanks to Courtney Meyer's good wishes and prayers, along with the Pilgrim Shadow and all the other folks in the chat saying hello, and the Harvard Yard, and just so many towel friends sending good vibes. We reached over, I think, 12,000. We're easily there now on X, friends. Truly a momentous day for all of the towels in the towel universe. Now, going back to our mission, allow me to catch up. We need to go back to the Karen Reed trial. Towel needs to get some water, so you all are going to watch a little bit. I'm going to watch on my phone while I go get some water. And then at the same time, we're going to wait for that testimony to get caught up with the end of the day. We're going to remember we are starting at a certain point, and then we're going to get caught up on every single bit of the Jen McCabe cross that we missed, so we know what we will expect the next day of court. I've heard rumors. I don't know about court tomorrow. I'm going to look into it, but for now, we're going to get caught up. So give me a second. I'm a towel. And you're all towels. That's the best part. And if you want to join into the towel family, please, by all means, or the towel universe, it can be a family. We're a wonderful family of towels. You can head right on over to youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, where you have all sorts of opportunities to befriend fellow towels. You can become a towel yourself and join the Blue Wall. You can speak to 11,000 people. Yes, so Sandy, we don't know what ruling we're getting. Judge said it's under advisement. We need to check the docket. Ladies and gentlemen, Towel knows how to monitor the docket, so we're also going to do that. And if we get a ruling, you will be the first to know. You Towel friends will be the first to know. If his bail gets revoked, they're going to have to go arrest him. All right, Towel friends, so we're going to get caught up on what we missed with the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Are you ready? Because I'm a towel. I kept our position exactly. I'm one of those special towels that pays attention to those kind of things so his towel friends don't get lost. Here we go. Don't buffer us forward. Pick us up from right here.
And you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
Page 201.
Hi, Harvard Yard.
Lines 23 and 24. This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2. Again, in context, this is driving to Fairview before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25.
I'm sorry, what lines 24 and 25?
Lines 24 and 25. Let me know when you've
I've read them, thank you.
those. For context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes.
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes.
On page 208, lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3. You actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do, yes.
And what did you say my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the 3 statements to my client to today, correct?
There was many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, police officers.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Ms. McCabe, your full statement at page 208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point, I'm standing with Miss Reed, and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022, did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
As you sit here today, do you remember ever saying to those grand jurors, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
You spoke with Trooper Proctor just the same day, right? January 29th.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes?
Yes.
About your conversation?
Yes, he was.
You reviewed those notes, as a matter of fact, at some point.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what, you never told Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
He just leave that out of his report?
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
You have read his report, right?
I have seen it before, yes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Thank you.
You looked at that report for another particular this morning. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe. I hit him.
So again, jurors disregard the comments. So it's question answer format only.
My question is, do you see the phrase, I hit him, as it's attributable to my client in that report?
Objection.
Assistant.
Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I told him.
He was taking notes at the time?
He was taking notes, correct.
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report?
I'm assuming he...
The report that you're holding?
I object.
Sustained.
Does that appear to be a report
of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m. interview that you did with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past?
Yes, in the past.
And you're aware in no place in that report does the phrase activity show up anywhere, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to approach the witness. Sorry, Mr. Witness. I'm sorry. I'm being vague. I was just grabbing the report back. Sorry. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I want to draw your attention to the very early morning hours of January 29th, around 4:53 a.m. when you indicated you received that phone call from Kaylee's phone. Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
My client told you that John had not come home, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John?
I didn't know what, I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right, because she was worried about where John was.
Objection.
Sustained.
You've been asked who you communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3 days after the incident, correct?
I've met with a lot. I don't really remember specific days.
Do you remember a female trooper?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay. In your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house?
Yes.
That was around 3 days after the incident?
Was it Tuesday, maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so, yes,
Okay.
if it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
You remember that?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at that, a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Jackson?
I do, Your Honor.
So, juries, why don't you stand up and stretch, okay? And you can too, Ms. McCabe, if you want. Thanks. Mr. Jackson, do you want a 5-minute recess?
Sure. Come on, yes.
We're still going to stop at 4, so really 5 minutes, folks. We'll have you go back and come back.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of? That the world is unfortunately very unpredictable. And I'll tell you what, having a great lawyer, Matt, one your phone, in the QR
back in session. You may be seated.
All right, you all set, Mr. Jackson?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, we're bringing the jurors over. Are we still on schedule?
We are.
Okay.
Later in the morning, after you're back at...
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention back to the morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way, they were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends and family, so yeah, no.
Everybody was free, all the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point, you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer, police sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your world?
He was just a local guy that I, knew, was friendly with.
And had gone to high school with?
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Got it. He was about 5 years ahead of you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you'd known him, or known of him, from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, I just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Sorry, provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes.
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did, yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number, he had your cell phone number?
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where'd you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number?
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife?
Yes.
She was at the location?
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning?
Yes.
As was Chris?
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well?
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank, is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe, I can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
yes.
Others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes.
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone, and you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he was busy at the time.
I don't know what he was doing.
He was the first responder on a death of a police officer case that was just hours old. So he had to be busy.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got your phone call, you dropped everything and headed back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Assisting.
Did he come back to 34 Fairview quickly?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I would say.
And your request?
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, yeah, just tell me what it is over the phone. He literally said, okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard. It was still a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to get all my gear on, drive in a blizzard, back over to 34th Fairview, get out of my cruiser, come into the house, and get ready for this new information that you're going to give me. Correct?
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I have no idea what he did. I called him and then he came.
Well, he didn't walk over. I mean, he came over in his car, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Right. So he had to get in his car, drive over in a blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the blizzard, go in the front door, and get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have, correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him, you let him know it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to sit on. You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I believe he was taking notes.
And you told him, well, you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Correct.
But when he wrote this report, you said, she said, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
I don't have his report in front of me.
Yeah, just one.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you could turn to the orange tab. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you've had a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted
Okay.
part.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. In fact, what you told Officer Lank was something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report that you just read something to the effect of,
Sustained.
I hope I didn't hit him.
Sustained.
Is this another example of an officer getting a report wrong?
Objection.
Is that report right?
Your Honor. Objection.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
I hope I didn't hit him, or something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Sounds an awful lot like, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Do you agree with that?
If that does sound similar, yeah.
You testified yesterday that during that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight, her taillight was cracked, and she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
The first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come home and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone, so I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview. That is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
So, 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe, about 2 hours later, say 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, after the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hello, Towel friends. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm back with you. Well, Towel friends, we've hit another milestone as we watch the wrap-up. We are catching up, not even a wrap-up, we're catching up on the testimony from Jen McCabe that occurred during the Turtle Boy bail revocation hearing. My word, Towel friends, we are about to hit 15,000 people watching over on the X. So if you are watching on the YouTube, you want to say hi to all the friends over on the X, please give the Towel friends a warm hello. Let them know that the Towel Universe at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis welcomes them warmly, and they too can come chat with all of the Towel friends. My name is GrantSmithEllis, friends. We are, what hour are we on now? Let me figure this out. We are on hour 10 almost of today's Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. I'm hearing that we may not indeed have court tomorrow, which would be a rare day off for Towel, and how serendipitous and fortuitous that Towel has to go take his final tomorrow, and we have court off, truly. God bless the court, and God bless all of the Towel friends. Oh my God, it's Murder by Maestro. It is so wonderful to see you, Towel friend. We're about to come back into session. My name's GrantSmithEllis. We got about 15 minutes to go to get fully caught up.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. While you were at the scene, after Miss Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter? The initial calls before you met up with Miss Reed?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer?
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just through the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay. You actually told Sergeant Good at the time, when he asked about those first phone calls, that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there,
right.
And like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers there, and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Ms. Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
Yes or no?
Let her answer the question.
Do you recall, that is a yes or no question, do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Ms. Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you don't,
I said there was many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall?
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls?
At the scene?
At the scene.
Again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Were you also interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question? Did you understand the last question I asked you?
If I spoke to an officer, Mullaney?
Correct.
Again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember. Correct?
I don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank, or Sergeant Lank, was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
Are these phone calls with who? Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking to at this
The
point?
initial phone calls that you had with Miss Reed.
Yes.
You never mentioned to Officer Lank, or Sergeant Lank, that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him in either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day, you had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation, but according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock, whatever.
Okay.
Right? Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Blank, you didn't say a thing about Ms. Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms.
acting
McCabe, that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that is
officer
not
that
my
I
question.
spoke to,
Let her finish.
every police officer that I spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And your memory is getting better even as we sit here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident, correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And you never said that to the grand jurors.
I don't recall if I did.
You were there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said at the
What
scene.
was the answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, may I have one more question?
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said,
Okay,
she
jurors,
said.
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right. So, folks, we are done for today. You remember tomorrow is the day that we're not in session. So we will see you Friday. Friday is a full day. And I have to give you those questions. You can stay and file out after the jurors is okay. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. Have a great night, a good day off tomorrow. We'll see you on Friday. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. We are now fully caught up. We are off tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we get a rare off day. We are heading into nearly hour 10 of Towel's dual coverage. We saw the full Aiden Turtleboy Kearney bail revocation hearing. The motion has not been ruled on. I checked the docket. I did not see a ruling on the motion to revoke bail. And ladies and gentlemen, and towel friends and towelettes and washcloths, what a ceremonial way to approach the last concluding part of the day. We are about to hit 15,000 viewers in total on Twitter, on X for the day. We had hundreds of towel friends with us on youtube.com/GrantSmith at GrantSmithEllis. It has been quite a towel day. Angela Whittick, Eva, Kerry Gold, it's so wonderful to see you. Towel's going to take a second to quickly recap for you as much as I can that went down. I think it's fair to say that Towel had earned a day off tomorrow, although it will actually be Towel taking a final. But that is what towels have earned, friends. There are no off days in the world of towel, apparently. Hour 10 indeed, I shall continue my quest to inform, educate, and entertain the public. Ladies and gentlemen, I and fellow towels and towelettes and washcloths and soap dispensers and flannels and beach towels, we did so many fun activities today. We had record-breaking numbers of support and super chats. Towel is so honored to have presented to you the full day of cross-examination where Alan Jackson just got absolutely brutalized by Jen McCabe. Alan Jackson has just fallen apart, his confidence decimated, left a shell, truly no pun intended, of his former self. And my name, ladies and gentlemen, is GrantSmithEllis, and I'm sitting here for you awaiting the celebratory moment when, to mark the 10-hour towel stream, we hit 15,000 views on the X, and all you towel friends chatting away, Grant Smith, Howard Cosell, Ellis, apparently I'm a savant of some kind, chatting away, waiting for us to hit the milestone moment. Will this be the moment, towel friends? I can't wait to do a conclusion, celebratory summation clip with you all. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the pre-celebration where you all get to talk to Towel and speak directly through your comments like a tesseract. And ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels, I think I'm going to begin every speech I ever give in my entire life by saying, ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels, gathered dignitaries, and people are going to be like, wait a minute. What? Why did he just say hello to the towels? And it is going to become a staple of towels communication and rhetorical style to simply say to you all, ladies and gentlemen, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and fellow towels. Then, strangely, the press will have to start saying things like, man delivers speech and thanks towels. Towels in attendance applaud loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, truly, we are going to see the moment. Has it happened? We just need, maybe I'd say 60 more seconds. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We have hit 15,000 total views on the X today. What a way to mark the moment. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Towel must do this together with his towel friends. We must do this, ladies and gentlemen. We must celebrate the moment. Hold on a second. Allow me to click the record button. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. Apparently, I'm also known as Towel and Grant Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Towel Smith Ellis. Ladies and gentlemen, in a historic moment, Towel stream on the day 7 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial that also included a surprise shock bail revocation hearing for Aiden Kearney that did not result in Kearney winning that bail revocation motion, but instead the judge taking the motion under advisement and sternly lecturing Kearney on saying things on YouTube like Jesus told Kearney to seek revenge and burn down police officers' houses with their families inside. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached 15,000 views on the X stream today. All of you towel friends, I'm going to start saying thank you. Artworks, Dixie Doodles, Linda A. God bless you all for wishing Towel well. Towel has 4 more exams to go, one of them tomorrow. We've made headway in every way, shape, and form imaginable. Jen McCabe absolutely decimated Alan Jackson throughout the day on cross. She humbled Alan Jackson, a shell, no pun intended, of his former self. A beautiful historical synthesis emerging onto the world scene as a confident, cool, calm, and collected Jen McCabe said over and over and over again that Karen Reed confessed to hitting John O'Keefe, saying, I hit him, to the jury for 6 hours in a row. Ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels, we have gathered for the moment. We celebrated. It was quite a day. We watched the Aiden Kearney bail revocation. We watched Towel Stream reach a record number of people. We celebrated as fellow towels. And I, ladies and gentlemen, will close with this after that bombshell day of developments. Ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels, gathered dignitaries, washcloths, towelettes, flannels, soap dispensers, towels, paper towels, hemp towels, or otherwise. I bring to you all today a message of textile unity. Yes, fellow towels, we can gather together in honor of the towel stream becoming an international towel-based phenomena, not by storming northern France with towels, but instead, ladies and gentlemen, by doing a few things. Number 1, You can like and subscribe to this YouTube channel. It apparently really helps the video if you do that while you're watching. We'd love to have you back in the towel fold in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, number 2, if you would be so inclined, this is I think we're on hour 10, so we can do one more donation read. If you like this stream, if you want to support this stream, even if you can't engage because you're over on X watching, there are ways to send donations and support Little Towel. Little Towel's got to go get dinner. I would like to get some 7-Eleven pizza. People donated for it 6 hours ago. By God, I'm going to do it. I would like to do some other things like get something to drink. I think I'm a little lightheaded. So needless to say, if you want to support this towel stream, there are absolutely ways to do that, friends. I'm gonna help you all right now by obtaining one of those helpful mechanisms. I'm gonna post it in the chat. And ladies and gentlemen, there is a third thing that we're also going to get to today, and I think it is one of the things that is most important when you join into the towel universe, ladies and gentlemen. And that is that the best way to reflect the ethos of compassion and shared reverence for each other that means so much to Little Towel and means so much to all the towel friends is to go out there, to do acts of service, to do small acts of kindness, to embrace universal love in your day-to-day actions. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is not and fellow towels, it is not 6 degrees of Chewbacca, this vision. It is 6 degrees of authentic acts of service for other people that will change the soft power political dynamic from one defined by preserving, expanding, and demonstrating one's power to a new age, a digital age, an age of towels and Aquariuses and water bearers, defined by compassion and universal love and protecting, demonstrating, and expanding our capacity to show that universal love through those small acts of service. So ladies and gentlemen, whether you take a look at Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser in this donation in the description of this YouTube video and support her, a wonderful human being who Towel looks up to so much and who makes Towel so happy. If you want to do that, do that. If you want to donate to homeless veterans, do that. If you want to shake the hand of your neighbor and smile as you walk down the street, if you want to visit a family member, if you want to be kind to your fellow towels in chat, these are ways that we can bring about a new world order based on a foundation of universal love, toleration, and a towel industrial empire based out of Latin America that will facilitate the rise of intercontinental economic cooperation to protect the petrodollar, ward off the rise of the BRICS, facilitate Towel having benevolent influence over government, and at the same time allow us to peacefully invade northern France and reclaim the rightful homeland of the Towels. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is why I'm thrilled to have you with me for these streams. And as I close out this clip, but as I save my farewell for the Towel friends, I want to say continue to follow along with the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Not tomorrow, we're off tomorrow, Thursday, but back on Friday. And ladies and gentlemen, you can do so at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. So let me close this clip and then say my farewell to the Towel friends. I'm truly honored to have so many of you with me. My name's GrantSmithEllis. All right, Towel friends, I have ended the clip. Now we get to say goodbye to each other. Truly, Towel friends, I'm so grateful to have spent some time with all of you today. You know how much it means to me to be able to say hello, to speak with you, to talk with you. I hope we'll see each other again on Friday for a full day of Karen Reed trial coverage. Towel will then be done with 4 of his 7 finals. I'm sure I'll be in Howard Cosell Towel form with you, unparalleled and unlike any other. My name's GrantSmithEllis. God bless all you Towel friends. You know how much it means to me to be able to spend time with you. I hope all of you enjoy your night's rest. You earned it. We've gone through 7 days of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. We'll be picking up with Jen McCabe's cross on Friday. Enjoy the day off. Keep up to date. Be informed members of the public. Protect our systems of representative democracy wherever you may be, and spread universal love. That is what it means to truly be a member of the Towel fold. So, my dear towels, my washcloths, and my friends, and all of the towelettes, and the hemp towels, beach towels, paper towels, and flannels and soap dispensers and otherwise, God bless all of you. Modelo Macy, Angela Whittick, Alana, Diana Natale, allow me to scroll through and say goodbye. Lucy R., have a good night. Chris, it was great chatting with you all day. MJ Baker, B and Chance, Tanya Rodine, I loved your comments. Please come back and join us again. Ange Whittick, it's always a pleasure to see you, my dear friend. Murder by Maestro, you make me so happy every time you appear in the stream. Alana, your contributions and blessings are so appreciated. B and Chance and Eva, you two are so wonderful. Yasmin UTG, I'm thrilled to see you in the chat again. Dixie Doodles, you are a superhero and a super towel. I am thrilled every time your name pops up. Elevate the Process, I loved all of your contributions. Bailey, I love the hearts that are on your name and all of your kind contributions. Linda A., as always, everything you have to say is insightful and supportive, and Towel appreciates you. Artworks too, you as well. I absolutely appreciate all of your insights and contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, I can only go, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to go back. We're going to say Nancy from the 508, Stacy Gardner. It was great to see both of you as well. Kerry Gold, I saw you pop up so often. It was wonderful to see you. OMFGITSMIRS, it was great to see you. Lynn Hennis, of course, I always enjoyed conversing with you, my dear friend. Modelo Macy, you as well. Marianne Nizio, Stacy Gardner, I mentioned. Taylor, MJ Baker, both of you, your contributions are erudite, insightful, wonderful, and uplifting. Come back again soon. Trevor McIntyre, I saw you in there, dear friend. It was great to see you. Oh, towel friends, the Pilgrim Shadow was in there. God bless you, dear friend. Lauren Ellen Geisler, it was great to see you. Thank you for your good wishes and congrats on the X milestone. 15,000. Dixie Doodles, you get many hellos. As I go back, Modelo Macy, I always enjoy your contributions. Maui Swift, you as well. Colleen Henry, Linda A., Linda O'Gara. The Lindas, both of you had wonderful contributions all day. I love Linda A. and Linda O'Gara's contributions. B and Chance, I'm just going to keep saying hello to. You always pop up and make my day. Barb417, and of course, Jew Drops. Ladies and gentlemen, Jew Drops might be sleeping, but we'll see Jew Drops on Friday. One of the most wonderful towel supporters here every day from the beginning nearly till the end. God bless you, Jew Drops. And Towel Friends, as an update, we had a towel friend going into surgery tomorrow. That surgery has been moved back. I won't reveal any names. They will be next week. Towel Friends, keep that towel friend in your prayers and thoughts. They heard us talking about sending prayers to them on stream. They read all of your kind thoughts and prayers, and it definitely lifted up their spirits and brought tears to their towel eyes. So, ladies and gentlemen, keep that towel friend in your thoughts and prayers. It means so much to me. Harvard Yard, God bless you, dear friend. It means so much to me every time you pop up in the comments, and your support does not go unnoticed. Diana Natale, I mentioned hello to you. I always appreciate your insights. Lynn Hennis, of course, I will say hi to you every time. Ed Jobs, God bless you, dear friend. I always appreciate your cogent, informed participation. Debbie Miller, it was great to see you as well. My word, Christina was here earlier, our wonderful Christina, who helped create the Muffin Man, the Marshmallow Man, and the Chewbacca image. Holy Raffle Mail Empire, always wonderful to see you pop up, dear friend. Pesky Pole, I love your username. I hope you come back often. Towel loves Fenway Park, and that username is adorable and wonderful. Oh, Alex, it was great to see you. JI5, it was wonderful to see you as well. Ladies and gentlemen and fellow towels, we made it to the end of the stream. 10 hours, all of your support, all of your thank yous. I'll see you Friday morning. Be well, do well by each other, continue to live by the towel ethos, embrace goodness, and truly know that I, as a towel, appreciate you. Thank you all, Universal Towels of Love. I'll see you all Friday. Until then, my name's GrantSmithEllis. See you all very soon. 7:30 a.m. Friday.